Staying cool?
Fine. Tell everybody if I can't wear my white short sleeve shirt, I feel like there's not a day I can wear it.
Thought the same thing. Same thing. Well, he was saying, supposed to be 70.
Oh, I think Saturday, it's supposed to be back in the 70s, right?
Yeah, oh, tomorrow too.
Oh, tomorrow too, okay.
Well, a couple months ago, I was begging for it.
Yeah, oh, it's nice. Wow, yeah, it's good to get something like that.
I was just gonna be, yeah, I was gonna be accepting.
It's wet.
The farmers are really, how many fields is unplanted?
Yeah, it's an hour and a half.
Now they're doing some extensions, they're out there in the weeds, and spray them. Yeah. It's not good.
Well, my truck corner breaks and stuff. Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, the important thing is not taxing.
Yeah, no, so it's, yeah, it references that one that said it's in section. And then the one for like setback.
There's a couple of towns. All right, we're good.
Yeah, we're gonna go plan B. Karen's gonna work the slides.
Okay.
Sean, we're good to go? We needed to. We're gonna put it in here. What's the question?
The extension of all these, because Sean said our one is really,
Which project is that?
the cul-de-sac.
Oh, you go from 600 to 750? Yeah. So that would be, I guess, yeah, I mean, but in general, 600 is very small. That's a very good one. Almost all the cul-de-sacs in one town are over 600 feet. It was done, it was, yeah, we can talk about it.
This part of the thing is wrong growing up. Expanding.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
got to do with fire access.
I think I've been impressed with it. Yeah, this one's still.
I will tell you, most communities is 400. Sounds 600 is, I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying it's there's a couple things we talked about in subdivision things. Yes. I'll call the Plan Commission of the Town of Vernon, July 10th, 2019, meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call and open meetings compliance check.
Chairman Carl Fortner.
Present.
Supervisor Commissioner Jeff Millies.
Present.
Commissioner Dan Nowak.
Present.
Commissioner Jim Slaughty. Commissioner Fred Mahalik. Planning and Zoning Administrator Sean Malarkey. Mr. Chairman, a note for the record that you do have a quorum of your Plan Commission, your planner and zoning administrator is here, and the agenda was posted inside and outside the Vernon Town Hall to the media, to businesses on the Town of Vernon's website. You're in full compliance with the open meetings law.
Thank you. We have a very full agenda tonight, and we're going to go in the order as listed on the agenda. My plan is to take a break after number 9 and before number 10. Number 10 is the unspecified conditional use and specified conditional use for the event barn and the bread and breakfast. So we'll take a short 5 or 10 minute break between those two items because I'm anticipating it might be time to take a break at that time. So if you're listening at home or on YouTube, if you're interested in that public hearing, please start coming down when we hit number 8 or 9, and there'll be a small break and you can make it on time. So with that being said, let's get started. The first item is discussion and possible action on a recommendation to the town board for the final certified survey map for Dave Sparks. And Sean, you want to kick that one off?
Sure, thank you. What the petitioner is requesting is to combine two lots. He owns both lots, which are lots 9 and 10, within the Millbrook Village subdivision. That subdivision was recorded in 1978. The two lots combine 3.14 acres. Both lots are zoned R1 residential. The future land use plan for that is medium-density residential, which has been changed or is pending a change based on the new comprehensive plan update to what's called low-density residential. In April 2019, the Plan Commission reviewed the conceptual CSM request and provided positive feedback to the petitioner to combine the lots. The two combined lots into one meet all of the zoning requirements. The one and all the land division ordinance requirements. There is a provision in the land division ordinance that states that a proportion of 2 to 1 of depth to width of lots shall be considered a desirable ratio of normal conditions. It does not say that's required, but that's a rule of thumb. So this lot is more of a square in nature, and it's larger. So that rule usually applies to smaller lots, and like they were before, they would be combined. The combination of lots would allow the petitioner to build accessory structures, buildings on the added property. Currently, that is not permitted, even though he owns both parcels, because there's no principal structure on the property to the west. So this would allow him to put up a accessory building, which would be approved, which needs to follow setbacks and so on and so forth. And if it's of greater than 3,000 square feet, that would be approved by the Plan Commission. I do know, based on the size of the combined lot, that I think the maximum size is a little over 2,000 square feet for an accessory building on that property. Our surveyor had a couple of technical comments in terms of the certified survey map, nothing major that can be addressed if this is approved. So if the Plan Commission agrees with the above comments in my staff report, the Town Plan Commission may choose to recommend approval to the Town Board. I do have 3 conditions. One would be the petitioner satisfy all comments, conditions, and concerns of the Town of Vernon. I'd like to change that condition to state Town of Vernon Chairman, Planner, Engineer, and Surveyor, just to be more specific. And I'll do that moving forward for all land division or combination requests. The petitioner shall obtain all required signatures inscribed on the CSM prior to signing by the Town of Vernon. It's the City of Waukesha has extraterritorial plat review on this. The CSM does list the Village of Big Bend. That is a mistake, and as far as I know, that is going to be updated. So once Waukesha signs off on it, once all the technical changes are amended, then the town can sign the CSM. And then finally is just the reimbursement, standard reimbursement condition for fees.
Okay, discussion. Commissioner Mahalik.
Going back to point number 1 on your staff recommendation, did you say the Village Big Bend was listed inadvertently on this, or?
Yeah,
City
it should be City of Waukesha.
City of Waukesha?
Yeah, so that should be changed, and we'll make sure that City of Waukesha signs it.
And your list again, Sean, of people at the Town of Vernon,
Chairman, Planner, Engineer, and Surveyor, and
Okay.
then, so all the conditions are technical in nature on this, but if something comes up for discussion, Because really, the plan commission won't see it again, and so the signature comes from the chairman, and so his, your name needs to be, you need to approve the changes as
Do we need to
well.
list the attorney on there? Maybe not on this one. maybe.
Not necessarily.
Right.
Sean, I know this is probably a little premature, but my concern is the size of the accessory building on here. Do you know what's being proposed, or?
I do not, I have not had discussions. I do know that there has been this talk of an accessory structure, but I don't know what the proposal is at this time.
Even so, the building inspector would have purview on that, wouldn't he?
It would be me that would write a zoning permit to make sure it meets all the standards for a 3.14 acre lot. And then the building inspector would review the building for code. So it's basically, the limit would be, I can tell you exactly what the size would be.
Certain percentage, right?
Yeah, it's 1.5% of the lot, which is 1966 square feet.
And there's other requirements in the ordinance.
Sure, there are
Like it's gotta
setback
be
requirements.
behind
It's
the
gotta be behind, you
house.
can't be further to
Right.
closer to the street than this house. and
My
so
only
on.
concern is that I hope it's not the intent to join these lots so they can build a bigger accessory building in a well-established subdivision,
Sure.
where it would normally be half of that.
No, I get it, but if you approve this, that's what he can ask for, is 1966. And so I guess I'd also add that he meets all the requirements of zoning. He meets the land division requirements. He's not asking for a rezoning, and so
Right.
if he meets the requirements of the ordinance, if you deny this, there's gotta be a reason, and certainly that could be one.
Well, and it hasn't been proposed yet.
Has not been proposed. We have no
Can't
idea
use
what's
it
being
for a reason.
proposed.
Other than that, I have no problem with it.
I would also say that there are larger lots in the subdivision, not in the immediate vicinity of this one, but I think,
Properties to the west there.
yeah, the properties to the west that's still within Millbrook Village subdivision are larger than what's proposed here.
And many of those do have accessory buildings on them already, I think, when I looked. Oh, were you looking? No.
No,
Okay.
I'm
I
just,
thought you were looking, okay. I thought you had
no, I was
that.
pulling up the aerial.
Yeah, the aerial
photo,
view
but-
of it, but you can't really tell, can you?
Yeah, I mean, I could take time to measure, but
Right.
there are larger accessory structures, there are larger lots in the subdivision.
Any further discussion? So we're looking for a motion to recommend to the Town of Vernon Board, one way or the other, approve or not.
I'll make the motion that Town of Vernon Plan Commission recommends to the Town of Vernon Board approval of the certified survey map request for David Sparks, being all lots of lots 9 and 10 of Millbrook Village, Town of Vernon, Wisconsin, subject to the following conditions. And I'll have you include those conditions 1, 2, and 3.
And one as modified, as stated by the planner. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries by voice vote unanimous. Okay. Item 5, discussion and possible action on a recommendation to the Vernon Town Board for the final survey map of Chris Lohman.
Mr. Chairman, you want to tell Mr. Sparks that will be on the agenda on the 18th?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we'll have it on the agenda for the 18th, town board.
Sparks, this will be on the town board agenda on the 18th of July.
Next week, Thursday. Okay, number 5. Sean, you want to kick that one off, please?
Yes, I will. What the petition is requesting is a certified survey map to create one lot to build a home on. One lot to build a home on. It's at the address, there's no address on this one. The tax key is 2029999. The property is 32.76 acres in area. It's on Town Line Road at the very north end of the town of Vernon. What he wants to do is to create a 2.53 acre lot, basically in the northwest corner of the property. The property is currently farmed. Property is owned by the petitioner's uncle. He also owns land in the town of Waukesha to the north, and so the holdings are greater than 32 acres, and wants to continue farming the remainder that won't be split off for the 2.53 acre lot. In February of this year, the petitioner approached the Plan Commission with a conceptual certified survey map, and at the time showed a 2 acre lot, which was a little bit wider, not as deep, and had some extra space at the back of the lot. And that request was looked on favorably by the Plan Commission at the time to create the lot. The new lot is a little bit narrower, a little bit deeper, so it does extend back, and there's no wasted space behind the lot. One of the big things about this particular property is that it's zoned RRD5 residential, which is the Conservation Development District. And so what's required per that zoning district is minimum lot size is 1 acre, minimum width of 150 feet, meets that. The overall density not to exceed 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. So for a 32 acre property, there's potentially 6 development rights on the property, or 6 houses. The Plan Commission would have to approve the shape and arrangement of any preserved land. Lots must be developed in a conservation design format, and then a deed restriction or covenant is recorded, or should be recorded, noting part or all of the development rights have been used. No additional rights would accrue until such time it could be served with municipal sewer and a zoning change is approved. With that said, when we met with the Plan Commission first time on this, I did point that out. We had a master concept plan that was looked at that extended Myers Drive and through the property to the north to Town Line Road, and then it showed 5 or 6 lots off of that road in the future. And so we talked about that, and the petitioner came forward, met with the Plan Commission conceptually. That idea was not put forward. The Plan Commission was okay with that in light of the fact that this is 1 lot for a family member off in the corner of the lot where the remainder would be preserved for farming. They still wanted a deed restriction put on the property that says there's no more further division of this 1 lot that's being created, and then there's 5 development rights remaining for the lot 2, the remainder of the parcel. So that's what the Plan Commission went with. In addition, there's also a bit of wetland on lot 2, the larger lot, though it's sort of in the northeast corner of the parcel. The Plan Commission did not grant the waiver the last time when the conceptual map was shown, but said that a waiver request could be sought so that the wetlands wouldn't have to be delineated and shown on the CSM at this time. If it ever gets developed in the future, where the lots would be closer to that wetland, then it would be delineated at that time. So that's what we're looking at. There's a waiver request here that the Plan Commission would need to approve for so that the wetlands would not need to be delineated. Our surveyor had some technical comments as well that could be cleaned up. I know the survey was updated today. I took a look at it. It looks like a number of them have been satisfied, but at least 1 or 2 have not, so we could work through that issue. I guess one thing I do want to address, though, is the way the parcel is configured and the way Myers Drive is configured, in that Myers Drive is already 1,200 feet long, and it's a temporary cul-de-sac. So it's already longer than our ordinance allows by quite a bit. And so the idea there would be to extend it onto the property for some future development. One of the problems, though, is that in order to get it, if we just cul-de-saced it onto the property at some point, it'd be longer than 1,200 feet, so we're growing it. In order to get it all the way to Town Line Road, that's another 1,200 feet of road for 5 or 6 lots, and it's pretty big. That's a lot of road. That's about, if you do the math on it, 1,200 feet is, ballpark $240,000 road. That's almost $50,000 per lot for a road to be built. So I understand the zoning on the property is RRD5, but a conservation design on the property is it might take a little bit of work to determine exactly where it needs to go, or even whether a further waiver would need to be sought for, just to put a cul-de-sac bulb onto Myers Drive in the future so that a couple lots can be popped off the end of it, where it may never be developed as RD5 to be able to get a road all the way to Town Line Road in an economically feasible fashion. So that's all I have. If the Plan Commission does choose to recommend approval, I do have a series of conditions. I will go through those. The actual action item does include the recommendation of approval of the certified survey map and the granting of the waiver, so that the CSM does not need to include the wetland delineation at this time. As I previously mentioned, the same change would be recommended for condition 1, which would be to satisfy all comments, conditions, and concerns of the Vernon chairman, planner, engineer, surveyor, in terms of the certified survey map. Next condition is that a note be added to the CSM indicating that no further land divisions allowed on Lot 1. The remaining development right on Lot 2 are recorded by deed restriction. Number 3, that a note added the CSM to record a deed restriction on Lot 2, limiting future divisions to a total of 5 lots, including the remnant parcel, until the parcel can be served with municipal sewer and zoning change, allowing an increase in density. That the petitioner pay proportionate payment in lieu of park fees according to Section 200-12C2 of the Code of Ordinances. Petitioner satisfy all conditions, necessary approvals for Waukesha County for the on-site waste system and well. Petitioner shall obtain all of the required signatures, including the city of Waukesha, inscribed in the CSM, and then the reimbursement of costs as well. I would note that some of the updates to the certified survey map that have been submitted today do include the couple of notes relative to Lot 1 and Lot 2, and the deed restrictions. We would still require, once this is recorded, to have a deed restriction filed with the County Register of Deeds for Lot 2. That's all I have.
Sean, what about a deed restriction regarding Myers Drive? And
Yeah,
further
we
land?
did, we talked about that at the staff meeting. I didn't
Right.
update my staff report yet for that. And the idea was that a note be added to the CSM, because Myers Drive is a temporary cul-de-sac without an actual bulb at the end. It's not an ideal situation.
Right.
That at some point, when additional lots would develop besides this one, that at least a cul-de-sac bulb be added to Myers Drive. So it's either extended to Town Line Road, or it's cul-de-sac with some finished product, because it's not finished yet.
Wouldn't you anticipate a change in zoning if somebody were to develop this any further?
Potentially, I mean,
Smaller lots?
that's a possibility, yeah.
Can I say something?
Sure.
My uncle's an old farmer, if people know my uncle. There's no intent in this couple hundred acres he has to subdivide this at all. If he lives another 50 years, this is gonna be farm fields for his beef cattle. He's offering my wife and I this slice, and originally when I came in February, it was a little square, and my aunt and uncle talked about it, and they said, well, just make it a little thinner and bring it all the way back to the subdivision. So that's really all we're trying to do. And honestly, the deed restriction, I talked to my uncle and aunt the past couple days about the deed restriction for Lot 1 and Lot 2, allowing just the 5 housing units left to be on Lot 2, and they're okay with that. Honestly, if there's a whole bunch of deed restrictions regarding some subdivision that was built before, I mean, I guess it is what it is, but because somebody built a road that abuts my uncle's land, I don't know if it's his problem to make a bulb for a cul-de-sac. And I understand development and all that. And when my uncle's gone, let's be honest, it's probably is gonna be rezoned, and it's gonna be a Bellman-Belinsky type situation where there's gonna be small housing units there in the future, but now, none of that's planned.
Right.
None of that's planned. So, I mean, I want everybody to understand that this isn't a situation where all of a sudden, okay, Walt Loman's gonna sell his farm and it's gonna be subdivided. That's not the goal. The goal is that we can build a house here, and that's really what the division is. And I get the road and all that sort of stuff, but the deed restriction was honestly a hard thing for my uncle to work through as far as the 5 units. He didn't quite understand. He's like, well, I just want to give you some land to build a house, and so it's obviously more complicated than that, but we're okay with that. I guess it's up to you what you want to do, but we're trying to move forward. We're trying to build here so we can, my kids go to Racine Unified School, fine school. We want to get in the McQuantico School District before next fall, so we're trying to move this forward, if that makes any sort of sense. So I'm not, I don't want to, I understand there's hurdles and there's a process, but we're trying to move forward with this whole thing. If that
I
makes sense.
understand your concern. We're called the planning commission because we have to look out for everything, you know,
Yeah.
especially in the future.
Yeah, and I understand that completely.
I would just add two things. One, he doesn't have to build the cul-de-sac bulb, he doesn't have to extend the road, he doesn't do any of that unless he develops further. So
Yeah.
if he just
Which
wants to
won't.
farm, then it's not, that deed restriction isn't gonna impact him one way or the other. And whoever does eventually develop this, no matter what, has to extend that anyway. So it's really just locking it up and making sure that we feel good about it, and that splitting this one lot off is okay, or could be okay now, but in the future, the rest of it has to be done correctly. The other thing is that we're kind of hamstrung by the existing zoning, so we're talking about, the zone RD5, and RD5 has certain rules, and one of the rules is whatever development rights are remaining have to be de-restricted, and that's the bottom line.
And we're okay with that. It's just an area that doesn't affect the lot. And again, absolutely agree. I understand the future of it, but if there's something that happens in the future, it's gonna be, let's be honest, it's gonna be rezoned. I'll assume.
Right, and then none of that will matter, and that's okay.
Exactly.
Well, the
But
problem I see is that none of us may be here.
Right.
And that maybe somebody would forget about that and not extend that through. Or
Right. It doesn't, it just,
That's-
the intent is to extend it, and so it
Yeah.
should be noted as such.
Right.
Right, that would be, that's, I think, why we talked about it at staff, is there isn't, and for good reason, I mean, he wants to continue to farm, there isn't some, conceptual plan or master plan your uncle has for the property, he wants to continue to farm, and he isn't thinking about a subdivision or what have you.
Yeah, and we don't have to,
So-
we don't have to deed restrict the cul-de-sac
Right.
extension. We could just note the CSM, and so when that's pulled up next time, we'll see it right on there. And so that would be okay.
What I was gonna ask, if it's not deed restricted, the next plan commission if it turns into a subdivision, should be able to take
The
care of
first
that
thing we're gonna
problem.
look at is-
Is the
It would be
CSM.
on there, right.
Right, so if that's the point, then maybe that's the solution, so that, I understand deed restrictions, people are, what do you got that on my property for? Yeah, I get it.
I'm trying to play Switzerland here, like, I wanna build a house this century, but yet I'm trying to, yeah, I mean, if people know my uncle, I mean, I'm trying to work through this here. It's a
But,
process.
and the problem always is maybe not your lot, but the next nephew or whatever, there's another slice, and all of a sudden Myers is in a stuck mode, and
Well-
we've got Myers as a tunnel,
I know this doesn't
no
mean
bulb
anything,
or
don't worry, there
anything.
won't be another. So, I can just, I'm telling you. My uncle's doing this as a favor to my wife and I. This is a rare, well, I know everyone's circumstance is rare or whatever, but.
So how would that be accomplished, Sean?
So I'm wondering if the note would say, no additional lots created from Lot 2 prior to extension of Myers Drive.
Are they allowed another lot under RRD 5?
They're allowed 5 more,
5 more?
Right.
and so we wouldn't allow any more.
can I ask a question? Let's say the land's divided, which again, it's not gonna be, and they say, well, I don't want anything to do with Myers Drive. I mean, that's a problem for the person that, I mean, I guess, and again, I understand the planning, but, and Sean and I talked about this before, and I'm not being argumentative, but it's kind of presumptuous that somebody builds a road right to somebody's land and says, well, if anyone ever is gonna do it, they're forced into extending Myers Drive. You know what I'm saying? So, I get it ends there, but just to say, well, you know, if you had a farm and somebody just builds a road to it, well, if you ever sell it, that road's gonna be your problem. And I understand that, let's be honest though, that Myers Drive will go to Town Line or whatever the case may be 20 years down the road, hopefully longer for my uncle and aunt's sake, but that doesn't really affect this. But I understand, I don't wanna write this whole thing up where all these restrictions on something in the future that's,
Sure.
I'm trying to appease my uncle and just, you know, the deed restriction for the, making this 5 units unless it's rezoned or has sewer, I get that. And not splitting that lot 1. I'll do whatever, I'm just
Right.
trying to explain,
But the bottom line, and we've talked about this, is if we don't, so it's the subdivision of the west went in, right? And then and it was accepted that the road would eventually come out east to your property. I know that's not your problem, but we can't look in a bubble. That was done, so we have to look at how the best way to plan both these properties in conjunction with each other. Long-term, the best approach is to extend that eventually back out to Town Line Road if possible. And so that's not necessarily your problem, but as a planning body, we have to consider those things. Otherwise, nothing would match up anywhere.
If this were noted on the CSM, could a future plan commission, they'd see it, but then could they waive it in the event circumstances change? And
Not unless the CSM was amended.
so you'd have
So
to
you'd have
amend
to
the
amend the
CSM.
CSM, you have to, Plan Commission and Board would need to approve it, extraterritorial bodies would need to approve it.
But it could be
Could
changed.
be done, just like
Could
a
be
deed
done.
restriction could be removed.
And the deed restriction, sure, that could be changed too, if the party who's in favor of the deed restriction agrees to it.
You know, say if in the future they just say, hey, we're just gonna put 4 more lots in, access off of Town Line Road, there'd be no need to extend Myers, and then you're requiring them to put a cul-de-sac in when no one will be using it.
Yeah, except Myers, that situation's not ideal. It's not even a T intersection. It just dead ends, right? So
That's the problem.
the problem is it was platted as a temporary cul-de-sac, meant to be extended, and so what do we do with that?
I think we have to plan for it. And
And
it
I'll-
may not be a problem, it may be a benefit.
and I would say to your point, if you would say, okay, let's say you have 4 lots on Town Line Road, it's a little presumptuous to say, well, the landowner will then give this land to build a cul-de-sac, when there could be a proponent to say, well, if the land dead ends, correct, well, take the land from the people that are in that subdivision there and make the cul-de-sac. And again,
Yeah.
there's 2 ways to look at it, so, correct, just because the people, why wasn't the requirement to make a cul-de-sac when these people built a subdivision? How does it become my uncle's problem? And again, I'm not being argumentative, like, so they don't follow the rules or make a cul-de-sac, so then it's our problem. You know what I
Well,
mean? So-
even if they made one, it would have been a temporary cul-de-sac. It would have been it would have been, the right-of-way 66 feet wide, the temporary cul-de-sac would have been temporary pavement that would have been on private property, always intended to be removed and replaced. And it's actually a benefit to you that that temporary cul-de-sac never happened, because it's cheaper now. If whoever buys your property, develops your property, or your uncle develops it, normally to extend that road, they'd also have to remove the bulb of the cul-de-sac to extend it first, and then repair all that area as well. So that's less that has to be done in this situation. But subdivisions are platted all over the world with temporary cul-de-sacs, because you have to plan to get from one property to the next, and that's just the way it's done.
Sean, to solve this problem, can we put a note on there that states, when this property is divided into more than 4 lots or 5 lots, whatever's allowed, then that would go into effect?
I guess, I'm sorry, Sean.
Go ahead.
If this is gonna be developed in the future, and let's be honest, it will be, when something happens to my uncle and aunt, I would assume the person that's gonna divide this would say, okay, Myers Drive, we gotta bring this to town line, right? So that would be, that's kind of like, goes without saying that they would take care of that.
Well, what I'm saying is, what if somebody buys it and they wanna divide it into RRD 5 lots, and it's only, what, 4 more?
Five more.
Including the remnant, right?
Right, including the remnant, 4, right.
Then that would never get resolved, but if they wanna change the zoning and make more lots, then they would have to do that.
So we don't necessarily want to see lots lined up on Town Line Road with no future access from Myers to get back to Town Line. So if you didn't require the CSM to say Myers Drive would be extended and left it alone, the next time someone comes in for a land division of this property, we would have to say, whatever you plan here has got to meet the conservation subdivision. We got to make sure that there's going to be proper access to get to Town Line Road, and we could do it piecemeal, lot by lot, just making sure that there was room to get to where we wanted to go, but, you know, that's not thinking into the future. And so the master plan was what we tried to do originally, and the plan commission at the time decided not necessary now, because all he wants to do is one lot, and that's understood. And so now we're at a dilemma here in terms of how much to
I like
require.
the idea where if it's gonna be more than 5 lots, or a change of zoning,
But, like Sean
Then it would
said, then
require,
it
yeah.
may never happen then, right?
Right, someone might just come in for 4 or 5 lots.
Meyer Drive will always be that way then. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that the current zoning says conservation subdivision. So how do you do conservation subdivision without extending a road, right? I mean, there's just no way to do it,
Yeah.
because you want to cluster them around a road in some way. So we wouldn't allow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to happen, because the zoning says you can't do that.
Well,
which would automatically force him to extend Myers Drive then.
Something has to be done with Myers Drive at some point with this property.
I think we need that note on that CSM then.
So
It shouldn't affect your uncle at all.
So you're saying the creation of more than 4 additional lots?
Well, even if one, if you think that's the way to go.
I feel like that's the way to go, because the property's it's a precarious, the shape of the property is already odd, right? And so you're already limited to what you can do with the layout of lots and getting the road down to Town Line Road. And the more it gets divided up, even one more additional lot or 2 more additional lots is really gonna curb ultimately what you can do with the property. And so I think,
But would we allow even one more
that's what
additional
I'm
lot?
saying. What I'm saying is that no more land divisions on Lot 2 until Myers Drive is extended, one way or the other, whether it's bulbed through a waiver or it's extended to Town Line Road.
But that would still just be a note
On the CSM,
on the CSM that would act as a reminder.
Right.
right.
The CSM could then be modified in future date
If the plan commission board at the time thought it was, or the zoning got changed, or whatever else happened, it could be
Is
modified.
that a deed restriction?
No, just a note on the
Just a note.
if,
CSM.
just a note on the CSM.
Okay, and I guess the goal is that it gets approved, so I mean, I guess I'll do whatever you recommend. I'm trying to be cognizant of my uncle and in the land. It's just, I could say too, well, why don't you make Myers Road shorter? Why don't, because there's the pilot or whoever owns that land behind here, well, you could turn Myers to the right and go up that way. Why does it have to go to town line? So,
Right, but your property is going to be developed. This property will be farmed for a while, but at some point in time, it's likely to be developed. And the best way to develop it is from an extension from Myers Drive.
not arguing that, that's,
I mean, ultimately, someday, that's what we want to see. So we're just saying, you get your one lot, that's what you wanted. You're saying your uncle's going to farm it for as long as he knows. And so he doesn't have to build anything now, just whenever it gets developed, even one more lot, that's when Myers Drive is extended, meaning at least a cul-de-sac.
I have a different topic. Just wanted to clarify that he's talking about the wetlands earlier on the
East, like,
east side of.
the east side of the property.
Now, that's just, the wetlands does not extend into lot 1.
No, that little piece that's cut out already for that lot in the middle of the property. It's really to the northeast, east of that. And so we'd have had him delineate them if they were anywhere near
Okay.
the lot.
And so one of the issues was that we don't show the wetlands on the.
Right, so you have to grant a waiver from that requirement.
Do we have to go through these waiver
Yeah, so
request
there's
permits?
some provisions there that you have to consider in order to grant the waiver. And so you have to make a consideration, but not necessarily an affirmative finding of the following factors. And they're listed on page 2, number 3, A through E. And then determine whether it's objectively reasonable to grant the request for waiver by a 2/3 vote of the members present. And so the motion, the action item includes that waiver in it, if you determine it prior.
Do we have to go through?
I think
A
you should
through E
consider
and
them, yeah, I think you definitely should.
Take a vote on each one?
Yes, I think you should.
Or at
Or in
least-
total.
Or in total, right, but we should certainly discuss them one by one. And
Yeah.
And what's the downside to showing the wetlands on the CSI?
The expense, the downside is someone has to delineate them and survey them, so it's, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that in addition. So, and it's not really gonna serve a purpose because wetland delineation is only good for 5 years anyways. So
Yeah.
if nothing's happening for 5 years, to put it on there is not, doesn't serve a big purpose.
Again, that's something that would have to be done in the future
Yeah,
if it's developed.
And it's not wet there, they did a perk test, it perked for a conventional system, it's like play sand.
On
when they
your
dig
lot,
down.
lot one.
Yes, exactly, so it's not wet, no cattails, none of that, that's all way on the other side of the 32.
And it's delineated as wetland. And that could be changed.
The DNR has it mapped as wetland, not based on field verification, but soils and aerial photos.
shall we go through the A through E, while we're on the topic of A through E? Would it be consistent with the general intent of this chapter? I think the general intent, Sean, is to delineate those so everyone knows where they are and can do the proper planning. If this lot doesn't have any wetland anywhere close to it.
Right, we're concerned about the 75-foot setback from wetlands.
Right. So it seems to me it would be consistent with the general intent. Would it adversely affect property owners in the surrounding area?
No, because it doesn't change how the land is used in any capacity.
And the only neighbor is Schultz, that doesn't affect it.
If you were granting a waiver from, something else that affected lot shape or lot size or whatever it was, then that potentially could impact somebody.
And certainly if the lot had wetlands on it, we'd want to see it
We
delineated.
want to see them to make sure to
And
protect
we
it.
wouldn't, I wouldn't even, entertain a waiver at that point. Letter C, if granted, would benefit the petitioner's project in a way that is not inconsistent with the town's interest. I guess it would benefit your project because you're saving an expense. And is that not inconsistent, or stated the other way, is it consistent with the town's interest? What was the town's interest? Delineate wetlands.
To
so-
protect wetlands.
Protect wetlands, right? And if there's none there, are we protecting it? So it's, I would say it's consistent. Whether petitioner is in full compliance with applicable ordinance and agreements.
Aside from this one provision in the land division ordinance, it is.
Well, yeah, I think that goes to, well, it's not only this waiver, but we want these other 5.
Okay.
And then maybe in the totality, it's overboard, but this is the only one. So I would think the answer to that is yes. And then E, instead of granting the request for waiver, the chapter itself would be changed to accommodate the kind of situation presented by the petitioner. I don't know that one individual lot in the town of Vernon would necessitate changing anything in our rules and
The
regulations.
other issue
codes.
is, well, where do you draw the line? I mean, when do
Right.
wetlands need to be surveyed or not? Do you pick an arbitrary number in terms of a general distance? And so we want to see them, except when we don't need to see them.
Right. Commissioners are shaking their heads. Is there any discussion? Is there any disagreement regarding granting the waiver, I'll put it that way. In other words, if there's good reasons not to grant it, how's that? So we can, so we can reach a consensus on the waiver at least. Have we reached a consensus on this note on the CSM that no additional lots are created without extension of Myers Drive? As discussed.
Yes.
Okay. I've got commissioners all nodding their heads, yes, okay. Anything else with regard to the staff recommendation or conditions to discuss?
So is the added condition then, no new lots created from Lot 2 prior to extension of Myers Drive?
Right, it would be additional lots on Lot 2, right? The big part,
big
the
one.
large parcel.
Lot one's
right.
already
Right, that's,
can't be divided.
that's his parcel, or going to be his parcel.
What you just said was prior to the extension of Myers Drive. Should it read prior to review of extension of Myers Drive? Because right now what we're saying is, like that, if you make a lot there, you gotta put Myers Drive in.
Oh, you're saying to be able to do that without approval?
Yes. I mean, without having to change the CSM.
Well, I get what you're getting at, but you can't extend a road without approval
Without approval.
regardless. I mean, there's just, you can't, you gotta pull a permit, you gotta have approval, you can't build the road.
Yeah, that wasn't where I was going. Right now, the way you phrased it,
Uh-huh.
is say that if Uncle wanted to add one lot on the far west corner,
Uh-huh.
still have to, he would have to extend Myers.
We wanna see that, at least a bulb, a cul-de-sac bulb or something there.
And all I was saying is, instead of saying you have to, can you say somehow
Oh.
that?
Needs to be reviewed,
subject to
I see.
review or some, or planning commission?
So it may be required to be extended.
Yes.
The town may require extension of Myers Drive upon creation of any new additional lots on Lot 2.
Would that
Yeah.
apply?
May require, I'm sorry, may
The
require.
the
review.
town may require extension of Myers Drive upon creation of any additional lots within Lot 2.
That way we're accomplishing the fact that it would be reviewed, looked at, some wouldn't get forgotten about.
Yeah, I would have no issue with that if the planning commission feels that's okay.
I like that wording better too.
Yeah, that's the softest way to say it, I think.
Do we have to vote on the waivers?
It says 2/3 vote for the waiver.
Separate.
Yeah, it's 2/3, yeah, I guess, I suppose that's right, we should, and in the future, we did talk with, on the attorney's call about separating waivers from, and putting them separate
Separate agenda
agenda
items in the
items,
future.
in which we will do in the future, but yeah, I think
Planning
we
commission.
should probably have a motion, two motions on this, one on the, I would think, on the waiver and also on the CSM,
Well, we don't have it, the
the agenda.
The agenda doesn't
okay.
have a separate motion for that, so.
So we should put
So
it
I
together.
included them together.
Okay.
It's both.
Does this go to the town board?
This will go to the town board,
So the motion would have to include that,
right.
or they both?
It's in there.
Yeah, you've got a sample motion in here. Yeah, and I suppose we could approve the CFSM with majority vote, but the waiver is 2/3, so that's going to get 4 commissioners on the waiver and then 3 on the, so if we get into a stuck position, we'll have to deal with it shortly.
I would also add, before you do that, so we have the condition, the additional condition for Myers Drive. We have my amended condition for town chairman, town planner, engineer, and survey review. I would also state that we should probably state on the, as a requirement that the CSM be updated to include the fact that if the waiver is approved, that the waiver was granted as well, and that's why the wetland's not shown. So basically state on the CSM that a waiver was granted that did not require the delineation and depiction of the wetland.
So that would also be a note on the CSM that the waiver
Yes.
was granted, okay. So we'll add that to the conditions as well. That would be favorable for the CSM. to have that on there.
So waiver was granted for the wetland delineation on CSM. A note on the CSM regarding Myers Drive that no lots on Lot 2 until the town reviews it. And then the other things that weren't done today.
Yeah, and everything else that's on here. And so the two things that were not done that, on the CSM that I saw was the CSM notes to the west, the adjoiner to the west, says Lot 1 CSM number 9736. That's actually Lot 2 of CSM number 9736, so that should be updated. And you already know about the signature block for the city. So those are the two things that, the technical requirements have not been addressed.
The surveyor's comments on Center Drive, where does that come into play, Sean?
Prior to this updated one, they didn't show any, nothing on Center Drive was shown in terms of a width or a distance, and so that's been added on the new CSM.
And Center Drive doesn't exist, that's an old milk road, so.
Over
it's
there, it doesn't
another
exist,
dead end.
that's right.
It may be, but it's technically a platted
Okay.
road.
Is it? Town doesn't plow it, so.
Center Drive is platted in that area?
Let me see.
It's dirt.
Yeah, that's right of way there.
Red Wings.
It doesn't reach the town line, but it comes up from the south. Center Drive comes up from the south and goes north, and it's not a full width, it's like a half of a right of way there, basically. And so the 50 feet that you see on the plat is the east half. The west half would be on his property. That was never platted, but the east half of it, 50 feet is platted. So that does exist.
Okay.
So that's what the comment was, to show that on the CSM.
Well, that could extend, Center Road could extend instead of Myers.
Yeah, but it doesn't touch town line. Town line veers.
Myers doesn't touch town line either.
No, I know. Eventually, this one could. It definitely could extend, but it has to cross 3 or 4 properties to get there. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that that one would also be extended as development happens in the future as well. Part of the issue with that, though, is one of the existing parcels, where it first veers, or first crosses Robin and Verta Vista from the south. It comes across. The property was platted to the east. The lot with a house on it to the west, that's already existing there. It doesn't have the platting, so whenever that home was built, it didn't recognize any future right-of-way there, so there may be issues bringing that forward in the future.
It's nice for those people.
So it's a kind of a planning misstep, and that happens from time to time, and we're trying to avoid that.
I get that.
Sean, since we're on this page, it's point 1, but just above point number 2, it's got, that last sentence, is that correct? What I'm questioning is, it says 1 in parenthetic 2, is that a point number 1 and point number 2, or
I'm sorry, which page are you on,
on
Fred?
page 2, just before point 2, the last sentence?
Oh, that should be 1. One
Right,
new
right.
one.
Thank you,
That is a mistake.
That's a typo.
That is a typo.
thank you. Because I read the 1, and I saw the 2.
Mhm.
I thought, all right.
Yeah, which was it?
So we do read these things.
I see.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion. We've got 2 additional conditions,
Did you take a formal vote on the waiver?
not yet. So we need to take we're gonna do a formal vote on the waiver,
Well,
and then,
a two-thirds vote of the waiver to pass, and then someone will make the motion.
motion
that
to
includes
approve
the-
and approve the waiver. Okay, so we'll have a motion on the waiver to grant, I'll make the motion to grant the waiver request under what, section 200-31 sub 17, is that right? To not require the delineation of wetland on the certified survey map?
Correct.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Okay, so now we're looking for a motion to send this off to the CSM with the conditions off to the town board along with the waiver. As Sean states in his page 3. Yeah,
I'll second.
got it? And do we need to,
With the conditions,
with the-
as stated by the planner? And
Right.
Jim?
Yes.
Okay.
including the 2 new conditions?
I didn't think it was necessary to go through,
Right, it's not, I just wanted to make sure that was part of both of your,
yes.
gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
So when you
Okay.
have the updated
So,
map, send it our way so we can take a
Will I
look.
get the comments from you tonight, or?
Tomorrow morning, I will update my staff report, and then I can copy on it.
so you'll know what to put on your
And I'll get
CSM.
that done for you tomorrow or the next week. I appreciate it, thank you very much. Sorry to take so much time, I'm just trying to figure this out. I want to build a house, that's what I'm really trying to figure out.
Hope the weather cooperates.
Before it snows.
Let's get the land in my name first, then we'll worry about the weather.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, check, Karen. Tonight for 2:13 or 2:15? Okay, thanks, sorry.
Okay, number 6, possible, discussion and possible action on allotment for the armed group, Nick Flemma, Ron and Sarah Beam. Sean, why don't you kick us off? Find your matrices. Your score sheet. So-
No background?
Yeah, I want a little background, and then we need to go through the allotments and whether we need to remove one of them and what the consequences are, you know, based on the fire department and the water protection, before we get started on the scorecard.
Okay, so the petitioner, in essence, is requesting a subdivision plat. They were here, they were here 2 months ago. At the time, they were requesting a preliminary plat approval for a 31-lot subdivision last time. It's been reduced to 30 lots. The subdivision is west of Oakdale Drive, County Road XX, just south of the northern town border. As part of the proposed subdivision, Pheasant Drive would be extended from the Millbrook Village subdivision and connect to Oakdale Drive at Myers Drive. The town previously approved a similar conceptual plan back in 2005 for a very similar subdivision. At the time, there was an allotment done, and the allotment is basically a calculation as to whether or not certain boxes are ticked and how many points you get for doing good things as part of a subdivision. And if you reach a certain threshold, 10 points or more, you can be granted a residential development permit and be allowed to propose your preliminary plat and your final plat, et cetera. So at last meeting in June, we talked about the preliminary plat a little bit. It got sent back for some updates and some revisions. The petitioner is also requesting a rezoning. Those are both separate items on the agenda tonight that we'll get to. But just some, I guess, just for background, at the last meeting, after we talked about the preliminary plat and the rezone, the allotment was brought up. And so the feeling was that the last concept and preliminary plat that was done in 2005, and that because of that, a new allotment should be done for the property. It was done 14 years ago. The town code has changed. Some of the requirements in the subdivision ordinance have changed. The criteria are not the same anymore as they used to be. And that, in essence, the land division ordinance basically says that these permits have to be issued for that particular year. So everyone felt it was a good idea just to go through the exercise again and do that, and so that's what they're requesting tonight. I have prepared a spreadsheet of the criteria within the ordinance, so these are taken right out of the land division ordinance in terms of what the criteria are. I and the town engineer have gone through the criteria and scored it. We have given it a score of 10 each. We pretty much agreed on all of the issues. We did it separately and talked about it together. There are some notes here. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go through each of these and kind of talk about why I scored it first, and then the Plan Commission can discuss, or how
Well,
would you like to do it?
let's talk about whether, I guess it's number H, fire protection should be thrown out, first of all. If we throw it out, then we'll go through the
Yeah,
consequences of
so-
throwing it out. Because
right.
you didn't score it, and mostly because we didn't even know it was going to be a criteria, because we were waiting for the fire department input.
Right. One thing I guess I'll highlight from the ordinance itself, basically states that, in the event that the Plan Commission by majority vote of the quorum present and voting determines that a category is not pertinent to the application, a score of 0 shall be given for that category. The development requires at least 10 points before a permit can be issued. However, the total points required for the issuance of residential development permits shall be reduced by 1 point for each criteria where the Town Plan Commission has determined the category does not apply. So we have learned since the last subdivision was done in 2008 or so, we got correspondence from the fire chief that says they do not recommend installation of cisterns and associated infrastructure because they have equipment that deals with fire suppression outside of that. One of the criteria happens to be fire protection, if the proposal includes a fire system. And so theirs does not. The Plan Commission needs to determine if that category still applies based on what input the fire chief has given.
Sean, if I understand that right, it was basically a requirement that they had to have it, right?
I don't know if the requirement of the cistern was required. I do know you got points. So you got 3 points if the capacity was 20,000, 15,000, you got 2 points for 15,000 gallons. And then all lots within 1,200 feet of a suction line or holding tank was +1. So we gave some points for some suppression. I don't know if it was
But
required at the time.
There aren't any negative numbers there if you don't have it.
True, there's no 0, right?
So I think it was required.
Before
Now,
my time. Yeah, I don't know.
Do we automatically reduce that 10 down to 9?
If you get rid of the category, it drops from 10 to 9, yes.
Right, and if you don't get rid of it, then it stays
If you
stays at 10,
Yes, that's right.
and since he doesn't have one, you'd have to
You
score
get
it
0
0.
points.
So it could matter, but maybe not.
Right. So it is up to the Plan Commission to determine which categories apply. You also have, the way it's written in the ordinance, you also have latitude in terms of how many points to give it. So it says there are these categories and it's certain criteria for each of them. So 3 points for this, 2 points for that, 1 point for that. The ordinance is pretty clear that you have wide latitude with how to distribute points. So if you don't quite agree with the way they're written or the way the categories are represented, you can give points how you want to based on your personal feelings for that.
Yeah, speaking from the town board side of it, those holding tanks have been an issue now for quite a while, and I prefer to not see those put in and even considered for the future subdivisions.
So yeah, taking them out completely would be a town board action. We could
Yeah.
certainly bring that, work on that at the town board level. The Plan Commission, though, we're faced with it, so I think, well, your point is, let's throw the criteria out, and, now we're down to 9 points. And the Chief Alex Feldy, our fire department, he says, over the years, we have not utilized systems that have been put in place. We have developed an automatic mutual aid program that brings the necessary water we need to fight structure fires, without utilizing cisterns. So, in his view, we don't need them.
Well, we got a larger tank or two than we previously had.
Right. So,
So it's a
that would argue that we should not, just throw it out.
Yep, but it is a majority vote, so
Right,
it
but it's
needs to be
majority
voted on.
Do we need a vote on it?
Yeah, we need a,
We can strike it if it's voted out. If it's not, we need to keep it.
so let's put it in the form of a
So
motion.
we're not saying it's not applicable, we're
For
saying
this
we're
one.
just striking it out
Well, it's
for this one.
not applicable for this
Once it's stricken,
subdivision.
it's automatically, the points drop from 10 to 9 if it's not applicable.
Right.
But what about future subdivisions? This is
No.
if Does this vote affect
This is just this one.
just this?
Until we actually
Right.
change the ordinance. I mean, you
Town
can't,
board.
you can't change the ordinance by a vote tonight, so that would have to be changed in the subdivision ordinance.
Plan commission can't change the ordinance, town board has to do that, but, so this would just be for this, purposes of this subdivision's allotment scoring.
We will, I guess I would urge us to look at the allotment system and some of the criteria going forward, and maybe that's one that we would take out in the future.
From what the chief said here, right? He doesn't feel we need.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm in favor of striking it.
So we need a
Let's make a motion.
We're gonna make a
I'll
motion.
To do that.
motion to strike the water protection system, letter H, from the allotment for this subdivision. How's that?
I'll second.
Is that Jim and, that was Jim and Dan, right?
Yep. Any discussion? Further discussion? All in favor of the motion to strike?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. So struck, letter H. Okay. Now I think we can start down the list.
Okay, so the first one is sanitary disposal. They get 2 points for a municipal sewer system or a COM 83 system. 1 point for conventional. They are showing individual septic conventional systems, so we gave them 1 point each for that.
If it was mound system, it'd be 0 points then?
No.
No,
Is that still considered
it's
conventional?
still considered conventional.
Okay.
Right. Now, nowadays. Yeah, I scored, well, I think we should go across the.
We should.
Yeah, we should poll people across. I can, we can just, well, we got Carl, Jeff, Dan, Jim, everybody's in order, so we could go in order and we can flip back the other way if you don't know, if same guy doesn't want to go first, that would be me. I would score that a 1.
I'd also scored as a 1.
1.
One.
Okay. Letter B.
Compatibility with adjacent development. So if the residences will not have a negative visual impact to surroundings, residences will be compatible with nearby densities, or residences will be incompatible with nearby densities. And so that's from 2, 1, or -1. Really, the subdivision's visible from County Road XX. It's an arterial. We're gonna be looking at the backs of the buildings, the backs of the houses from County Road XX, or the backyards. So I don't think I don't think they're gonna necessarily not have a negative visual impact. They're not hidden behind trees, they're not clustered, you're not seeing the front yards. But I also don't think that they're gonna be incompatible with nearby densities. If you look at the surrounding neighborhood to the west and to the east in Millbrook Village, the lot sizes are a little bit bigger to the west. They're a little bit smaller as you go east, but some of the lots to the west portions are unbuildable in environmental corridors and hydric soils, and that's why some of those lots are larger. I think looking at some of the adjacent homes, some of them are fairly modest in nature. What's being proposed is obviously a new subdivision, which I believe will probably be a higher standard than the subdivision that it's connecting to. So I gave them a 1, the engineer gave them a 1, strictly because I think, we're still going to be looking at these homes, the backs of these homes on Oakdale Drive.
Now, the 1 point is listed under trend 2 there, Sean.
Residences will be compatible with nearby densities is 1.
So it has nothing to do with visibility.
Right.
I don't understand that.
So
whole
we could
section
have
here.
gave them, I have some issues with these
Pretty confusing.
criteria. Some of them are not wholly consistent within the categories, like one of, where you get 2 points has got this topic, where you get 1 point is a completely different topic. So I take some issue with some of these. We're doing the best we can with them, but
Yeah.
here's the way I approached it, is that if you could say that the residences will not have any negative visual impact at all, then you give them 2
If you
points.
couldn't see it from,
Well, that's the way I interpret it, right? And so you can interpret it differently if you'd like, The next one down is they'll be compatible with nearby density. So they might have some visual impact, but at least compatible with nearby density. So, and then once they have,
That's nothing to do with density.
I know.
Well, one's visual and the other is density, okay? That's why it's confusing.
I get it, it's confusing. And so that's why you also have ultimate leeway in terms of
Yeah.
how you assign these points.
But it's saying because of the, looking at trees is more beautiful than looking at backs of houses,
Right.
Right.
okay?
Well, that's why.
So you're not getting the two,
If you could say that there's no visual impact whatsoever, you could also say it's compatible with everything, right? And so you get a 2. But it's, I think it's compatible with nearby densities, I just think there's some visual impact.
right?
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Yeah, it's not
You know,
perfect, it definitely could use big tuning up, but we have what we have in the ordinance right
Well,
now.
And if you read number 3, it says the proposed location of residences is such a manner that they will be visible from arterial and collector streets and adjacent residential areas.
Right,
That's a -1. From what I can see in the little plat that I received, we've got trees lined up there 100 feet apart, and they're 6 to 8 feet high.
well,
There's-
that's proposed, right?
There's no berm, there's very few trees, so I gave it a -1.
Let's read that again. Just for my benefit, because I don't know if I followed completely.
You see
So,
any
so,
of
yeah,
that?
so compatible with adjacent development, number 3. The proposed location of residences is in such a manner that they will be visible from arterial and collector roads and adjacent residential areas, or is of a density that's incompatible with adjacent areas, -1 point.
And we're not looking at the good side of the house, we're looking at the back.
Sure,
Most subdivisions along county roads, Highway I over by Fox River Park, they've got all kinds of landscaping there, they've got berms. There's many other ones I know in the area that have an undulating berm with all kinds of plantings, maybe some decorative fences out there. That's my feeling on it.
Yeah, I agree with the planner and engineer's comments and give it a 1.
And as stated earlier, I was reading that more to density, goes to density. And but I get the point about the visible, and it's, there's XX, and I was, thinking to myself, well, it's in the ballpark on the density. Some are a little more, some are a little less. Maybe it's on a little light side, but it's pretty much similar.
We have a
And-
whole category of density down
Right.
under D.
Yeah, and then you go down to density under D, and now it's almost double scoring on the allotment system, right? And it's XX, and backyards to XS, because people are right, sometimes there's berms, sometimes there's trees, sometimes the homeowners put up the trees later, but it's XX, it's not a collector street, it's an arterial street, so I kind of minimized that in my own mind anyway, when I was thinking through it, but that was my thought process. I know people differ, that's why we do it, that's why there's 5 commissioners.
I put a 1.
One. Commissioner Mahalik.
I'd like to have some forestry up there. But, I'm gonna go with a 1 because of the wording on the point. Discuss it.
Okay. Letters.
Okay, site alterations. 2 points for all primary,
Just backtrack for a second.
yeah.
Carl, what did, Mr. Chairman, what did you do?
A 1, I scored it a 1.
Dan?
A minus 1.
C, site alterations, 2 points for all primary environmental corridors preserved, 1 point for site alterations limited to the right-of-way, 0 points to site alterations greater than 20% outside the right-of-way or 10% of the woodlands, and negative 2 points for site alterations greater than 20% outside the right-of-way or 20% of woodlands. So, again, these categories are not apples to apples necessarily. But I can say that all primary environmental corridors are preserved in the property. They're not entirely on the outlot. The vast majority is on the outlot. But there are a few lots that have corridors on them. However, there are restrictions added to the plat that state that the standard county restrictions for no cutting of native species, no building within the primary environmental corridors, or so on. So I give that a 2, the engineer gave that a 2, your opinion may differ.
Where are those restrictions stated, Sean?
They're on one of the note pages of the plat.
Sean, your ordinance says a deed restriction is considered a restriction to working ordinance.
I'm sorry, say that again, Paul?
It says,
It's there, isn't it? Yeah.
Substantial open space will be deemed to have been preserved if the proposed development contains deed restrictions or other evidence satisfactory to the town plan commission. So the other evidence can be the environmental corridor restrictions. The outlot is obviously protected.
Right.
And so it's just the amount in the backyards of some of those lots that's also essentially protected through a restriction on the CSM.
Okay.
yeah, it says substantial open space will be deemed to have been deemed to be preserved if proposed development contains deed restrictions or other evidence satisfactory.
Yeah, that is actually down to number E though, so we're still on C.
Yeah, okay,
So that's a different issue altogether, but the language is there,
but it's the same language, a little different.
yeah.
Do we have an upgraded grading plan?
We do not have yet an upgraded grading plan, we still have the one that's submitted. I do know, after speaking with Paul yesterday, that that's going to be amended to remove the swale, for instance, from the,
Yeah, the things on the grade, a couple of things on the grading plan. First of all, Oakdale, XX is so high, you can't really burn it, so we're not gonna burn any of that.
Some areas you can.
Well, you could, if that was solid. But we're not gonna grade out, except for the lots, a couple of lots on the north side. We're not gonna make any lots, flat pads. We're just gonna build a road, and use the natural material, and we're gonna pre-design all the septic areas. So we've reduced the grading by 3/4 from what we had. We do those grading plans, when we do the first one, we do it more to see the stormwater. Because you got a plan for some people designing and building houses, and now we come back and rework that. So normally we do that between the preliminary and the final plat, so. We did the grading plan for the stormwater plan because that was the requirement.
so there is gonna be some, obviously some grading outside of the rights of
Not in
way,
the corridor,
not in the corridor.
not in the corridor.
And so the weird thing about the way these allotment criteria works is that, 2 points for preservation of the corridor, but then the next items are completely different, and they
Yeah.
talk about grading and so on. So in my interpretation of what the ordinance says, because they met the most important thing was to preserve the corridor, and they did that, that's why I gave them 2 points.
So how do you figure in the site alterations into your
Well,
delineation?
if the corridor wasn't there, or they didn't preserve the corridor, then you'd go down to the
No,
next one in
I'm
line.
speaking about the site alterations, limited to the right-of-way or greater than 20% outside the right-of-way?
Yeah, they're probably greater than 20% outside the right-of-way,
And that's a 0.
or 10% of
So
woodlands, and they're not,
We balance those numbers then in this category, or?
it is up to you. If I'd have written these criteria, they'd look much different. again, the way I interpreted was that the most points you got for the preservation of the corridors, they did that. Because they did that, everything else is irrelevant because they preserved the most important thing on the site. And so the site grading becomes less important because they preserved what they were supposed to preserve.
Well, not according to county and the sanitary department. I know the grading on this property is utmost importance.
It is. And so they wanted to minimize grading.
So once you give them like the 2 for preserving the corridors, but then we get a 0 because, on number 3, because, you know, they're grading greater than 20%, but less than 10% of the woodlands? So that used to be an automatic 0?
We could, the way the rules work though, don't talk about scoring giving points for multiple criteria.
just one.
It's you're
Right.
picking something
Okay.
That's
in
the
the
problem.
latitude of points.
Right, that's the problem with these, is that, yeah, they preserve the environmental corridor, 2 points. But they're also
Disturbing areas outside the
disturbing
right of way.
outside of the right of way, and maybe by more than 20%. And even though they're not, it
It's-
may be because they have to.
I
Yeah,
don't know
I mean,
who
you
would-
almost
who would ever
have
develop a
to.
subdivision.
Yeah, ponds and so forth, yeah.
Right.
Sure, we're not supposed to be doing every category.
He said, that's why he said just 1 per section.
You have to grade out, yeah.
That's what I thought too, it's like,
We're
okay,
probably at 10%
because they jump all
now,
over.
but you can't get much less than 10% because you can't maintain it in the right way, because you gotta match, the road's gotta be as constant as grade. So you can't build a road that's contained completely in the right way.
Right, so
So
that.
no matter what,
that's-
you're always outside the right of way, no matter.
Right,
what.
that's the part I was having when I was scoring these, isn't number 3 almost always
You're
gonna
almost
apply?
gonna always
Yeah,
do some
yeah,
grading
yep.
outside the right of way. It's impossible to do a
I've
subdivision
never done
outside.
one where you gotta grade some on the right way. We're gonna minimize that because it costs, Ron, it's a cost issue. But you also wanna make sure the road is not a bunch of vertical curves, because you gotta make it drivable, things like that, and maintenance wise. So you're gonna grade outside the cul-de-sac, outside the road and stuff. So we're probably gonna be 10%, less than 10%. But again, you don't want then all the houses below the road and the water draining off the road down the driveway and the drive this whole. I don't know how you
Or,
could.
I guess
read this,
you-
you had to pick, 2 because of the.
But here's the thing, is that number three says, if we're only 20% outside the right of way, and we're not disturbing more than 10% of any wooded area, then it's 0 points. So even if we did give points for multiple criteria, it's the 2 for the corridor, and then they're not doing that, they're not exceeding the 20%, they're
I
not
read
disturbing
that-
woodlands.
I read this like if you were gonna go through the corridor, then you had to reduce to the exposure. That's how I read this. We're not going through the corridor.
Right.
So we should have got a 2 on this, but if we were going through the corridor, then can you limit the grading?
That's how I interpret as well.
That's how
They
I
met,
interpret
they,
this for the rest of
you met the
site.
most points, therefore you don't have to even consider the other criteria.
Because you can build a road in the corridor, and that's legal.
I'll go along with that reasoning and give it a 2.
I did also. 2.
I had a 2, but I had a square around it, which meant, in my mind, we gotta figure this out, because it wasn't too clear to me how that.
2 squared?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Did you want to check the square on your 2?
Yeah. Highlight it, no,
Because
no, you could
they
keep
are-
it
That's
as
4
2.
points then, right?
Right.
Because they are preserving the corners, I'd have to give them a 2 for that. And
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I was thinking, is they preserve the corridor, so I gave them a 2, and it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, they preserved the corridor, that's 2. Okay, but if they didn't, then you move to number 2, or number 3, or number 4. And that's why I scored it a 2, but I did mark it in to get further explanation.
We do need to work on this. If we plan to keep the allotment system, I think we need to
Yeah.
tune it out. Should we move on?
Did we, Dan, what did you score? 2? Mr. Mahalik, or Commissioner? 2, okay, sorry if I missed it. Letter D, now D is density, even though they talked about density up in number.
Yeah, so this one was
Letter B.
easier for me. We both me and the engineer both gave it a 0, because essentially the density is about the same as the district allows. There's 76 acres here, these are only 30 lots, but most of the property is not really developable. And so it doesn't meet the 1 unit per 3 acres, if you look at how the zoning works, and it's not less than 50% than the zoning allows. It's essentially about what the zoning does allow. So 1 acre lots on the area that's developable, leave some room for stormwater, et cetera. And so no points for us.
Now, the developer had that scored a little differently, I think.
With, no, I don't think we did,
Okay,
no.
yeah, I had a 0 down, but I just wanted to see if you.
I
Want
had
to go?
0.
Dan had 0,
0.
0,
0,
0.
Fred Mahal, 0.
Jim? 0, okay. Substantial open space preserved.
3 points for a minimum of 40 acres, 2 points for 15 acres, and 1 point for at least 25% of the parcel preserved. And so when I originally looked at this, we calculated just the outlot, and that's like 37 acres or so. And so 37.8 or so, 38 acres. And so I thought it didn't meet the 40 acre threshold. I gave it a 2, the engineer gave it a 2. However, it was pointed out to me after the fact that essentially what it says is that it'll be deemed to have been preserved if it's restrictions or other evidence satisfactory to the Plan Commission that a minimum of 40 acres will be preserved. We did just talk about the corridors on the lots being preserved through the notes on the CSM. You won't be able to build in it. And so that's something you can consider if you want to determine whether or not 40 acres is preserved or whether or not 37 to 38 acres is preserved.
So you're saying if we counted the corridors on the lot, on
Yeah, if you
individual
counted the
lots,
portion that's on the lots.
you would maybe make it to 40?
You could make it to 40 that way.
41.
Lots are not open space.
Yeah, that's the thing. I had it as 2 because it's 38 acres. Yeah, it's almost there.
But
And we
again, it's
can't,
the way your ordinance reads, you can count the deed restrictions on the lot.
If it satisfies the Plan Commission as to whether or not it's preserved.
All right, I'm just telling you how we spoke.
Sure.
right, that's fair.
Yeah, I'd give it a 2 now, and if we need to, if we're short a point, maybe come back and rediscuss that issue if needed.
I gave it a 2.
I give it a 3.
And a 2. So I've got 2, 2, 2, 3, and a 2. Okay, traffic circulation.
1 point for an improved street circulation system, no points for adequate, and -2 for inadequate. And the way we looked at it was basically, Pheasant Drive is planned to extend through. Right now, it's a fairly long, dead-end temporary cul-de-sac. And though there's an additional small cul-de-sac being created as part of this, the overall cul-de-sac length is being shortened, and we're making a connection to Oakdale Drive that is part of the official map and is a planned connection. So I think circulation is being improved with this plat, so we give it a 1 each.
1.
1.
1.
1.
And I,
One with the box?
yeah, I had a box on mine because the box being, well, wait a minute, it connects into Oakdale, I like that, but then we created a subdivision, so do I subtract off something for that? But I gave it a 1, but that was the reason I put a box around it. Because of the, but it is a short cul-de-sac, like you said. Okay, letter G.
So this one gets, I think this is the most interesting one of the bunch. Site plan and architectural standards. 3 points if you have an entrance monument, one street tree for every 100 feet, a minimum floor area 25% more than the zoning requires, and 100% natural materials required for the for the residences. 2 points if the primary environmental corridor is present and all buildings are outside of the corridor. Number 3, you get 1 point for minimum floor area being 15% larger than the zoning requires, at least 50% natural materials on the homes. No points if the restrictions are comparable to the minimum zoning standards, and negative 2 points if there's buildings inside the primary environmental corridor or isolated natural resource area. I think they were close to getting 3 points on this one. They have the entrance monuments proposed. We need to review those in detail at a later phase. The minimum floor area of the homes is 25% more than the zoning requires. That's proposed as part of the subdivision. And then they're also proposing 100% natural materials, hardy plank, et cetera, for the homes. They have 1 tree per 100 feet on Oakdale Drive in the backyards, but those aren't street trees. And so they missed that one. And so I think we dropped down to number 2, which is 2 points. The environmental corridor is present, and all buildings are outside of the corridor, which is essentially one of the same things that was in the previous criteria.
Nick, why don't you go through your comments about this?
Well, on this, we're gonna require the lot owners to install a tree in the front of every single lot, on the street side, obviously.
On the private side.
Yeah, along with, well, we're gonna do the trees in the back.
The buffer on
Exactly,
XX.
so in theory, we have all of that plus some.
I didn't know how to score that either.
Let's see, let's just take a look at the exact language.
A box with nothing in it.
A masonry entrance monument is to be constructed. 1 street tree is planted for every 100 feet of street frontage. And the development includes deed restrictions requiring the minimum floor area to be at least 25% larger than zoning, and requires natural materials for 100% of exterior wall surfaces. So they're not technically street trees because they're not in the right-of-way, but we have some latitude here in terms of what we can score.
So what was the comment?
He's gonna want 1 tree per lot.
A minimum one.
The owners have to put it in.
Yep, the owners.
Correct, per the deed restrictions.
Yeah, that's not a street tree.
No, it could be closer to the house than the street.
Location?
No, we have to approve their landscape plan. So before the landscape plan gets approved, we sort of work with them and tell
Yeah,
them.
we have
That
to-
would be in the right of way.
Yeah, in the front yard though, yeah.
That would be in the
We,
street right-
well,
Who's gonna maintain that?
Yeah.
we wouldn't want the property owners installing trees in the right-of-way after the fact.
No,
No,
with the city or town doesn't want
no.
people planting them out there.
But it'd be consistent on all the lots going on the entire road.
And if you
on
wanted to
Pleasant Drive.
propose them, in the right-of-way as part of the development,
No, we're
at least 1 per lot.
talking the one out on the highway, and double that, and the one on the street with the deed restriction.
Right, but I'm saying, in order to be considered street trees, in order to get them planted and assure they meet this 1 per 100 feet, then it needs to be done as part of in the right-of-way, as part of the plat process.
Yeah, and at that point, there's 9 houses there, there's still a lot of.
There's 30 houses, that's basically, in lots are 150 feet in width, so you're probably talking about 50 trees, give or take.
One every side, is it one every?
One in front, well, it would be,
I didn't understand it, that's right.
so if a house is about 150 feet width,
Right,
and so and so it'd be 1 on each side of the street, but it's like 1.5 per lot then, so if there's 30 lots, I'm just guessing, 30 lots, there's probably about 45 to 50 trees that'll be
It's
required.
two trees per 100 feet, because they're one on each side.
It'd be 1 on each side, yes. That's typically how street trees are planted,
I
yeah.
just,
Okay,
it was hard to understand.
so are you proposing that or not?
Well, having gone through many ditching and water issues, do we even want trees in the ditches? I would say no. I'm wondering why that's even in this allotment system that
'cause-
even talks about a street tree.
John says that's the worst thing for the roads too, is because they're shaded and they hold
So we'd
water
rather it be on
and
private property.
deteriorates the
Right.
roads. and-
Yeah,
Front yard is
gonna be
much
on the-
better.
On the house side of the ditch, obviously, in the front yard, that's what we require.
Not in the right of ways. We don't want trees in the right of ways if you ask John.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You just
farther away
don't.
from the road, the better.
So
Right,
could
actually,
you,
right.
would you be willing to modify, I know you haven't given us your full deed restrictions yet, we've just seen a couple of excerpts included. But is there something you could put that to ensure that there would be at least 1 per every 100 feet on both sides of the road? and that would satisfy the requirement, within a
Yeah.
certain distance of the right-of-way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
I think if you allow, like, tell us, 30 to 70 feet from the actual edge of the pavement, wherever you want it, and allow the homeowner to put a front yard. That was what we talked about anyway, in terms of immediately getting some foliage in there,
Right.
to kind of start the process of,
I would say within 20 feet of the right-of-way might be a good number.
Right, remember the right-of-way is 33 feet off the center line, right?
Right.
So
That
if
gives
you
them
say-
some leeway to, 20-foot
Yeah.
span to put it.
So between into the right-of-way and 20 feet is what you're saying,
Right.
on each lot.
A minimum averaged out of one for every 100 feet on both sides.
Sean, on, in that same category, point number 3, it says minimum floor area 15% larger than the zoning. How can we make a value judgment?
Because the zoning requires the total home to be 1,500 square feet, and so they're proposing 20,
Well, what we had said was,
2 stories would be what?
and we were actually gonna up that a little bit. So it was gonna easily exceed that. We said 1,500 on a ranch, then we were saying 2,000 on a two-story.
Okay, so that would not satisfy the requirement then, because if it's a 2-story, the first floor has got to be 900.
Right.
But the total home has to be at least 1,500 square feet in the town. And so if you have a ranch that's 1,500, you would not exceed,
So what we're gonna say is 1,800, or what would be the,
what would be the magic number?
1,800.
that would be 1,800,
25% of 1,500 is what, 375, so it's,
and then 2,400 on a
1875.
two-story.
75.
yeah,
We're close, we have to bump by 75 feet.
So you want to say 1,875 and 2,500 for 2-story?
What we're trying to guard against, folks, is just, and I was at a Washoe County event, and again, I heard it from the Washoe County the administrator. And basically, the point was, what we don't need in Washoe is more McMansions. We need homes that are kind of in the sweet spot. And not that these are, homes that are, small homes, but nevertheless, we're not coming to you saying, hey, build a 5,000 square foot home, because that's not, I think, what we need as a county, as a town, and so we'll be just above that, I think, again, to meet the ordinance. But our intent is to get just above the ordinance with a well-built home, but at the same time, have it be at a level that the average individual that lives in this town, lives in this county, can afford to buy or build. That's the intent of this whole development. And, as we talk more about doing it really, my point to Paul on a lot of this stuff is too, I'm trying to minimize as much cost as possible so that we can bring it to market as a developer and not have to sell it off to some of these guys like Polinsky and Bellman who are just gonna make everything look the same. But you can pick your builder, you pick your lot, and that's the intent of what we're trying to do here, which I think is a good thing. Hopefully you feel that way too.
Could you edify me?
You're gonna be
You said-
25% over the,
Yes.
what you're saying.
Yes.
Could you edify me? You said sweet spot for square footage?
I'm sorry, one second.
When you were at this meeting or gathering, you said sweet spot.
Yeah, excuse me, because I'm not a politician, but
Go on.
the county, the county, Washoe County, Paul Farrell, thank you. Paul Farrell was speaking at an event about 6 months ago and made the statement about what we need in Washoe County. And I'm not privy to those discussions at the county level, the town level, the city's level, villages, whatever, but what I heard at that event was enough of these folks saying, this is what we need. We don't need any more McMansions. And we need things in a sweet spot, like your ordinance basically says, which is this plus 25%. That's our intent, is to be right at that level and bring it to market.
So how do we make sure, it's gotta be in a deed
So
restriction?
we have to,
So-
we're gonna approve the deed restrictions, as part of the final plat and the developer's agreement and all that stuff. So that's forthcoming. In the conditions of approval of the preliminary plat, all that stuff is yet to come. But he's basically saying that that's what he's gonna provide. that size of a home and those materials and that many trees. And so we can hold him to that because we need to approve the deed restrictions.
Okay, so that was my question, how do we hold him to it? And because if he says he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it, and if he somehow doesn't, then we don't approve the deed. So we could go up to 3 on that,
We sure could.
based on what we just discussed. Although the ordinance does talk about street trees, but as we, we're gonna bend it if I'm gonna say it's a 3, I'm bending because,
You'd rather have a tree on a
Tree.
private property.
right, we don't want them in the right of way. I would say, if you talk to our DPW, we do not want them in the right of way.
Right, former chairman? Right, former chairman?
So maybe we need to change that in the allotment system, but we do have some latitude, is what you're saying.
You do.
Well, I'm inclined to score that as a 3, but
Yeah, if they're willing to meet those criteria, I'll give it a 3.
Mr. Nowak,
2 at the most.
2. Jim?
I give it a 3.
Mr. Mahalik?
2.
Okay. Fire protection, we've excluded it, struck it. So now we're on to I, compliance with the town master plan.
The town master plan specifically calls this property out, it referred to as the plain property.
Yeah.
And it has a density of 2.2 gross acres per unit, and they are within that, so they comply with the town master plan. We gave them 1 point for that.
I would concur with that.
1.
Millie's, 1.
1.
1. Letter, there's 2 letter I's. J.
J.
Would be J.
Future public costs and benefits, 2 points if the proposed public facility is a long-term benefit to the town. If there's no public facility benefit, but no extraordinary maintenance cost, 0, and requires installation of storm sewers, curb gutters, or other, -2 points. So this is pretty typical subdivision, just really has a road and stormwater management pond associated with it, so no real public benefit, but no extraordinary maintenance cost. And I think this is really, obviously there's a benefit to preserving the environmental corridor, but I think the point of this is that the cost and benefits relate to the infrastructure that's being put into the ground.
Right, I had a 0.
Yeah, that's 0.
0.
0.
0.
Okay, letter K.
Town border preservation would serve as a barrier to annexation plus 3 points, and that, that's not necessarily a consideration here. I mean, at some point, there may be an encroaching city or village in this location, but right now, I don't think the development of lots here really serves as a barrier to annexation, so, nothing for me.
And I would concur with that.
Yeah.
We have the town of Waukesha there.
Right, but if they're a village, then we might, but
So-
the town.
The town.
so-
So do we label that non-applicable?
Well, we could, I
At some
suppose.
point they might,
We
but
could have thrown it out,
It's
but
not really imminent.
he's gonna have enough anyway, so,
Not in my book.
well, it'll be close.
But I think the point is, and he would be acknowledged and have gone through it, rather than just ignore it.
Would you consider throwing it out,
Oh.
to give the fire department a point?
I think it's important.
Well,
But it might not essentially really be done.
Right.
you certainly could do that.
We could throw it out, or we can just score it as 0
If you throw it out, then the points drop by another 1.
to 8.
They have to, so far 9 because the fire department criteria was struck.
And if my scorecard, I've been following along properly, everybody's at above 9 except Commissioner Noah.
Dan's right at 9.
9 or
I'm
8?
at 8.
8, I counted at 8. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, I counted 8.
Do you have an example where it was, where, how it could serve?
Well, I don't have a specific example, but I guess I would just describe it. If the city was within, a parcel away, 2 parcels away, and instead of vacant land being here ripe for the picking in terms of future city development or village development, we build a subdivision, and none of those owners want to annex at that point because taxes go up, et cetera. And so they wouldn't be able to skip over the top of those property owners to get to further land. So that would be effectively a barrier to future annexation. If there was maybe, cities close by, they're protecting vacant land on the opposite side potentially, might be a way to sort of blockade that.
So what if they've got sewer problems there in the future and it becomes a city of Waukesha and they want to connect to their sewers?
Sure.
They all say, let's go. Or the taxes are lower over there.
In the city.
Oh,
That's good.
whatever town, what if the taxes are lower across the line?
Right, but there's no negative deduction. There's no negative points here for
I see
some
that.
that might go to the city or,
I'm just trying to figure out why this is in here or how it's applied. I don't.
Well,
Varies-
That's what I was struggling with, I don't see
You know.
where it's applicable.
Oh, applicable to this parcel,
Yes.
as opposed
It's
to
not to
why it's
this.
in this ordinance in the first place.
Where would it be applicable? I don't-
and maybe near Big Bend if there was some,
Summertime
Near,
property.
yeah, near Muskego,
The Randy
Salatine's,
property.
anywhere near Big Bend, anywhere near.
vacant land
Mukwonago.
near Big Bend that
We're
might be
only
annexed.
Looking at
Okay,
this.
But this piece, this is not near any of those, what I just listed.
so it's a 0, huh? We score it as a 0?
But I would score it as a 0, but Dan, what you're raising is, should we throw it out as a criteria, which would drop the, required points from 9 to 8?
But why
Right,
doesn't
is
it
that what
apply?
you were
I
Well,
mean,
I'm not sure one specific area here would drop it another point, but under that fire department thing, it was required that you have at least 1 point there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's a
You know.
distinction between those,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And we did not talk about that at staff, and we did not talk about
no,
that with.
but this one doesn't have a 0, it just has 3. That's all you can get is 3. So
But you have you can give it whatever you want.
you can give it whatever you want, but if it was written properly, there should have been an alternative that said
Right.
0 if it doesn't.
I'll vote 0.
I'll vote 0.
I'll give it a 1.
11. Mr. Slaney gives it a 1. 7, 10. I'm adding them up quickly. Yeah, I had a 0, Jeff said a 0, right?
So there's no method in the ordinance for determining the final number. Are you thinking to add them all up and divide them by the number of commissioners?
Oh, you were one short, weren't you?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, you were one short.
I have Dan at 8. Dan, are you at 8? Dan?
Sounds like a dolphin. What do you mean your score's not yet?
Yeah,
Can we go over that? That'd be good.
yeah, let's go, yeah, we can go
I'd
over
just
it.
like to see where that stands.
Okay. Should we go back through all the points?
No,
Just what are the
just the
totals?
totals.
Just the totals, I had the planner at 10, engineer at 10. I had myself at 11, Commissioner Millies at 11, Commissioner Nowak at 8, Commissioner Slaney at 13, and Commissioner Mahalik at 10.
So we could, the planner and engineer don't count. So we provided those just as a, as a reference.
Mhm.
And so we could add those numbers up and divide them by 5 and see what we come up with.
Well,
Or you could,
Or we
or you could
got
hash it out.
majority.
We just hash it out, yeah.
Four out
Do
of
you
five, I
count
don't know.
the engineer and the planner in there?
Yeah, they're,
No, he said no.
I'm just trying to reach a number. So we should have a determined number for the record.
Oh, I agree, I know what you're saying,
So
on
it's,
the add them up and
it's,
divide,
it's
that's
clear
fine.
based on the majority here that we're above 9, but
Well, do you just add our
Add
five
'em up,
numbers and
divide
divide
by
by five, get an average?
Yeah.
we could
That's
do
how
that.
it was done by the town of McGuanago, and written by the same person that wrote this. Kathy.
40, 53, it's 10.6 if I'm doing my math right quickly. I suppose the other way to do it is to say, well, 9's required, you got 4 over 9 or above, 1 slightly under. If you,
Right.
majority would,
Just like we took the
yeah,
vote.
it'd be just like we took a
Yeah.
vote at that point. I don't know that the ordinance really says how to do it, I
Doesn't
was
say.
looking for
It
that.
doesn't say.
You know, we got this nice scorecard, and it's like, okay, now what?
Now what?
Right. You have to, you know, we're new, at least I'm new here, so
No.
we're working through it.
So say we get the 10.6 number, can they say, hey, let's change one of them because we don't want to have the 25% more than the zoning requirements and eliminate that, or?
I don't think so. I think the commitment here is to do
Yeah,
those
we
things.
don't wanna, we don't wanna play that
Okay,
game.
I just didn't know if that was even an
That's a
option
good,
to
that's a
consider.
good question.
Yeah.
So now, technically, yeah, there's a motion and there's an action item there. In the staff report.
Okay, let's,
On page, on page 7 of the staff report, at the top, the residential development control action.
right, this is in the middle of page 5 in your staff report,
7, top of 7.
top of 7. I don't know about that, unless the page numbering is goofed up. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I count 5 pages down in a staff recommendation and residential development control action.
I don't know.
Right there.
That's the old one.
Oh, that's the old
draft.
one, sorry. You're right, that is the old one. I had the wrong, here's the new one. Sorry about that. Yes, top of page 7. Now, do we have to put any conditions or anything on that? I know on some of the deed restrictions we talked about and how it's going to be, you know, make sure it happens.
I don't, you certainly can put conditions on it. Those conditions are also in the preliminary plat action in terms of what, not those specific ones, but that the deed restrictions reviewed and approved and so on. But you
So
certainly,
we could
you
cover
certainly
it
could
there,
condition that,
we could put it in the preliminary plat as a condition,
could do that,
as opposed to trying to put a condition on the allotment system.
right.
I just want to make sure we're covered, that's, I don't know, need to cover it 6 ways, but just make sure it's covered.
John, while there's a pause in the action, what is it, invert elevation?
That's like, what are you looking
Looking
at?
at page 6.4,
Is that the surveyor's comments?
one of the corner,
surveyor comments. So it's over my head, I don't know. No.
What was the question?
Yeah, we do have a surveyor here.
Inquisitive question, invert elevation.
And the answer is, Mr. Engineer?
He doesn't know.
That's when you're upside down.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Question, what's the question? I didn't hear it, Jerry.
I don't see it on there.
Sorry, it's page 24.
Survey comments, comments.
6 words in.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where.
Page 6.
Page 6, that was there.
Oh, page 6.
Point 4.
Oh, the invert elevation of sanitary storm sewers, that's where the
Yeah.
pipes connect to the manhole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't have any,
We don't have any there, so that's not,
no
yeah.
existing invert elevation. no
Yeah, that's,
sanitary.
that's where that's the depth from the rim to where the pipe.
Well, while you're looking at, there's two things that, I did all the technical corrections, and we have a vision triangle here, where the county wanted it. What engineer reviewed it for you guys?
Our both engineers, staff engineer.
I've never put one in an interior subdivision lot before, and that was a request from,
It's in the ordinance,
to the ordinance? Okay.
yeah.
Many communities.
All right, that'll be a first, and I don't have many of those anymore. And then the county had asked for kind of a deed restriction on these trees over here, and I looked at them, and Ron looked at them, and Nick looked at them, and I don't see it.
We can talk about that when we get to the plat.
Okay.
I was just,
Yeah.
those comments that came out of you.
Yeah, no, let's not muddy
Okay.
this one.
The allotment motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for a motion on the top of page 7, the allotments.
Make the move that we accept.
We reviewed the application just as it's written. How's that?
That's written. That's good.
I'll second.
You know what we're on for the minutes? Okay, so we have a motion. I'll paraphrase it. It's as written in the staff report on top of page 7 that we've reviewed it and that the proposed development meets the requisite number of points. Paraphrased. We had it seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimous. Voice. All right.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate the discussion on that.
Are you reconvening the public hearing?
Yes, now we're on to number 7. We need to reconvene the public hearing to consider the application for the ARM Group, I'll paraphrase this, to rezone the areas for this proposed subdivision. So we need to, follow all of our standard we're in a public hearing now.
Yep.
So we need to get all of our issues addressed, ask questions. Plan Commission needs to ask questions. If there's members of the public that wish to speak, we need to have them come up and speak. And I don't know if there are any. So that's where we are. So I'll open the public hearing. I did it. Start with the planner, I say, for my notes. And so I'll kick it off to Planner Sean, and we'll ask the developers to add, confirm, he says something wrong. And then we'll open it up to public comments. And then we'll open up to our questions and comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So essentially, what the petitioner is asking for is a rezoning of the entire property, the 76.16 acres. The property is currently zoned RRD5 rural residential, which is the 5-acre density district, with some environmental corridor, conservancy, and high groundwater overlays. There's also some county shoreline zoning on the property. RRD5 rural residential 5-acre density district with floodplain, wetland, and environmental corridor overlays as well. We're asking for a rezoning from RRD5 to R1 residential. All the other overlays, county zoning, et cetera, doesn't change. That all stays in place as is. So those would all still apply. As I previously mentioned, the comprehensive plan does specifically call this property out for a specific density, which is 2.2 units per acre at a maximum. They meet that requirement. It also recommends an R1 zoning for the property as well, which is specifically what they're asking for. And they're asking for the rezoning in order to develop the 30-acre, the 30-lot subdivision that we previously discussed as part of the allotment system. I do have some conditions here, but we can discuss those when we get to the action item.
Anything to add? No. Do we have anyone here present that wishes to make a public comment? Okay, there's no one coming forward. Commissioners, now's your time to ask questions.
I don't think I have any questions, but in my consideration, it's compatible with our comprehensive plan. It's comparable to the zoning to the south and to the east. I feel it's appropriate.
Right, it meets the master plan and meets the densities and
Meets the lot size requirements,
lot size
meets the
requirements.
widths, everything else.
right. I don't want to close it until we're all done, as I've been warned.
I guess I'd also note that, I'm sure most of you or all of you know that even if, once the town approves the rezoning, it still needs to go to county level. County board ultimately approves that. That's a few-month process, so that will take place after the town takes action.
Right. Yeah, it's going to go to the town board next, so,
Thursday.
yeah, next week, Thursday. Okay. Okay, last call for public comments and questions. And I'll close the public hearing. And we'll move on to number 8, which is discussion and possible action on a recommendation to the town board to consider the rezoning.
So again, on page 7 of my staff report, there's the motion for the rezone action if the plan commission chooses to recommend to the town board. Approval of the rezone, there are just 3 conditions. One is it's limited to the properties as described, shall be rezoned from RRD5 rural residential to R1 residential districts. All the existing zoning overlays will remain in place. The zoning will not be in full force and effect until such time the petitioner obtains approval of the final plat by the Town of Vernon Board, City of Waukesha, and Waukesha County Department of Parks and Land Use, and records the same with Waukesha County Register of Deeds, and then the standard condition for reimbursement of fees. So again, even if the rezoning is approved tonight, doesn't actually take effect until obviously the county approves, but it also doesn't take effect until that preliminary plat is approved. So if that falls through, the rezoning doesn't go through as well.
I'll make a motion to recommend to the town for approval,
Based on the,
Subject to the following.
subject to the conditions listed here.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Or further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, July 18th to the town board. Next week, Thursday. Okay, number 9. We will take a break after number 9, right before the event barn. But we are on number 9. Number 9 is discussion and possible action on a recommendation to the Vernon Town Board to consider the preliminary plat request.
So we've covered most of the issues, or the big things, the zoning, the comp plan, the lot size, the density, and so on, but I just want to touch on a few things here. One is the waivers. They are requesting two waivers as part of this. One is a waiver that our code requires that the interior lots, the side lots, be perpendicular to the right-of-way, basically. And so there's a few instances on the plat where they are not perpendicular, and that's because, the road curves, and in order, if you were to basically make the lot lines perpendicular, the lot shapes would get a little strange, so in order to keep consistent widths and lot size shapes, they have made some of these slightly not perpendicular. They're not out of the ordinary in terms of being not perpendicular, but they are slightly varied. So that is listed in my staff report in terms of which those are. The Plan Commission is going to have to do the same thing as before, basically take a two-thirds vote based on those same criteria for that. They're also asking for another waiver, and that's from the cul-de-sac length. Currently, the cul-de-sac length is 600 feet, and the town board can grant a waiver for excess of that. So the Plan Commission cannot grant a waiver for the cul-de-sac length, but can recommend approval of a waiver to the town board as part of the final motion. And so the point, I think we started talking about that before the meeting started, is in terms of lengths and what's a standard length and what's safe and why you have cul-de-sac lengths in the first place. And it's typically a fire consideration. And the 600-foot length, I'm not sure when that was put in the code, but there are many cul-de-sacs that exceed 600 feet in length in the town of Vernon and other places as well. A more typical length is 1,200 feet. The town does not have to use 1,200 feet, but there are 1,200 feet plus length cul-de-sacs in the town of Vernon. That was sort of the number that a lot of communities ended up at based on the size of apparatus and hose lengths and so on. And so what they're asking for is about an additional 150 feet of length from the typical 600, which is, pretty consistent with many of the other cul-de-sacs in the town. So that's all I'll say about that. In terms of environmentally sensitive areas, we talked about this a little in terms of the allotment process. Lots 1 through 4 and lots 6 through 10 do have some environmental corridor on them, but there are restrictions that are being added to the plat for preservation of those. One thing I noted on the plat itself in terms of the wetland, there's some wetland delineation lines and some cross-hatching that
I covered them and I'll send you.
Okay, so that needs to be updated, and this is very minor. One thing that I've seen lately that the county is going to require, and it's going to ask for, because there's environmental corridor on the lots, they're probably going to ask for a building envelope or maximum disturbance area to be put on those lots. In addition to the fact that you have the notes with the environmental corridor language and the preservation, they're going to want to see some max disturbance on those as well. So just be aware that the county is currently reviewing their plat now, and so, or will be very soon, and so that's probably going to be something that comes of that.
Sean, do you have town have language for the preservation for the county?
The county's language is fine by me. I know that you have some preliminary feedback from the county regarding stormwater management. They haven't obviously given preliminary approval yet because they haven't gotten that far into it yet, but it looks positive in terms of where the stormwater is located and potential infiltration. They're going to cross that bridge once they got some more assurance from the town. I think that's probably the next step, is to dive into the stormwater. And
Some
so,
of it's got to do with the length of the cul-de-sac and a lot of that because of the
to see if things need to be configured, obviously, final county stormwater approval is going to be a condition of approval of our preliminary plat. We also would not approve the final plat without county stormwater approval. In terms of grading and civil plans, they have submitted civil plans. Our engineer had some comments on that. Pretty much the biggest thing was the fact that there was a swale running through the middle of the lots adjacent to County XX. I've been told that they are working on that to move that water to the right of way. Okay, I have not seen updated plans yet, but that was a big concern of ours because nobody wants a swale middle of their yard necessarily. In terms of landscaping, their plat shows some evergreens planted along County XX at 100-foot intervals. It talks about a 1.5-inch diameter. There's no landscape easement shown. I'm recommending that a landscape easement be added to the preliminary plat to show that. That the actual landscape trees be taken off the plat itself and added to a landscape plan and not shown on the plat. I'd also recommend that maybe a 3-inch caliber or maybe even a 6 to 8 foot tall tree be planted. That's more customary for evergreen trees that grow taller. I think 1.5-inch diameter is very small initially for those plantings.
Trees are expensive.
They are expensive, but it's going to provide some more landscaping. The Plan Commission can choose to obviously go against my recommendation on that, but 1.5 inch for an evergreen is pretty small.
I thought you were talking deciduous. Usually evergreens you go by height, yeah.
Yeah, but you can go by caliber height, and so, but 1.5, they use the 1.5 inch. In other places I've seen and I work, it's shown as 3 inches or 6 inches or 6 feet tall or 8 inches tall. So if you want to specify 6 inches or 6 feet tall or 8 feet tall, that'd be up to the Plan Commission.
What did you say? I didn't hear you what you said.
Oh, I said usually the deciduous.
Deciduous
trees
is by height,
are by the
and that's true. That's more
caliber
customary.
size, and then the evergreens are more by height.
Right.
But it is done both ways. Also, there's no path shown between lots 7 and 8. There's no landscaping shown near the entrance monuments. I know that's probably coming. And so I'm just recommending that an actual landscape plan be submitted, taken off of the plat itself, show the landscape easement on the plat, but actually, we'd actually approve a landscape plan as part of, a separate landscape plan as part of the final plat requirements. Not going to touch on highway access. They're meeting the access that the county has recommended for the intersection type. They are proposing 2 entrance monument signs. No details have been provided. We're going to need to review those details again as part of the final plat process. Our engineer had some comments. One of them was the vision corner easements, only because our ordinance requires it not only at arterial streets, but internal streets as well. There was also some reference to an unknown entity, Millard Properties and utility easement provisions that should be updated, a carryover. Yeah, carryover, sure. Any proposed utility easement should be depicted and labeled on the plat. You might have to have drainage easements near the corners of lots 5 and 14, depending. And then he also has some technical comments, initial technical comments on the civil plans. We know those are coming back as part of the final plat approval, so we didn't look at them in great detail at this time. Our surveyor also has a number of technical comments that you can look at and address, nothing groundbreaking, but just things that need to be updated on the preliminary plat. Great. I'd also make the same comment as before in respect to the waivers. If the Plan Commission grants the waiver from the side lot lines, that should be noted on the preliminary plat, and then eventually if the town board should approve the waiver for the cul-de-sac, that should also be added to the plat as well. So with that said, I do have an action item here for approval, including the waiver request from the side lot lines, and then all the conditions that I mentioned. Now, there are a lot of things we do have a lot of comments here in terms of technical requirements and just general things. There may be things that come up about discussion from the Plan Commission as well. You did grant the allotment, you did grant the rezoning at this time. Obviously, the town board needs to approve the rezoning, the county board does as well. We do have until September 27th for final preliminary plat approval, and so there is some time yet if the Plan Commission does choose not to approve the preliminary plat tonight, and rather all these changes be incorporated and brought back. That certainly can happen. There's plenty of time for that as well.
And it won't slow them down because you're gonna have to wait for the county anyway.
You have to
So
wait
we
for the
have a month
rezoning,
here
you
to
have
work
to
on
wait
this
for
if
all
we
those
wanna go
things.
that route, I guess.
You do.
I don't wanna
Just
slow
this
you.
guy's not cheap.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, it's not gonna slow the process down between the rezone and the county plat approval process.
Do we want to go through at least the comments and, add to, subtract, make sure we understand them, and then have them, because there's a lot of technical comments, come back next month, the cleaned-up preliminary plat, and hopefully
Yeah.
we can, shoot through it relatively quickly? Would that be a,
Maybe the engineer and surveyor's technical comments don't need to be addressed so much, because
Okay.
that's fairly technical, and I think that'll get worked out, and it's gonna ultimately be approved as part of the final plat, but at least the landscaping requirement, and what you would expect for landscaping on XX.
do we need to talk about the waivers at all?
The waivers certainly have to be acted on, yes.
Right.
Let's get that over with then. So
Yeah, we can work on we can do the waivers, tonight, it seems to me. Although the cul-de-sac waiver, there's a couple of things. One is, well, we can do, all the plan
You
commission.
can recommend.
We could recommend. We don't have any fire department input on that. I'd like to see that and, a recommendation to the town board. We can get that by the time the town board meets again, I hope. So at least the town board would have the fire department. I hate to grant a waiver without our fire department weighing in
Sure.
on this.
It seemed like we revised that number when we did the or developed our zoning ordinance.
But you're saying it's still 600?
Standard, 600 feet, but you say a lot of other communities have 1,200, but maybe they haven't looked at their
Sure.
standards for a while. We've got Meyer Drive, you said that was 1,200 feet?
That was 1,200 feet.
We're looking for a way to solve that problem. So,
Though that was always planned to go through.
well, right.
But still,
It may
but
not.
even as a temporary cul-de-sac,
Yeah,
that's a
it may
pretty long temporary cul-de-sac to approve at some point.
Right.
And I don't have the history in the town, I don't know
Yeah.
why that 600 feet came about. I can only speak to my experience in other communities in terms of numbers. It's a land division ordinance.
I guess I would like to get some information on that as to where that came from.
It hasn't been looked at in years. Land division control,
So the 600 feet you're saying has been in our
land
division
division
control
ordinance,
ordinance for a long time.
long time.
Yeah, I don't know the length.
My subdivision, and one across the street, both have cul-de-sacs longer than 600 feet.
Most of the town's cul-de-sacs, I think, are longer than 600, but
Well, yeah, now we changed that for some reason.
sure.
What is that reason?
Right, or we're routinely granting waivers. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's in the ordinance at 600 and we have to routinely grant waivers, okay, maybe that's the right way to do it, because we want to stick to 600, but it sure sounds like if we're not going to ever
Would-
stick
would
to
it have been-
600.
Wasn't it supposed to be 1,600 and the one got left off or something?
6,000,
Two
I think it's
football
6,000.
fields, I don't know.
Right.
What's the current length of the cul-de-sac
It's about 750.
that we would be turning into a road?
Oh, that one, I don't know off the top of my head.
Is that longer than what we're proposing?
Yeah, it's
Probably.
longer than 600, but it's a moot point because it's planned to extend. And even if you guys met the 600,
Technically, it's really not considered a cul-de-sac since it runs through the property.
it's a temporary cul-de-sac.
Temporary, right? Temporary cul-de-sac with the bulk, right?
You're shortening one up that exists today from a fire protection standpoint. So in a way, you're shortening up where it exists.
Right.
Now, I know it's not perfect.
But the best approach would be to say no cul-de-sac over 600, and you continue it and get rid of that existing cul-de-sac and please everybody.
Well, when you look at these, the way to solve that is to connect the back and run a road there that you don't need because you won't want to develop those, you develop more lots, and then you end up giving the road to the town who have to maintain it.
Right, there's gonna be more road for the town to maintain without that cul-de-sac.
End up just cost you more money.
Right. But if you pulled it back 150 feet and still kept the cul-de-sac, you might, I guess you might lose a lot.
Maybe.
Maybe, I mean, who knows, but it's possible if you can't. Because all those lots are just over an acre on that cul-de-sac, so if you pull it back,
1.2, 1.2,
Yeah, I don't know why that number.
Three.
got numbered.
1.2, 1.2, 1.2,
It seemed
1.2.
kinda-
Because, I mean, you don't say, Sean, not
That's
trying to come
something
back,
to
but
fire
the way,
protection.
taking something that exists today, and that could exist for a very long time, and make it better by extending my.
Oh, I get it, but it would be best, though, if you extended and limited your cul-de-sac to 600, because that meets the ordinances. I see both sides of it, but in the end, the plan commission has to provide some input. And maybe you don't, maybe you want to wait for fire chief input, or maybe you want to wait for some history as to why that 600 is in there and when it was in there, and
I was saying, is the fire truck only carries 600 feet of hose?
so,
It
Is
started
where
that way.
number came
Right,
from?
might have,
Yeah.
might have.
so you
And the
can't,
pumping capacity through the hose.
you can't approve the plat as it stands without
Further ways.
recommending that waiver. And so if you don't feel comfortable recommending that waiver without more information, then you'd have to postpone the plat.
Right, and we had mentioned at staff, maybe the plat should be, because there's so many technical cleanup issues, to, come back
To bring
next
it
month
back.
with a
We have
cleaner-
time, yeah.
With a clean, and we have time because we'd be sitting on the county anyway for the next month.
And they're gonna need to clean it up anyway before final approval, final sign-off.
Right, it all has to be.
It all has to be done regardless.
Right,
They have to wait because the rezone and the county review of the plat regardless. It's not a big deal, I don't think.
you guys disagree, it's not a big deal, or?
Time wise, I mean, you guys, we're getting towards the end of the cycle here, right?
Right,
I know, again, we gotta do due diligence and the necessary work, it's similar to the other gentleman that was here, it gets to be to a point where if you get too late in the cycle, we hit a downturn. We could be 8 years before we come and do it, I mean,
Mhm.
unfortunately could get to that, depending upon what might happen.
But the point is that the rezoning still has to go to the town board, and it's probably a 3-month process at Waukesha County. So the preliminary plat approval doesn't matter until that happens. You can't do anything regardless, one way or the other, until the zoning's in place. And so,
There's economics involved, I guess, okay, there's
The
economics.
location of the cul-de-sac, that's the grading plan. and
sure it does. But we're talking about bringing it back
lot lines.
next month, and so.
right, I was raising, I didn't want to slow you down, I understand the economics,
That's
okay?
my point. It's just
Yeah,
the
but we're not doing it to slow you down or to create additional conditions. I think we just wanted, the point, I think, is we'd like to see a clean, or at least I would, and a cleaner preliminary plat, and I get some more information from the fire department, and there may be other items here too, as we go through this. But as far as the timing, if we do it next month, I don't know that it's gonna slow you down for the economic reasons that you mentioned, because, the county, we're looking at, final approval
Right.
is not gonna slow down whether the preliminary plat is approved tonight or.
The only point Paul's making is
I
that.
was planning to submit the preliminary plat Friday or Monday, but if the length of the cul-de-sac is still up in the air.
Yeah,
because of the
I get
level
that
of-
too.
Can we,
I guess what's the issue with the length of the cul-de-sac is, in the fire department, we don't have, it's not like hydrants and hoses where you have this sometimes. We don't have
can we
hydrants.
make a recommendation to the town board approving it based on approval of the fire department? Signing off on.
Sure, then the town board could act on it
On
to your
Thursday.
point, you need it to get your, right,
Yeah.
you need it to plan your lots and get that going.
Yeah,
The
then-
length of the cul-de-sac, right?
Then we get that information by Thursday, and town board can make a decision.
Right, because the town board has an ultimate decision
Yeah.
anyway on it.
And we'll submit, and then if we have a big issue with the plan, we'll come back.
Right, I'm not anticipating any. I mean, because
Normally that
we have them longer, so,
But just so we have so there's the answer why it's,
right, why, right.
so you want a motion on?
Yeah, that's a timing issue, getting that for you guys to keep going as I hear it. So we need a motion to recommend to town board to grant the waiver, subject to
fire departments.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just a waiver for the length of the cul-de-sac from 600 feet to, do we know what your exact, 750?
To the center.
775,
I measured it and I got
725?
about 750, but that was scaling it off the drawing. Right, I was about the center, yeah. About 750 to the center.
750?
Is that to the center of the,
To the center.
we'll make it 7.
Okay. A waiver of the 600 to 750 feet, subject to fire department. What do we call it? Sean, what do you think of, approval, subject to fire department approval?
Review and approval,
Review and approval?
Yeah,
review and recommendation.
yeah.
Yeah.
Review and
They
Recommendation.
don't
recommendation.
really have to
To
approve
prove
it, I
anything.
think.
Yeah.
Review and recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay, that's, you got enough of that motion? Is there a
I'll make that motion, yeah.
Okay,
I got that, I just don't know.
okay.
I'll second.
We'll have a second. Okay, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimous, so we meet our 2/3. Well, we're not voting, we're just recommending.
That's
Okay.
recommended. The other one is a
Right.
2/3.
The other one's a 2/3.
Do they have to do that?
The plan commission grants the waiver from the lot line, the perpendicular lot lines.
Yeah, what's the point of the perpendiculars in the first place? And I get the curve of the road, and it's like, well, a lot of subdivision roads have curves in it.
I think the point is that that's just how it's done, and the fact that it's neat and orderly, and so your property line always abuts at an angle. You see it deviate all the time, especially on curved roads, but typically, most lots in a subdivision are perpendicular to the right of way, just because it gives you a nice, you know exactly how your lot line runs. It's, dead on to the road.
Have you ever been in the subdivision where all the lots are at an angle?
Mine,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange, because you don't really know where your lot
And
lines
then
are.
they'll turn the houses.
I turned mine,
Yeah.
but I didn't turn it like you just described it. I turned it to match the
Face.
sun.
Oh.
That's actually a good reason.
That's a good reason.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the lines being,
They're not that far off, really.
no, it still looks,
Except for one, maybe, but.
Well, they have to vote on that one by 2/3.
Also, we have a motion on that?
It's included, it's gonna be included in the actual motion for preliminary plat.
Okay.
But if we don't grant them approval, they're gonna, don't they need to know?
They need to know.
They need to know,
Oh, yeah.
so you can,
By consensus, can we do
File
that?
a plan with county, finish the stormwater and grade.
and their preliminary plat, if they gotta change a line, right? They'll need to know that sooner rather than later.
Well, those lines, it will impact your lots. If those lines have to be perpendicular, it will. But there's a way around it. I mean, they could essentially bring the line up to a certain point, and then the last part of it goes perpendicular to the right of way. So the lots look about the same, and that gets messy,
There's a
but they
loophole.
could get around it.
Yeah, defeating the purpose.
Right.
Defeats the purpose, and really it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
There's a loophole. So, the last one, we just approved it with
Recommended approval.
approval, recommended approval. And so can we do that ahead of the preliminary plat so that they can keep going, or should we wait?
Recommended approval to whom? Is that?
To the board.
To the board.
does
Recommend
that-
the waiver
does
request.
that waiver have to go to the board?
That one has to be
For
approved.
a
by the
lot
board.
line? Okay.
No, for the cul-de-sac. The lot line is just
Yeah.
plan commission.
Just plan commission. Sorry about that.
Well, I would make a motion that we approve the waiver on the lot line configurations.
I'll second that.
Any discussions or any conditions on that? I don't think you recommend any conditions, so, any discussions? Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries for the waiver, granting the waiver, unanimous.
And those should both be noted on the plat.
And then when you guys come back, you bring the big, big,
How many are going?
big, big,
Then are we gonna table the preliminary plat till next
Right,
month?
so we should table the preliminary
It's
plat?
up to you.
Or is there any other items that, to keep you guys going as far as timetable goes, if we table?
We're gonna submit to the county and based on what we get from
Okay.
you think you guys will be back in August?
And then the town board meeting is just for the rezon
Yes. And the 18th, next week, Thursday?
and the waivers.
And the waivers, yeah, we'll put both of those in the town board next week, Thursday.
Is there any reason the county can kick things back? Or-
Yes.
I was gonna say, well, the county, the preliminary
It's a
plan-
quick answer.
the plan is just gonna be substantial.
They won't kick things back, but they may have comments that we didn't have, like they may require the building envelopes and things like that. So they're gonna have additional comments. They'll have 20, 30 comments for you to make changes on your preliminary plat. If those are not significant, if they don't really change the layout and the preliminary plat is basically intact, then the town doesn't have to review it again, assuming we approve it the first time. But, if it's major and something major happens and stormwater's got to change and lots have to change, then it would have to come back, even if we approved it once, it would have to
We
come
had
back
those
through.
discussions, I'm thinking, okay, it's going on subject.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter because we didn't approve tonight the preliminary plat anyways. It's tabled till next time, so if they have comments, we can,
It was a mistake for
yeah.
Okay, so we should have a motion to table the preliminary plat.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
What are we gonna
Oops,
see
sorry.
in August when this comes back?
Well,
Is my question.
Okay,
In reading through all this stuff, I see where Sean or the engineer or somebody would make a comment, we don't have this, we're lacking here, we don't have that, and I don't see any landscape plan. The grading plan is outdated. Are we gonna have all of that?
Well, my stock answer is yes, but normally what happens is the plan, in the preliminary plat is, and you come back with a final plan, because if the cul-de-sac changes, then my grading plan's gonna change. And my grading change gonna plan, my stormwater management gonna plan.
You'll know next Thursday on that.
So, as long as I get all those things locked down, we can get them all done. But if you don't, I don't foresee it, but somebody didn't approve the preliminary plat, then the developer got all that money, that's why they do preliminary plans, final plats, because you're saying, okay, you're substantially compliant, now go do the hard work.
right,
That's not-
right. And so as a condition of approval of the preliminary plat, when we get to that, it basically says, submit the final plat for review and approval, blah, 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 including construction and grading plans, landscape plans, signage plans, deed restrictions, land stewardship plan for Outlot 1, and a completed Town of Vernon Land Division Review Checklist. So all those final plans are gonna be a part of the final plat process, in addition to developer's agreement, letter of credit. So,
And the developers agreement, normally that comes after the preliminary plat before the final plat.
right. So my big concern this time around is all these technical requirements get ironed out. We at least want to see the updated, even though we're not approving the grading plan as part of the preliminary plat, we at least want to see that it's going to work. We want some
Well,
assurance that
and I
stormwater is
think-
going to work.
I got some more comfort when Nick and Ron do that, it's got rezoning, we were doing all this prior to the rezoning.
Right, so you got the allotment, you got,
Prior to the scoring.
Right.
And so I'm comfortable doing a lot of detail work because you never know.
I will update my staff report based on the discussion today, and I'll send it out and get you a copy. Okay.
Based on. I'll get you copies.
Get into that.
Yeah, so they just look and say, we approve the basic layout and all.
Okay, we have discussion on the, we have a motion, motion made and seconded.
Well, I was just saying too, I mean, are we just approving the basic layout, saying, yeah, we don't have any issues with it? I mean, how much detail are we looking to approve in this preliminary plat?
Well, you could approve the preliminary plat as is, subject to the planners, engineers, surveyors' comments being met, if you wanted to. The point I made is you may want to see it one more time to make sure things are ironed out, and it all works, so,
Sounds like
They already have stated they've made changes already.
sure.
From
I
what-
I was just responding to
Right.
Supervisor
Right.
Moore's
Yeah, I'm
comment.
saying, I mean, at one hand, we're looking for more detail, but at the same time, I'm thinking, well, that's really not necessary in the preliminary plat, is it? You know, so it's kind of,
You don't have to have full grading worked out, you don't have to
Yeah.
have full stormwater worked
Right.
out.
But your comments were based on a lot of that stuff, the information that we don't have.
Right.
And what I'd like to see right in front of me is a copy about that size.
I can get you.
Yeah.
Size and-
Yeah, so technically, the town, and I didn't know this either till today, it's 22 by 30 inches is the size that should be submitted.
On this little grading plan, I can't even find the environmental corridors hardly. You know. In fact, question I've got is what are those indications there in between lot 13 and 14? One's an oval, the other one's a square. That's on the grading.
Oh, the
plan.
grading plan?
Yeah. Looks like a go-kart track.
It is.
That's what it is.
Is that the grading plan?
That could be a tree line, could be the septic location.
Tree line? No.
No, they do them all different now, I used to work in paper, now they all do it, turn on layers and
this
on and
one?
off on computers, so.
yeah, that's where I find the map on here.
Does everybody have that?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm not sure what it is.
Well, that's the 2005 grading plan, that's where the stormwater, another stormwater plan was.
Oh, that's stormwater.
Yeah, that's the old grading, that's the 2000, because those are all septic.
Yeah, that's the old
We
one.
designed these lots around septic and stuff, that's the 2005.
The actual grading, well, not the latest anymore, but the one that was submitted was in the civil plans.
Okay.
And then we kind of do, when you do the grading plan, you do the stormwater plan, you kind of plan on being a house there, which you don't have when you do the grading plan. So you kind of do the full grading plan, you do the stormwater, then you back off on the grading plan because you're gonna build the road, and you never know what somebody's gonna do for a house, so. But, you know, normally we do that because it's under the final. We've done this earlier because of some of the scoring issues, so we didn't.
So we have a motion.
Motion to table and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. Your guys are on, we're on the town board the 18th and on plan commission August 14th.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, as promised. We'll take a 3-hour break, no, 5-minute break, 8-minute break, 8-minute break. And you're leaving, so we'll note for the record.
Votes, guys.
Did you say 9:15?
Yeah, let's say 9:15.
I'm not trying to, I looked at that clock, and I looked at that one, so I'm not trying to.
Oh, yeah, I guess they're off just slightly. I look at that one, 9:15.
Sorry, guys, I gotta get back. Yeah, we're gonna get to getting some water. Jesus. Good luck. Yeah, it was gonna be a lot.
Okay.
No, that's fine. Sorry. Always interesting discussion anyways.
From here is like an hour. Yeah, it's a, I get so used to it, it's not even a thing.
You have a wife that works up there, and so you don't want to move back here?
Kids?
Yeah, girls went to school.
And that can't.
Yeah, and we were divorced, we were, so they worked things out. And so my daughter is, you know,
Yeah,
out high
and that's where
school.
it's best to start with this.
Well,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
For your family,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Take that over for children.
Yeah,
She's
she's been with the school district forever, she's got so many friends, she's in every single activity.
That's too hard.
It would be tough.
Yeah.
Just don't fall asleep sometimes.
No, usually
And the
what I
winter is the
do,
tough part.
when I leave these meetings, I go to the picture.
Stop and get some.
Oh, yeah. Totally. Yeah, I know, that's kind of shocking.
How we came up with
Well, thank you.
Oh, that's right, it's hot out there. It's hot out there. Seventy-five.
Oh, that's all right. I don't remember ever. Yeah, well, some, like, received those to his passage for the date, so it has to be an existing. In 1965, now, I don't know any farms that come out and have a cornerstone that say necessarily when they were put in, maybe they'll have some concrete where the kids, you know, put their handprints, but the date, like, some municipalities or counties in that case, will put a date. And the reason being just because otherwise they can tell Waukesha, the one that went in Lonsdale, the remnants of the site was like a silo. And they have one other barn, I think, that they renovated to kind of be part of the site, but in reality, it's building a new building. I think the reason, from my perspective, I would say, all of a sudden you're turning this is now a commercial site, this is nothing having to do with agriculture or residential, this is just commercial, so if you want to do that, go ahead and get rezoned commercial and go through that part of the process. But, you know, I think that's part of the other thing from the planning side. If you have to get a rezone, go for it. You know, try and rezone it, because now you're making commercial. It's no longer agricultural, residential.
See, I like the preservation part of it, utilizing the existing park.
Yeah.
We're not building that way no more.
Yeah.
And in a way, that's a shame. We don't have the trees that we used to have.
Yeah, and.
So I'd like seeing that, you know, those existing farms used.
And the problem is, the times that we went through looking for properties for us 2+ years, and, you know, we would not converse with these buyers or get in touch with property owners or farms that otherwise should or would be torn down. And so, there were a lot of people who were like, oh, no, you know, I've been past some of them, now they're not done. And it's like, if you don't have that investment in it, like, the first thing you go on the barn, and the first thing that's the biggest problem is the roof. And people don't want to pay the money for the roof to get repaired, and then that causes foundation, and everything else is blown. So it's like, I still have stats on that, you know, the percentage of barns, you know, by the decade, they just are gone. And that's, you know, this is one of the ways that they can kind of be invested and maintained. That's our goal,
Yeah.
So this is the 5.5 acre parcel where our house is, and this is the parcel out.
Oh, okay.
So County Line Road is the county line, this is the county line square.
Yeah. well, once you go through the highway, I think, for access, you know, it's always that fine line of, you want to be accessible and, visible in the sense of people getting there and not being a problem. But you also don't have to be visible from, destructive type of, that's an eyesore, or that's something that's gonna cause a big disruption. What's wrong?
Not too bad, not too bad. I think we actually progressed faster, frankly, I thought.
Yeah, I knew tonight was gonna be a long night. I thought we'd spend a little more time on the subdivision.
I did too.
You know, the rest of the stuff, I think, has gone pretty much the way I expected.
I think if the planning commission decided that they would have to come back and say this was going to be great,
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
Yeah, it's nice to get to this point.
I would have been okay. Anyhow, just because.
4 months, this is what we.
It is, I guess I had a little heartburn just because they were so, your improvement plan.
Yeah.
I know they can be putting out there.
You an engineer that actually ultimately say that, yeah, hopefully all the technical stuff.
Upgrading,
You know,
everything else.
and
No, it's true, if you agree with me, it meets the zoning ordinance, it meets the.
right. That's kind of the way I was looking at it today.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Well, the fact that it doesn't set them back anything, because, time is money down here, who you're,
Yeah, gotta work up an hourly fee.
Yeah, yeah. So, otherwise I would have, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually an English major.
It didn't seem to make much difference either way, I just didn't see a big advantage.
I was on track to be a high school English teacher and then got into real estate stuff maybe between sophomore and
They got the
college.
enforcement, they got the.
Kind of like the real estate English side.
They got the planning commission's recommendation to use, I don't think that's what they.
She's the proofreader.
They can't get it all.
I'm just always torn between trying to keep Vernon as rural as possible. And on the other hand, balance it out, well, the guy owns his property, he should never break the, with his retirement, or subdividing that perhaps, or whatever.
And then we.
Vernon's a bedroom
Good
thing, right?
take.
And so
Yeah.
there's some commercial.
It was one of those things where
There's some ag,
it was something
long-term,
technical, professional.
the entire town is planning for the business.
Yeah.
Entire town's planning for 5 acres.
Right. Parlays.
So, all that rural is ultimately gonna be something.
Yeah. That's the email too, because it's like, did I just send this over or did it say it earlier?
Most of the big lots eventually.
Yeah.
So it's
The
location.
way that you want it to
There's
do.
the surroundings.
But it's like,
Yeah.
Except for
That's right.
annual meeting, I think it's better.
Right, that's gonna happen, that's gonna continue. We try to check some of that.
Good point, Stanley. See, that's what makes the process
Sort of working with people. Just up to
lot of people should have tried. Okay, I'm glad. I know there's not a lot of neighbors close by, but that's.
No, my mom is one of them. She was witness from me.
Okay.
She's
There.
under weather.
Went through it.
I was supposed to go in there, that was maybe like weeks when I went there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, that's true. Okay, I know we have a lot of.
Jim, you have
So what about the
people
bigger? Oh.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, so before I came, I went on there, I don't know.
Yes,
Right, things right, because I kept trying to find the agenda and stuff, and I just, for some reason, lose my phone. So I don't know. I went to the last day about the interview.
Well, let's make sure it's all up here.
No, I didn't find it, I tried to find old roads and stuff, I'm like, oh, but I didn't spend a lot of time, because last week.
Are you talking about that?
Yeah, that's one of your, yeah. Probably did.
Yeah, it's just not playing on Sunday. Everybody, it's gonna shake your hands, but. Facebook, we're gonna be talking about, so you can follow along and. So you guys, you guys building.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm actually like, your house is
Oh, right. Pretty preliminary.
Yeah.
Oh, the Monday, oh. When is, what Monday is that? That's the 22nd, after the town board meeting. Yeah, we'll go through agenda as well. I'm thinking about that. Given everything else that's going on.
Like the incorporation
Oh, yeah, you can load up, I'm past my deadline here for break, but if we can get it loaded up.
It's already on.
It's already on, okay. So we can restart. I gotta make sure I don't screw up again and look at the wrong stuff. It's right here, right there, what am I doing? Problem is, you look at them and then you make notes and then you get a new one. Yes, there is one, they're talking to him right now. He's one of the neighbors on Alvers. When it goes around the, when it goes south, right. Oh, yeah, but he saw the public, or that's what he said, he was on the website. So, which is good. I'd rather have him now. I'd rather have him here now than later.
miles apart. Yeah.
Does it need to be recharged or rebatteried? Okay. We're gonna get loaded up here, we get the technology going and we're gonna go. We're 5 minutes late, here.
Any other board members wanted to suffer through this? Or?
I encourage them to attend, at least watch it. Okay, we'll reconvene here. Recess is over. We are on number 10, a public hearing for the event barn as an unspecified conditional use and the bed and breakfast as a specified conditional use for the petitioners, Michael and Joy Alex, and I'd ask them to come up, and I know we have technology set up to watch your presentation. Sean, you'll can help fill in information after they present. I'm thinking maybe we should listen to your presentation start to finish as opposed to interrupting you with questions? Or would you rather have questions as we go? Have them present it, okay. Have them present it. Sean can fill in the missing pieces. We have one member of the audience who may, and somebody else, some other people may come, that it's a public hearing, they'll be given an opportunity to speak. Plan Commission, it's a public hearing, we need to get all of our questions asked and answered. So, since you're up there, I'm gonna move so I can see better.
So we're good to go?
Good to go.
So Michael and Joy Alex, address S110 W23450, County Line Road. And I think we're gonna test Chairman Fortner's thoughts on a meeting is always gonna end at 9:30 with the 6:30 start time, so I'll read fast. First, thank you for your time and letting us present our plans to you today. As many of you know, we've been a part of other meetings over the last 4 months, but never with respect to our specific plans, even if they were the reason for the topic being discussed, kind of the elephant in the room, and I've been called worse, but anyways. Most notably, thank you to Plan Commission for your acceptance of the event barn use last month, which ultimately made today and hopefully our plans a reality. As the new owners of such a one-of-a-kind property, only the second of whom are not a member of the original family, which passed it down through 5 generations, we are excited for what it is, as well as the potential we see it reaching. Some properties are labeled historic because they are old, but the Halverson House, as I saw it referenced in one of the State Historical Society files, is so much more than that. It is one of the original Town of Vernon homesteads, with Ollie Ellefson serving as one of the original town board members, evidenced by the fact that we found his copy of one of the literal first editions of the Town of Vernon Municipal Code in the attic. Further research revealed a 1994 Milwaukee Sentinel story that highlights the home's Carpenter Gothic style and tells the story of how it was the product of a self-trained local carpenter whose rough sketches on plain paper and craftsmanship created a showpiece of his work to other prospective owners in the area. Subsequent remodeling has been the winner of national awards, seamlessly integrating additions to the ornate style of the original craftsmanship. Beyond its age and character physically is the history that took place within it. Paging through correspondence and newspaper clippings left in the attic of the home reveal how the original family, the Olivesons, not only developed this beautiful property, but also had its hand in financing other projects, such as the building of the Knickerbocker Hotel in Milwaukee, the Pitts Building in Kenosha, and as an investor in the Joseph Brothers Lumber Company, which it's interesting to read how it succumbed to bankruptcy during the Great Depression. A lot of correspondence on that. Other family history specific to the site are the fact that the current home, really the second on the site, with the first being a small cabin, was built in hopes that it would bring Mrs. Halverson out of a malaise after the tragic loss of one of the family's 7 children from liver failure after falling into one of the grain silos. More favorable memories are referenced, as it was used as a summer country getaway for the extended family or family wedding that we saw a VHS tape. Those are interesting to see. We had to find a VHS player for it from 1993. It's this history, both physically and in the community, that we are not only already enjoying ourselves, but are honored to be able to open up to others. We will be an asset to the community as a local means to host events close to home, while also drawing from the greater Milwaukee and even northern Illinois markets. And what better way to showcase Vernon and its history than Halverson House? That draw, as well as our inclusive or stay and play wedding weekend model, will create what is now called agritourism. We see that taking shape by advertising other local businesses to our guests, such as entertainment opportunities as Siege Paintball, Morningstar and Edgewood golf courses, at local restaurants such as The Cruise, Papa Stash, and Blue Heron, for the day before or after an event which we host. Or for day of resources such as wedding vendors like All Occasions Catering and Bub's Barbecue, not to mention serving the local religious communities such as St. Joe's and Christ Lutheran, for those looking for banquet facilities after traditional ceremony services. We see ourselves being a great asset to both our residential and commercial neighbors to work with and enjoy.
As I mentioned in my comments last month regarding the event barn zoning language, it all starts with location. As a secluded 120-acre site, we see our location as one of its greatest assets, both for neighbors and guests. Naturally positioned to be easily accessible, but out of the way, private for our guests, and not disruptive to our residential neighbors, even if they are almost a quarter mile away. Additionally, the mature landscaping on the site creates natural buffers to neighbors, which in reality is either crop fields, converted conservancy land, or the Fox River. Our proposed use in this event barn will maintain the agricultural nature of the site, grounds, and outbuildings, giving them a new life as opposed to the trend of dense residential development that predominates today's real estate climate, or the exclusive use by a single private party as it had been for the last almost decade. We will not only be investing our time and efforts to preserve these attributes, but we will also be owner-occupants to continue the residential use of the property in the neighborhood and not be a conversion to strictly commercial, and hopefully be an asset to the community ourselves as both active civic residents as well as local business owners. In the short time we've lived here, it's been great to have lifelong neighbors of the property venture back to meet us, telling us stories of there was an artesian spring over there that they used to cool milk and water the cows with, or how my mom used to play cards right in the summer kitchen, or how the driveway used to run right through here. I appreciate the warm welcome, but to be honest, I think they were really more interested in seeing the house and grounds again to see what it had become, because for the last decade or so, that connection had been lost. Also, when talking about our plans and where we now live with anyone familiar with the area, I often get the response of, "Oh, I know that house, and that's beautiful," or "I've always wanted to see that place, what that place was like." Now, with our plans to open the house for others to use, its beauty in one-of-a-kind setting can be experienced by both those who have known it for years or just in search of a special place for a special occasion. Next, taking the specific event barn ordinance item by item, starting with the definition, and I'll kind of just bullet point the main points here. So the ag zoning, our zoning is AD 10, which would meet that requirement. Second, again, in the definition is that it's an ag or barn use. It's an event barn. Since it's a somewhat involved site in picture, and the picture's worth 1,000 words, it would probably be helpful to look at page 7 of the packet. We can kind of walk through that site plan. At the north central part of the wooded area is the original 1910 home. That's going to be the site of the lodging or the B&B portion of the business. Moving down to the south, little southwest, you see it labeled Main Barn. That's the 2-story dairy barn with a walk-in shelter connected and running north and south just to its west. This is the primary building which we will be renovating for the event usage. In total, it's a roughly 3,400 square foot footprint, and if you turn to pages 12 and 13 of your packet, you'll see the preliminary interior floor plans for those spaces. As a bank barn, the lower level is at grade and the upper level is above grade. The lower level on page 12 shows a large dining and cocktail hour in the footprint of the main barn, as well as a circulation corridor with stairwell and elevator lift, wheelchair lift, as well as a family bathroom, mechanical room, and NSF kitchen in that walk-in shelter. You'll notice an outdoor courtyard, which is accessed from this lower level as well as from the grounds themselves, and that's an existing CMU block wall that'll kind of create that perimeter. Moving upstairs on page 3, the upper level is the primary reception and banquet hall area. That's in the main barn portion, flowing into the upper walk-in hayloft, which will house the bar area, bathrooms, and upper level storage. There's also a deck shown on this level. That's where you'll be able to access the courtyard via stair core. Returning back to page 7, that site plan. Directly to the north of the main barn is the old horse barn that will be for our own personal use and storage. And then to the west of that building is a long, narrow chicken coop, which will remain as a chicken coop for our use. Next, moving to the east of the courtyard is an old hog barn. It's not labeled on your site plan there because it's beyond repair, and that's going to be removed, and we're going to repurpose some of that lumber and stone in the existing site. To its north is an old granary structure. That's a 2-story building, and that's going to be furnished to be kind of like a groom's quarters for wedding events. The grounds themselves will allow for weddings on the south and east lawn, so just to the south of the home, and then just to the east of the home. And then the grounds and the home will be the backdrop for those outdoor ceremony locations. Operationally, we will offer the site for use by those celebrating a variety of occasions, from weddings and anniversaries to family reunions to corporate events such as fundraisers or holiday parties. All of these events will be pre-scheduled with no open to the public events. And that kind of works us through the definition of the event barn. Now we're going to go point by point through items A through, I believe, V. So taking item A, as far as being a minimum lot size of 20 acres, the current land divisions are shown on page 3. As suggested by staff of CSM, we'll combine the existing 3 parcels to create a single 120-acre site. So that shows the green parcel, which is essentially wetland, woodland, and has some frontage on the Fox. The approximately 75-acre parcel, which is the blue parcel, and then the 5.5-acre parcel, which is what the house sits on. The town doesn't allow for the combination of tax keys and way other than through a CSM, which, due to the shoreland areas, has county input. We've been in contact with them regarding their requirements, and we'll continue that process formally once we are given the necessary approvals by the Plan Commission in town. As part of that process, and in working with the county, we further define the extents of the conditional use area, which is represented by the dashed red line. And that might be easier to see on the 11/17 version of the site map. That's that outside dotted red line to further define that area that's going to be governed by this conditional use so that it falls outside of the shoreland zoning. Also, in just talking about the discussions with the county, there was some interest expressed regarding parts of our site of the whole 120 acres as far as being in part of their land acquisition plans. We haven't gotten anything formally from them, but that is something I just wanted to put out there, that we are proposing to combine all 120 acres together at this time, but that might change based on county, recommendation and their input. Moving to item B, the 100-foot setbacks from residential lots. This is probably a good time to stay on that 11/17 site plan. From the setbacks to each property line from the closest improved areas is kind of what we mapped out. So anything that would have activity on the site, so that's the 842 feet that you see marked. That's from our eastern property neighbor to the farthest, or the easternmost activity that would be associated with either the bed and breakfast or the venue location. And that's the B&B parking lot as well as a possible outdoor ceremony site. So that's our setback on that east property line. The southern property line, we're 50 feet from the parking lot as we propose it. Reason for that being within the 100 feet is because that's in a conservancy. I followed up after talking with the current owners, and that's in the CREP program, which stands for the Conservation Reservation Enhancement Program. And that puts formerly agricultural lands into conservancy after being brought into a natural state. So it's done between the DNR, USDA, and the county. So the county the DNR came in and brought that up to kind of a natural state. And then there's a restriction put on that for a 15-year enrollment in that program. And this is one item that is not in the packet and would have been on the slides if we had the computers working, but I can provide you. This is the CREP enrolled lands, and this shows, and I did a blow-up version of this, and you guys can circulate that. The triangle, and I'll circle it too. The triangle shows that parcel being enrolled in the program. Item C is the occupancy requirement. My wife and 5 kids currently live on the property and will continue to do so as long as I don't get kicked out. Item D is that it's on an arterial or collector street, and then also that if it is on a collector street within 1 mile of an arterial. First, we fall into that collector street category with access from County Line Drive, And for the town's code language, a collector street is defined as a street used or intended to be used to carry traffic from minor streets to the major system of arterial streets. And this one is probably best seen on page 4 of your packet. This gives that depiction as far as being between County Line Road and Bridge Road. So those are the two arterial streets. And then we're 0.7 miles from 164 or Big Bend Road and 0.94 miles from Bridge Road. This is a little bit interesting, and I included in the lower left portion, kind of in small print there, but I can provide it for you larger if you'd like, showing the arterial distinctions given by Racine County. Since we are on County Line Road, those show up more in the Racine County mapping, and they show both Bridge and County Line and 164 as those arterials. And then as far as meeting that collector language, it carries local roads such as Rab Road, Linda Lane, Oak Hill Lane, Grove Lane, and Lake Drive, again, all of which are in Racine County, but go on to Halverson and County Line to carry to those arterials. In the lower right-hand portion, I also included the WISDOT average daily traffic counts, just to show, based on 760 cars on average per day, with only, 6 to 7 parcels actually having residents on County Line Road. I think that shows that is being used by other city streets, again, in that Racine area. Item E is that it's served by private on-site water treatment and well. It has the language in there if it's municipal, provided, but we all know that's not an option here for us. So the barn supply plumbing will be served by an on-site well, as well as the necessary septic or holding tanks as required by the county. We did have soil and perk tests done already. Those have been submitted to the county for their review. And they, based on their discussion, they've had similar properties to ours and uses that show a design system for approximately a 4-bedroom home. And then with the addition of the kitchen facilities that we have, they typically recommend those to be on holding tanks. So it'll probably be a combination or that based on what the county comes back with, but we will definitely meet their requirements. Item F, the use limitations. We will only host 1 event per day and no more than 3 events per week. In the planning stages, we asked that the term event be further clarified in the zoning language that was being proposed, just because it's our business model or plan to try and have an all-inclusive experience, like I mentioned, for guests to kind of have a wedding weekend. So they essentially move into the house on a Friday afternoon, have a rehearsal dinner that Friday night. That small group that is staying on site will stay overnight, wake up Saturday, have their breakfast included, and then everybody else comes to the site for their event later on that Saturday, get prepared for their wedding day, have their ceremony, reception. Most guests leave. The guests who are still staying on site then stay overnight Saturday and have Sunday, again, breakfast and the option for having a gift opening again for everybody to come back to the site. We needed that to be considered one event so that it wouldn't preclude us from having another event throughout the week. The other reason for that is I think the original intent of that code language would be to keep the volume of a 300-person event happening 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a week. This will be one larger event, and then 2 smaller events for things like the rehearsal dinner the night before, which would probably be 25 to 50 guests, and then the same with the wedding, the gift opening on that Sunday, again, 25 to 50 guests for those types of occasions. Item G, our original proposal and request was for an occupancy of 200, well below the 300 event barn max, but after Attorney Macy's review, he suggested that the language be further defined as attendees, which includes all guests, support staff, and vendors. So we're conservatively requesting the full occupancy be at 230 attendees, which would include all of those support staff as well as guests. And again, all of this would be, reviewed by the fire department and building department for the load capacities that we would have in the buildings. Item H, our operating hours will be Sunday through Thursday, 8 to 10, Friday and Saturday, 8 to 11:59. which includes all setup and tear down, and guests will vacate the premises by 30 minutes prior to close. And as we'll see in item I, our policies and procedures will be last call at 11 o'clock, everybody's gone by 11:30, so that we're able to get whatever we need to do done as far as site closing and be well within that 11:59 timeframe. So getting to item I, alcohol will be served until 11 p.m. Friday through Saturday and 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. Again, this meets that 1 hour prior to close requirement. Item J, an alcoholic beverage license will be obtained from the town of Vernon. Item K, sound amplification. It might be helpful to look at page 5 of your packet. You might be there already from the previous discussion. Just to see the proximity to the neighboring residential uses. That said, sound amplification will be limited to the hours described between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. outdoors and 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. indoors, with all amplification devices at least 100 feet from the property lines. In our case, we're probably more like 840 feet plus from the east property line and over 300 feet from the south conservancy property line to where those locations would be. And also the Chapter 221 noise ordinance of 65 decibels at the lot line threshold will be maintained and strictly enforced as well. On a side note, we tested this out by setting up a sound system and manually checked the noise levels at the street and from the nearest residential homes and heard little to nothing in all those cases. We also let that run until 10 p.m. just to see if it would, rattle any cages or if anybody would notice, and got no complaints or even questions about it from any neighbors, including some neighbors who were actually guarding next door and closer than any other residents are or would be. And that was actually with an overcast day, and in doing my research, cloud cover actually allows this, kind of creates a greenhouse effect where noise can travel farther, and that was definitely a cloudy day because I don't think we've had many non-cloudy days in the last month or so. And we ran, I don't know if I mentioned it, but we ran that until at least 10 o'clock at night and didn't have any issues that way. Letter L is the exterior lighting. This you can turn towards the back, page 15 of your packet for those details. It's not labeled as 15 because it kind of changes format there, but we'll include 3 parking lot poles. That's what you see as the spec sheet there, with dual heads mounted at 15 feet from finished grade with full cutoff fixtures, so they'll be completely shrouded. If you turn the page, on the back side of that is the photometric plan for that design. That's showing 1/10 of a foot candle at 62 feet from the from the light location. So these dual heads are going to be centered on our parking lot. The 62 feet, we have 130 foot wide proposed parking, so 62 feet gets you to the edge of that pavement, and we're at 1.2 foot candles there, and then we have another 50 feet to our lot line. So we're well within any light spillage from that. Additional exterior lighting, and those will be all on photocells and only operated during the time of events. Then lining the driveway, you see the acorn style fixture. There's a kind of a residential style fixture that we went with to kind of match the residential nature of the site and the surroundings. Those will be lining the driveway on the north side of the driveway, approximately 150 foot spacing, mounted on 84-inch poles. These will be on photocells as well, but will be illuminated nightly, just as a residential kind of post light would, with a timer to govern that so they're not just on all night. Also on the next page is a coordinating 3-pole light that's well within the middle of the site, kind of at a Y in the road or of the driveway. Again, following that same style, well off the road. And then the last spec sheet you see there is for the uplighting for a proposed monument sign. No monument sign is being proposed at this time. I do show it roughly in an area on the site map, kind of as a preliminary shot out there to say we are going to have a monument sign, but that'll be at a later date, and that will be obviously require its own approval, and we'll come back with that once we get final artwork and location and details on that. But I at least wanted to include it here that we are going to have lighting out at that sign location. Item M, we propose for a portable commercially made fire pit in the southeast corner of the courtyard. This is jumping back to our site plan. Yeah, probably on that one. Yeah, pages 12 and 13. I think this was a later revision that, in talking with Sean, we were kind of back and forth as far as including any outdoor burning just from a business perspective. We're opening it up to ask for the ability to do it. We don't know if we're going to exercise that. I don't foresee us having an outdoor fire pit for the larger events, but maybe if it was for the smaller events, that would be something we consider, so that's why we included it with our application. Item N, the parking, again, returning to the 11 by 17 site plan. You'll see approximately 80 parking spaces provided for guest and vendor vehicles. That's that 1-to-3 ratio based at the 230. You're at roughly 77 for max occupancy, including staff. That's at the southern part of the site. That's currently a farm field, and that has to get delineated, and I'll mention that as far as other approvals, as far as wetlands for setbacks and stormwater management. There's also going to be an additional 4 spots located in the northwest corner. You'll see it's labeled as staff parking. That's an existing asphalt parking pad where our Halverson House event staff can park. Obviously, our personal vehicles have plenty of garage space, but that'll be for additional staff parking. I'll also address another parking location in the bed and breakfast portion, but that's in the northeast kind of corner of our proposed development area. Item O, again, deals with the parking lot proposed using the 10 by 20 stall sizing per the code, and it has larger than required drive aisles with gravel or similar service with directional signs. So there's an existing asphalt driveway from County Line Road, as well as back to the house, and a circle drive to the bed and breakfast portion. But then the additional parking will be either gravel or impervious surface, depending on stormwater management plan and final plans from the county as far as their requirements. Item P, ample parking is provided on the site for guests, vendors, and staff. Again, that prescribed 1-to-3 ratio, not only for the guests, but for that attendee number of 230. Item Q, outdoor tents would be limited to the 3,400 square foot footprint of the event barn structure. Item R, that there's natural landscaping that provides sufficient parking screening, and its orientation off the lot line, set well back within the property. Item S, exterior improvements and repair are to match the existing with board and batten, car siding, and similar aesthetic, with a continued barn red and white trim painting scheme as you see in the pictures. Some buildings on the site have already been re-sided, and all of them have been repainted by the previous owner within the last 2 years. So anything that we add would be kind of within that same aesthetic and that same finish. The decking material is the only new material that would be added, and that would be a weather-resistant style and incorporated into that existing aesthetic. And then there's a full scope of work included on page 11, outlining the other items that we're going to take care of inside, as well as some deferred maintenance items that probably pertain more to what this body would be interested in as far as exterior items, roof replacement, silo repair, foundation tuck pointing. Those will all be taken care of. Item T, the floor area of the existing buildings is not proposed to be exposed at this time, with the exception of the deck for access and egress. Item U, pending final fire department review. We did get some comments that the fire chief has reviewed this, and we'll just be asking for the final turn radius and those types of items shown on our parking, and we provide ample space for that. And then item V, the 2-year review process. And then I'll just also note that there's the annual review for other licensing, and any complaints could always trigger any action, and we're well aware of that and are conscientious of it. So that gets us through the event barn aspect of the application, and next we'll turn to the bed and breakfast application. Do we want to take a 5-minute recess before that? I'm just joking. So we kind of consider this more of a lodging than it would be a traditional bed and breakfast setup. We're not looking to have individual guests for single room rentals. We're looking this more functioning as in conjunction with the event barn rental and use for that wedding weekend or stay over package, as well as family reunion type of situations where they're going to be using the grounds as well. But specifically, since that's written into the code, we do meet those requirements. So item A talks about any improvements or changes to the property. We're not making any structural changes to the home at this time. As it sits, a 7-bedroom, 2.5-bath home, which is sufficient for our and the guest needs. As for the grounds, the only adaptation will be to install the parking that we show on that northeast corner of the subject area, and that'll be 5 stalls worth of parking, which meets the requirement for 1 stall per rented bedroom. Off-street parking, item B, just went over that. That's the only improvement that we're doing, and we're going to provide that on that east lawn. Item C, it's limited to 5 sleep-in rooms. We have 5 rooms available for lodging, currently 7 bedrooms. We'll occupy 2, and they will occupy 5. Item D, no, we're not proposing a specific bed and breakfast sign, just the general monument sign for Halverson House as a site. And again, that's to be applied for in a separate application. Item E, state and county permits and requirements to be obtained and maintained for use. We've started that process already, at least the preliminary aspects of that, and we will abide by that. Item F, room rentals will not exceed 14 days. We don't see that being a problem at all. Our ideal tenant would be for the wedding weekend, so approximately a 2 or 3 night stay, and at most a family reunion type of stay, which might bleed over into 1 week. Item G, an accessory to single-family dwelling with owner occupants. We currently do and will continue to live on site. Item H is that it's breakfast only specified for the B&B use. So breakfast can only be provided for those people who are staying on the property for the bed and breakfast aspect. Any other catering aspect would have to be handled in that NSF kitchen that we provide. And those would be considered catered events. Item I, Waukesha County and Environmental Health will determine items like the septic requirements. So that works through all the bed and breakfast specific items, which is kind of a good segue into some of the general conditions. Since I mentioned the county, Waukesha County would have to sign off, the health department would have to sign off on things like the bed and breakfast and kitchen facilities. Those discussions have already started. Waukesha County Parks and Land Use, we've been in discussion with them, like I mentioned, for the CSM and wetland delineations, and we would propose to the county to delineate the subject area, so that red dashed area for the CSM review, and that's something that's still pending, and we've been working with Sean and county staff on that. Waukesha County Department of Land Resources for the stormwater management plans, erosion control plans, they have to give their final approvals for those. And then Waukesha County Department of Environmental Health, again, for the septic review for both the bed and breakfast and the additional septic system for the event use. Once all of those details and items are fleshed out, there's still the various departments, building department, code, compliance, fire safety, those types of items that would still be approved by town staff and would be conditions, I would assume. And those would include detailed floor plans and engineering calcs and all that fun stuff for their review. And then in preparing for this presentation, I brought this to Sean's attention earlier today. I just wanted to clarify that the conditional use would apply. There's an LLC that owns the property, that's Alex Homestead. There's an LLC that will operate the property, which is Halverson House, and we're the principals of both of those entities, but we would want those incorporated just so that we're covered under those owner occupancy requirements. Again, one of those fun legal and tax things that you have to do to make yourself feel like you're breaking the law. And I think that addresses it all. So thanks to your time, and look forward to what this can be in 6 or 12 months. So any specific questions after that?
identified here, facilitate the handicap parking. I mean, it looks like, I mean, it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, we would have to incorporate ADA spots as well, and depending on how the site is run, we have two accommodations, I would say, in that we do have the ability to drop off closer to the ceremony location, and then we have, I don't want to call it shuttle service, but as far as a golf cart to help with ADA, and then we have the bed and breakfast parking lot as an alternate if that's not a ceremony location, but we will have dedicated spots in the final parking lot design.
The dead barn seemed to be quite a distance. apart.
Yep, yeah,
And that-
yes.
And I don't know if our ordinance or anything addresses that issue, the distance.
The maximum distance from an ADA, like an ADA spot to the barn itself or to the venue? No, it doesn't. Basically, that just, that's a federal law that basically requires so many spaces per space that you have for parking, and then they have to be the closest spaces generally.
Yeah, I think it's
so.
more so within the envelope of where the parking is, they have to be the
As
closest.
close as possible,
Yeah.
right. So that's all.
What are you gonna do, there's an event, you decide to stay overnight, what are you as a family, where are you gonna be staying?
The house is set, so it's a 4,000 square foot house, and it's set up where there's kind of two wings. There's two staircases and doors to kind of segment the house into smaller parts. So there's 2 bedrooms on the main floor, 3 bedrooms on the upper floor that all can be segregated from the two bedrooms and family room that we would occupy. So right now we have it set up with a formal living room, formal dining room that we use when it's just our family. But that would be something that for the bed and breakfast portion, that would be considered the guest area. And we still have our area with a full bath and family room and 2 bedrooms that we're able to occupy. And it's got kind of it was set up a little bit as kind of like a servant's quarters for the original use, with one almost, and I described it to Sean, as almost a dormitory style room where our kids all fit in that room because it's got 2 doors and walk-in closet, and it's a large room where it can accommodate that many people.
I happen to be, a coincidence, luck of the draw, to do 2 different activities outside, event barn type things.
Mhm.
And what both of those individuals did, not related to each other, this is a part, they actually had the sheriff come at 11:59 to make sure everybody vacated the property. And I don't know that it belongs anywhere in any of our paperwork, but it's something that you may want to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and I think having good relationships with, the fire department and, law enforcement is definitely high on our list and priorities. And that's the other aspect of that owner-occupant and owner-managed property, where we will be on site for those types of situations as well.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I had, is where your family's gonna stay. I know you have a lot of kids. And 7-bedroom house, 5 are gonna be set aside for bed and breakfast. At least 2, there's 2 of you and I think 5 children.
Yeah, 5 kids will be in one room. We've told them already they don't get their own room until they have a house of their own, but it sounds crazy, and everybody tells us, oh, you need the 7 bedrooms for all of your kids, and we're like, yeah, they're in one room. But it's a large room. It doesn't feel cramped. We have 2 bunk beds in the room, and they're large, full-size bunk beds even, and they've got plenty of space in the room.
Togetherness.
Well, it cuts
By hook or by crook.
It goes to the owner occupied, because some may say, well, looks like they're renting the entire house out. Where are they gonna live? And they're really owner occupied, if you will.
Mm-hmm. So there is still only 1 kitchen. There's what we call the family room and the living room, a single dining room. So as far as owner occupied, there are areas where we will give that over to the guests, and that's the nature of any bed and breakfast. And very, very rarely do they have a completely separate And I think to your point, if it's owner occupied and you have a separate kitchen and a separate, you know, entrance and all of those items to yourself, that would kind of lend itself to say, you've got your house over here and it's attached to this other one, whereas we're utilizing all of that space except for when guests are there. If that, you know, speaks to your question of the owner occupancy aspect of it.
Can you see any, these are all fixed structures around the building, can you see any structures that you may be adding to what the footprint is right now?
Structures, no. Yeah, there's plenty of square footage and space there that there's no need to add any. Infrastructure, yes, as far as parking and access, that type of stuff, but structures, no.
Well, they wouldn't be part of the unspecified conditional use. Those structures have to be existing.
If they're gonna be
If they're gonna be used
For the event
for the
barn,
event
they have to be
barn.
existing structures, right?
So most of these events will be catered.
Correct.
Where's the access for the caterer to get into the event barn? Is that walkway? Is that?
Yes, they all have access there, and then there is the asphalt drive that goes all the way back to, there's a vertical yellow line that's one of the existing property lines. That asphalt drive, they would have access down and behind the barn that way as well.
Okay.
In a perfect world, we would have had, and we showed this in an earlier iteration of our site plan, just to the west of where we're showing the kitchen, but that's too close to wetland, so that area can't be developed in any way.
Now, you mentioned excuse me. You mentioned your LLCs. You've got an
Yes.
LLC that purchased the property.
Correct.
I think I knew about that. And you're gonna set up a new one, or maybe you've set it up to be the
The operator, yes.
Because you have a liquor license, in part. You wanna separate your liquor license from
Not
the
necessarily
ownership?
for because an individual has to be the registered agent for the liquor license. So there's not really a big separation. So like we personally would hold the license in the name of the entity. So that was more so from an accounting and insurance rider perspective, to have to set up those different companies to be able to have the landowner who rents it out to the operator, and then the operator operates it, paying rent to the land owning entity. It's
My concern is, under the unspecified conditional use, I think it's personal to you, non-transferable. Isn't that right?
correct, and that's why I wanted it to
Right.
be written in where it would be Michael and Joy Alex and include those entities, and I propose.
And so I wasn't aware of that until this morning, so we would have to amend the conditions to include those LLCs.
And there are
as-
other conditional uses that do use personal names and then DBAs.
DBA,
That are
yeah.
included. Because
Yep.
the main thing that you're trying to trigger is that those people are the ones who are attached to this. So, for instance, Michael and Joy Alex couldn't sell it to Joe and Susie Smith, owners now of Halverson House, because it's attached to us operating as Halverson House.
Right.
Well, that's my concern.
Yeah, as
That
far as
you
the
would sell your
transferability.
You would sell your LLC, and if the conditional use is in the name of the LLC,
Yeah.
the LLC gets the conditional.
Right, it'd be these
Exactly.
two in the names of the LLC, DBA Halverson House and DBA Alex Homestead.
Mhm.
So the permit's issued to them doing business as those entities.
Right, and an LLC can't be an occupant, that it's not a person, it's an entity.
Well,
so-
for code, a person is defined as, an entity can be a person. Like when we were looking at the code language for combining tax keys, it says in there, it defines person as an owning entity. Not Kimco.
I guess I don't understand. They're the owners of the LLC,
Right.
and they reside on the property, so they're the occupants.
Well, okay, that's okay. That to me is okay.
Yeah.
But my point would be the LLC in and of itself.
Right, we wouldn't list that just by itself. It would
Right.
be them doing business as the
Yep.
LLC.
Because an LLC, I mean, it might be
Right,
an owner of
right,
a
that's
property,
right.
but it can't occupy it. It's not an individual. How's that? Instead of the word person, it's not an.
It's an
individual.
entity, though, from.
It's an entity, right?
But the LLC has members. and
Correct.
Just the two of you are the members.
Correct.
Oh, so you're 100% owners? Or do you have outside investors in those LLCs?
The property is owned by Alex Homestead LLC, and then there's a 1031 exchange of funds that is a partial owner, will be a partial owner upon, another land transaction happening, which should be at the end of this month.
So, if I follow along, so the property is not going to be owned 100% by your LLC?
Correct, by a single, so if you look at the transaction right now, it's Alex Homestead LLC as the owner, and on the title for the original purchase, it would show 1031 Exchange LLC, which is a holding company, 1031 Heritage LLC. It's a reverse Starker exchange where another land sale is in process but hasn't closed yet, so then those funds are going to be rolled into the funds to be an owner of this property. And that's my parents are 1031 Exchange LLC that.
But all that really matters is that the operator of the event barn reside on the same lot. So they're gonna be the operators, and they're gonna reside there.
Okay.
You're concerned about the ownership. though.
Yeah, the
Right,
ownership's not the
ownership-
issue. It's
the
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 operators of the
ownership being
event barn.
transferred
sale.
and somehow this conditional use or unspecified conditional use somehow goes with that as opposed to what I view as these two.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
across
Right?
the board, it typically, a conditional use goes with the petition, in these cases, would go with the petitioner. It doesn't run with the land, and that's, I think, the language that
It
is
does,
included.
it runs with the land if it's not specified.
Correct,
And
yeah,
so we're
that-
specifying that it does not run with the land.
Yep.
And,
Okay,
and that it's limited to, so it's not the owner shall reside on the property, it's the operator shall reside on the property. And so what about the Halverson House LLC? Is that just you two, or is that more as well?
That's just us.
So that would solve that.
Just as what is an unspecified conditional use? It's the
That's-
first time I've heard that.
I hope not.
No,
That's what we
unspecified.
approved over the last few months. So Event Barn was not a specified conditional use in the code. And
Okay.
so we determined that as it was unspecified, but we determined it to be an acceptable conditional use, and so that's what it is.
So before, it didn't have its own heading and,
It wasn't specifically
criteria.
listed,
Yeah.
and now we have a policy.
As opposed to a conditional use, which is what the bed and breakfast is.
Right, that's already
Well, it's
specified.
That's already
specified. They're all
specified.
conditional, but one is
Right,
specified versus
Specified and the other is
unspecified.
unspecified. Specified, the bed and breakfast is sub 6 in the zoning code, and unspecified is sub 20.
Wow.
And as Sean said, that's what we went through all these criteria and permitted an event barn to be an unspecified conditional use. Okay. All right. Right. I'm still making notes on your ownership, sorry.
Yeah.
So if I could make a couple comments. My staff report mirrors much of what Michael said, and I just want to clarify a few things. So we have, for the 20-acre minimum lot size is required for an event barn as per the conditions. Right now, they want to do, we're talking about combining them all into one lot, so roughly 120 acres, including the Fox River. If you take the Fox River out, it's like 17 or
17, I
something.
think is what
Or
you
10
came up
or
with.
107 or something like that. But, so even though they're proposing to combine one, my conditions, the conditions listed in here is really all they need to have is 20, okay, because that's what it requires. Because the fact that some of it may be split off if the county would acquire some land for the park system and so on, some of the western land or maybe far northern land. So it's talked about as a full combination, but it might not end up being that. It's really just, it's got to be at least 20 acres for the event. It's going to be probably much more than that, but, so I wanted to make that clarification. The proposed boundaries that are shown in red for the conditional use itself on the site plans, that's a rough boundary. It's not accurate in any way yet. It kind of goes out to the driveway. But in general, it looks that corner that's cut from the northwest corner, as Michael mentioned, that avoids the county shoreline zoning. This boundary is preliminary in nature, so I'm suggesting if this is approved, as a condition of approval, that is going to be refined. When the CSM's done, there's going to be a legal description and a boundary drawn so we can tie the conditional use just to that specific boundary. We wouldn't let it be a conceptual boundary as it's shown now. So that will be tuned up as well.
So that red boundary will be inside at least a 20-acre parcel.
Correct.
That's what
Yeah,
you're
so
saying.
if we had our way, and Sean knows this, because I've sent him emails trying to convince him otherwise, if we could erase those inside lot lines, as far as, if you go to page, I think 3. Yeah, if you go to page 3, if the green and blue and yellow were all one color, that's what we would like to do, just to make it as easy and, but it does require going to that extra step of the full CSM, and that's where the county gets involved, and that's where the discussion came back from the county to say, you know, they might want portions of that land. And for Sean's purposes, that superimposed red line is just to define what has jurisdiction of this conditional use, so it doesn't bring into the county's jurisdiction all of that shoreline zoning and parts that aren't being developed. And again, like Sean mentioned and I mentioned in my narrative, it might end up being something other than that 120 acre if you combine it, but the intention is to have a single parcel at the end of it as far as our ownership.
Right. So that will be so what you'd be approving if you did is the conceptual boundary to be defined and refined as being substantially similar to what's conceptually proposed here for the boundary. As mentioned, signage is not ready yet, so that will come back as a condition. Basically, that needs signage approval per our code in terms of how signage is normally approved. So come back to that for up to 32 square feet of signage. The big concern, though, is the parking lot. And so, you know, there's going to be runoff, and there's stormwater considerations, and there's grading considerations. And right now, it's very conceptual in nature, and it looks like it's going to work. And even though the drive aisles are extra width, so it might meet fire truck radius turn considerations as it is, but we don't know yet. So if this is approved, what I am proposing is that it would be similar to this, but town staff, town planner, town engineer, and the fire chief would provide final review on that parking lot to make sure it works for grading and drainage and turn radiuses and so on. So the plan commission and board would not see that again, but we would approve the details of that lot to make sure it all works out for those issues.
What about gravel versus asphalt or concrete?
That's up to the plan commission.
Okay. And it's proposed as?
It's proposed as gravel. You did say potentially asphalt. Either one are considered impervious surfaces. They don't matter for stormwater.
It comes back to
Gravel doesn't get any bonus points? No.
Yeah, it comes back to the two things at hand to say you want to maintain the nature of the aesthetic and of how the site operates now, which would say make it something where you can have natural drainage, which in our case would be a type of grass surface or some type of permeable surface versus a hard surface. We proposed gravel as kind of that midpoint, but that is still considered impermeable. But there are options where you can have for lack of a better word, honeycomb stiffeners that you put into grass so that they can be driven on and they can support the weight of something as heavy as a fire truck. That kind of blends those two so that you have a strong enough substrate so that you can have it as parking or as drivable, but then you don't have the issues that you have with putting a hard surface in an area where you don't want to, introduce something like a stormwater pond next to wetland areas or those types of options. So that's something where that will take some back and forth with a planning meeting with, the county. I think would be the biggest ones to have impact on that, to know which way to take the engineering, whether it's we have to do the stormwater management, which would include, ponds and those types of things, versus adjust the surface that it is to accommodate that naturally or more naturally.
That lot is really the only thing that's impacting your stormwater management, correct?
Correct, yeah, because everything else, is already paved
Existing,
or.
right.
Regarding the parking lot, again, because of the events that we attended, and because of this coming before the town, paying attention to a lot of different stuff I would not normally. And most of the vehicles that were coming to the events that I attended, my wife and I attended, had 1 or 2 people in them, okay? Now, the ratio that we're working with here is 3 to 1. And I think that somehow the town's gonna have to address that at some point, but I don't think that 3 to 1 is something that will satisfy this parking lot.
Unfortunately, that was the condition that was approved as part of the
No,
unspecified
I'm not,
use.
I know it's something we're gonna have to address, but I also wanna address it, that may be a problem for you guys later, okay? Knowing what's been approved under conditional use.
So the comparable parking requirement was for
Banquet facilities.
banquet facilities, and so you're contending that event barn would be different than a banquet facility?
A wedding, and both of them happened to be weddings that we went to, and there were 2 people in the 1 or 2 people in the vehicles. There were others that had more, okay? But for the most part, the majority of the vehicles were occupied by 1 or 2 people.
Right, but a banquet facility is pretty similar to a event barn. So they're the same considerations. You're showing up for an event,
Right.
whether it's a wedding or something
Well, I'm not
else.
contesting that, yeah.
And so that's what our ordinance requires, and so that's what we used.
Right.
So if we revisit that, we should take a look at the ordinance itself in terms
And
of.
that's what we'd have to do. That's what I'm gonna suggest we do, okay?
Sure.
Because I'm not trying to put you guys in a power curve either, or trying to have you spend more money. I just think logistically, 3 to 1 is not gonna work.
How are those parking spaces gonna be delineated on gravel? And
Bumpers, parking bumpers, and then we'll have the pole lights where we can,
Yeah.
if we have, concerns with that center aisle, we could run, and I mean, use the word chain, but a decorative as far as a bollard and chain type of system to kind of define that between those 2 parking spots, where they're face-to-face versus the out-facing.
That's an excellent point.
Well,
Because you got
if the
asphalt.
best use, you usually have
Right.
lanes and.
Yeah, your
asphalt
point's,
and
well,
stuff.
excellent point.
So are you saying you are using the parking bumpers for sure?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so we could require that as well, and just make it a requirement that those blocks be added.
Well, otherwise, how do you count spaces? Just
Right,
let you
and
take
you're gonna
that
lose
turn,
spaces
but-
because people are not gonna park exactly
Yeah.
where they're
No.
supposed to, and you all of a sudden lose 5 or 10 spaces, and then you have room for 80.
Even when there's lined parkings, okay,
Right.
people are parking in 2 parking spots, or well overcrowding the other one.
Sean, what if, one of my concerns, as you know, is noise, and you did a little test, I find that very interesting. What about noise complaints? How would those be handled? Someone calls the town, building inspector goes out? How do noise complaints get handled?
I don't know, how do they get handled?
By the sheriff.
Yeah.
And I just want to add, actually, so he said we did the test, and we were probably this close to each other and had to yell to each other to hear each other in the barn. That's how loud we had the music play. And we left it on until 10 o'clock, being only in our house, and our kids went to sleep. They didn't come in saying it's too loud to sleep. We were sitting there on the couch, which is the closest room to the barn, and it wasn't a nuisance to us being on the same property, that close, whereas our neighbors are that times 10.
And we positioned it in a way so that it wasn't, okay, we're gonna put it in the basement in the corner. We had the barn doors wide open, we put it, right next to it, because we wanted to see for ourselves, because we didn't wanna go and sell something and say, hey, we can meet these requirements and not have a chance to do it.
And we walked to the end of the property and you couldn't hear.
You walked out to the road, basically. Yeah. We do have one member of the public here. Sir, do you wish to make any public? Okay. Yeah. So we may call you back up, but we'll help take comments from our member of the public. If you could come up, sir, and state your name and address.
My name's Don Peterson, and 8708 Halverson Road is where I just purchased. I don't live there yet. I purchased the property. It's been in our, kind of in our family for many years. I have 120 acres directly south. Some of the property that I own does abut the property that they have. More on the wooded side towards the west. We own all the way up to the river, south to Rab Drive, and then all the way out to Halverson Road. On page 5 of this, there you can see where they have the two arrows, which show the two properties or two neighbors. That would be me. I'm the one in the bigger house a little further south. There's a shop, big shop there, and then a house up on the hill right where the arrow is. My mother, actually, we just moved her in January. We did rent out that other house. There's two houses there. There's a old farmhouse and a ranch house. And I just moved her in there in January so we could tear down her old house. And I'm in the process of building a new one right now. They just poured the basement this morning. Obviously, one of my biggest concerns is noise. I've been working on this, to buy this property for my mom for the last 4 or 5 years. She didn't want to do it because she couldn't handle me tearing down her old house. A year ago, she finally said, it's getting too much for me. It's a big tri-level house. If you want to buy it, and you can tear it down. I love where I was living, Burlington, 22 acres, public hunting grounds all around me. I have no noise. I mean, I'm out nowhere. I buy this because it's the same way. There's no neighbors. I'm set back. I own all the property. My house is designed, the new house is going to be designed where there's a lot of open deck area that's covered that we can enjoy sitting outside, watching the wildlife and everything. So the noise is a little bit of a concern to me, the extra traffic that's going to be going by, and that. As far as the noise test, I heard it. We were putting in all new horse pasture in that field directly to the east of this, and that's all put in 130 poles and a lot of hard work, and with one arm. I had tore my rotator cuff, but it was hard, and so we were out there working on that, and I even said to my wife, she's helping me do poles, and I said, the new neighbor sounds like they're having a party. Didn't think nothing of it because whatever, I'm not that way, I don't care. So I did hear the music that night playing. Was it real loud or obnoxious? No, it wasn't bad. I could hear it, that's all. It is quiet around there. There's not a lot of things going on. So, that does, being now I'm gonna move into this nice new house and in the fall, hopefully by Christmas, they said it'll be done. So next year, sitting outside, I don't know if I wanna necessarily listen to it. The other concern I do have is all around there is hunting land. Their neighbors directly, that wooded area, if you follow them areas, that's between my house and there, that's Dan Strasser owns that. Know him very well. He owns the local gas station. I'm surprised he's not here because he talked about coming. And he hunts that whole thing, that field that's in the CRP, they just put a pond in there and they hunt around that pond, his son does, rifles, bow hunting, and all that. So I'm a little concerned about all the hunting, all that property going to the river and that, we hunt, my family hunt, my sons, myself, whatever. So in the fall, you know, we're gonna be out there hunting. Whether that shouldn't be an issue because we're all responsible, we know we're shooting, you know, that. I just want everyone to be aware of that. That is all hunting property, even to the east of them, that wooded area and that. I know the people there, they hunt all that and directly north of there. All that wooded area, that's heavy hunted in the fall. So just want to make everyone aware of that, whether that makes any difference. Other than that, you know, I guess that's all. I'm just a little concerned. I don't know if I would have bought this several months ago, if I would have known that this was all gonna happen, because I am concerned about the noise, and whenever you have events, weddings or whatever, you're gonna have issues. You have, you know, a little bit too much alcohol and whatever, and we have to deal with that late at night. It's far enough away, I got a good buffer, woods between us, not a problem, but you're still gonna hear it, you're gonna know it's there. So, it's not really what I was hoping for, in that, when I heard it was sold, that was gonna happen there. You know, I guess the last thing I want is to take anybody's dream away from them, but at the same time, I just retired. This new house is all my dream too. This is what I wanted. You know, peace and quiet, and just me and my family to enjoy it there. So I guess right now that's about all I have to say about that. So, thank you.
Sir, yeah, a question on your new house. Where, we're just looking at these little maps. Could you, is it the smaller house that is your mother's that you're tearing down, and you're gonna build it on the same?
No, so if you look at, it's hard to see in that picture. The big white building down that lower part of the left, so that'd be the left arrow going to the west.
Okay.
Okay, that arrow is we're kind of right where the arrow is about where my house is going to be. Now, I don't know when this picture was taken, and you can probably see the old house. I'm thinking that's what it is. That's been tore down, and the new house is going there. So it's on the north side of the lot, basically. Down that bigger building, that's a pole barn. Originally, there was a trenching company that was there, trenching and business. And I did run that for a while. The person that owned it was my stepfather, and he passed and then asked me if I'd take it over, and I ran it for a few years. I also owned another trucking company. I couldn't do both, so I let the trenching company go, and now I still kept a couple pieces of equipment for my own pleasure, actually for this project that's helping out, but just a couple trenchers and some mini backhoes and stuff I have, but I don't do any business with it anymore. And the trucking company I sold and retired from that, but yeah, the house is just on the north side, and the horses are all, we put a new horse pasture in on the west side of that pasture there. The fields in the front, if you go straight west, my mom owns the house for the other area, and there's two houses in there. There's a rental, an old farmhouse, and a ranch house, and my mom lives in that one. And then there's another house that it's going up for sale. My daughter might be buying it, which is on the same driveway. It's in the woods there, just in between them two places. She's actually going to look at it Saturday, thinking about purchasing it. But yeah, so that's where we're at. So I can't read, does that say like 1,200 feet away or something from their lot line? Something like that?
Yeah, one is marked at 12, if I'm reading it right, 1242, and the other is marked at 1217.
Yeah, so we're pretty close, you know. But I guess the hours, you know, I can understand the hours that they made and for what they're gonna use it for. You know, I guess we'd have to deal with it, but I just wasn't really looking forward to having this happen after I already started building my new house, you know, so. And I just found out about this, I was up north over the holiday weekend, and my mom got something in the mailbox. So because we're in Racine County, you know, I don't really keep up with Vernon County's stuff. I do check the Racine County agenda. I just dealt with all the stuff with my own permit and getting stuff to tear down my old house and build this new one. So I just found out about it. I didn't really realize that this was going on until just a couple of days ago. But I just wanted to make sure I was here to see what was going on because I didn't really realize.
I know, I appreciate your staying this late.
Yeah, well,
You know, to voice your opinion.
Right. I just, you know, I doubt that'd change anything, but I just want to let everyone know I'm kind of a little concerned, and I'm not going to be the neighbor that's going to call the cops constantly, you know, unless somebody's really encroaching on my premises or I got major issues. But, no, that's about it.
You said you heard the music,
I did.
and that was out, you were outside?
Yeah, we were outside, definitely.
Okay.
Yes, we were outside working out in the horse pasture, putting poles in, you know. And heck, I'm not gonna be making some noise once in a while at night, have the radio going or something like that. I mean, or have a party. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not gonna do that, but I just don't wanna listen to parties every weekend and late at night, you know. And I'm up north, I'm at home every weekend. You know, I go up north a lot and stuff, but I'm just,
When you heard music,
yes.
how, in layman's terms, how would you describe the volume of the music as to where you were?
Oh, I mean, it definitely was not like, annoying. I mean, it wasn't, I guess if I was trying to go to sleep and listen to it, I'd probably be tapping my foot and going, okay, you can turn the music off, you know, so I can go to sleep. But it wasn't that bad. You could just hear it. It wasn't blasting me out. I'm not that close, and there's trees in between us. There's a good buffer. But I could hear it.
But they did say they were blasting it,
Right.
I believe.
And they were, and like I said, and that's probably why I could hear it. So maybe, you know, normal circumstances, they won't be blasting it, won't be,
Yeah.
you know, and they're gonna be shutting it down, the outside music, shutting it down at a decent hour. You know,
We already have an ordinance that says the noise ordinance, right, it puts a limit
At the property line, the decibel level, right,
at the property line.
right.
so, yeah,
We'll make sure that's
I
enforced.
get, you know, I get it. I'm just
Okay, understand.
voicing my opinion.
Well, and that's, and this, you know, this plan commission, I must say, is our well, at least mine, is number one concern is the noise.
Right.
Number one. Number two is traffic. And on the noise, it's maybe you know, how loud it is. You know, we tried to manage the noise the best we could. Shut off the outside amplified noise after a certain time. Inside, it goes longer. Obviously, if the barn doors are open, the windows are open, it's almost like being outside.
Right.
But it's how it's amplified as well, and how many decibels it is inside the barn, right? And I think at the property line, it's 65 decibels.
Right, and that's a standard town noise ordinance.
Right.
The point I'd like to make is that over the last 3 months, 4 months, or whatever it was, we went through a process to establish conditions for a generic event barn. You weren't at the meetings because you didn't know. But we did have a public hearing on that as well. And so the way this is a conditional use, right? And so the way the conditional use laws work in the state now is that conditional uses are basically permitted uses now, provided you can meet standard conditions that are set up, reasonable conditions. And if you can provide evidence you can meet those conditions, you have to be granted the conditional use. And so over the last few months, we developed a list of 20-some conditions on event barns anywhere in the town of Vernon. And so we carefully went through those and tweaked them and changed them and got input on them. And so that got done. And then now, based on that, they're coming forward to present their event barn and bed and breakfast and showing how they meet those conditions. So we could potentially pose additional conditions on them, but we did that process. And so they're showing us how they're meeting those conditions, and they have so far, in my perspective. So I definitely appreciate what you're saying, but.
No, and I get, they've done all their homework, they know what they're doing, and, you know, I wish them all the luck in the world. I hope this all works out for all of us. Like I said, I just want everybody to know that I do have some concerns,
Sure.
and that's what they were. You know, and we, you know, hopefully I don't foresee any problems. I mean, that's, you know, I hope that, well, the noise isn't a big issue. You know, I guess I won't really know until it happens, and if it is, I'll definitely be calling them and I'll let them know. I'm not calling the cops right away. I'll call and talk to them, say, hey, you guys, you know, there's something a little louder than normal, or
Sure.
what's going on? But I'm not that way. I'm pretty easygoing.
There's also a provision that this is gonna be reviewed, and so after a period of time, it's gonna come back for review to see how it goes and go from there. So in terms of traffic, that would be, you know, noise and traffic would be my big concerns if I lived there as well. And so it's obviously right at the end of
They
Halverson.
shouldn't be coming by my driveway too much. I mean, there's no
Right, they
reason
should be
not-
coming from
it should not be. They should be
164
going
mostly,
Straight up
right.
164,
Right, that-
you know, most of it's gonna be a Saturday afternoon traffic, which that area is not that
Right.
busy anyhow.
I would
Try to get out
guess,
on 164 on a Monday morning or a Friday night, oh man, it's bad at that intersection.
Right.
But on a Saturday, it's no big deal.
but the vast majority of traffic will be coming down County Line Road
Right.
to 164.
Right. Yep.
Right, and we tried to limit that on those collector streets to a mile, and we put that in.
You gotta
And
be
this is
within a
3
mile of a
right.
collector road,
Yeah,
or
right.
arterial, within a mile of an
Well,
arterial. and
Arterial
collector.
road, and 164 is the arterial,
Right.
and it's 3/4 of a mile. So we're trying to keep the traffic off, you know, residential streets.
Right.
And so we tried to address
They
that.
have the ordinance now, we can drive our golf carts down that road because it's 25 mile an hour up there, so I just bought me a golf cart so I can go cruising with my dog and go to my daughter she just lives a few miles down, and I'm like, well, but I'll be there, that won't be an issue, that's minor. But,
I think everybody's a little apprehensive about what it's going to be and what it could be, but we did do our best coming up with as tight conditions as we could without crushing the business
No,
of
no,
of a potential event barn.
I get it, as a business owner, I appreciate it, you know, like I said, I'm just gonna be a new neighbor and not looking to shut anybody down, I'm just looking to voice my opinion and say this is my concerns, and I'm hoping everybody, you know, takes that in consideration as far as the noise and everything.
Thank you for
And you guys
coming
have
in.
been, I mean, I listened to this whole thing, and I'm just, sounds like you are, you know, so I'm hoping.
Well,
hoping it all
yes,
works out.
thank you for coming in. I wish all the neighbors would come in. We'd be happy to hear from all of them. Yeah, but he's still a neighbor. I don't care what county or what city or municipality.
But when it comes to actually doing it, then nobody does nothing. Well, I really don't have that much of a problem with this, as long as I can sit on my porch and not have to, once in a while, and not have to listen to a bunch of riffraff. Yes, that's all. Which it doesn't sound like it's gonna be that kind of a place.
Right.
I mean, it really doesn't.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Well, I'd like to talk to you again some more time, more about it. Like I said, I don't want to try to shut nothing down. I just want to voice my concerns, because I'm
Okay.
spending a lot of money on this property.
We're going to keep the public hearing open until we answer all our questions. Now, when we deliberate, you know, I do like, Sean, your worksheet.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that yet.
And I assume because we may have questions when we go through it, and hopefully we can go through it, and I know you've done it on your staff report, maybe we should do this during the public hearing in case we want to call them back up for more questions.
Yeah, we definitely could do that through the public hearing if we wanted to. There's no harm in doing that. So what this is, this 11-page document is all the conditions that we have for an event barn and the bed and breakfast, and then a couple of other conditions in there that were the general conditions, couple of conditions from my staff report that weren't in the conditions that we established for the event barn. And so what this allows you to do is go through one by one, based on what you've heard and what's been presented, to say, has the applicant presented substantial evidence to meet this condition or not? The first column, though, the column A through the whole thing, is whether or not the condition or requirement is applicable. I think we pretty much answered that for the most part because in the event barn things, because we established those conditions. So I think we think those are applicable. But there's some in the event, in the bed and breakfast we've never talked about. Some of the general conditions, you may not think those are applicable. And so we need to go through these one by one. We can do it very quickly, just to make record that these have been met for the record. And then note the substantial evidence that has been presented so we can have it on file in case it's ever challenged in court. So,
Well, how do we, I have a threshold question. Okay, if we can find substantial evidence, well, just take an easy one, minimum lot area of 20 acres. Well, we can find substantial evidence for that. We'll mark it down on the page, but how do we, because they're combining lots for CSMs
Right.
and so on. Okay, so we find it, there is substantial evidence, and I suppose before their conditional use permit is given to them, somebody's gonna check it off and say, oh yeah, they did their CSM, they do have 20 acres.
yeah, so in my staff report, there are preceding conditions before the conditional use permit's issued, and there's subsequent and ongoing conditions for both the event barn and the bed and breakfast. And some of those preceding conditions happen to be the CSM is approved, the Waukesha County signs off on the stormwater and septic systems. And so all those are in there as preceding conditions, those things that have to be approved. On page 8, basically, number 3 are the preceding conditions for the event barn. And so, yes, those things will be followed up on. The conditional use permit will not be issued until those things happen.
And there would be an occupancy permit granted to make sure that what was proposed is what was executed, right?
After the conditional use permit's
Yeah.
issued, after you guys have done all your improvements, then before they get occupancy, yes, the occupancy permit would happen, the fire inspection would happen, and all those things would take place.
So town officials, those various ones would be, and county
Right.
would be out to the site to make sure.
Yep, the review of the parking lot, that's the proposed signage, all those things would happen prior to CUP. He would still have the approval, the conditional use approval, but it just wouldn't be issued.
Subject to.
It's subject to, or.
That's right.
Right. Well, that was really my question. It's okay, they
Right.
say they're gonna do it, but, okay.
Right.
Have they done it?
Yep, we're gonna follow up, we're not gonna issue the permit until all those preceding conditions are met.
Right. Because,
Start with number 1.
yeah, let's start with number 1.
Good luck.
Okay, well, on that one, it's one or more existing agricultural buildings, and I view the word existing there as they have to be existing when we created all these conditions. So nothing new, and I think under this, I'm relying on the presentation for the substantial
Right,
evidence, I
right.
guess is what,
Right.
is where I'm coming
The application and the presentation.
presentation, right. And, they've stated that, and we can see on the pictures, there's existing, and people who went out and saw the property, there's existing structures that they're gonna use for their event barn. So, what about the rest of it, Sean? I mean, originally constructed for bona fide agriculture, well, we can see it's a barn, and there's a silo.
Right. Can be part of a functioning farm. Some of the buildings will remain as like the chicken coop and so on, and some will not. Some will be just used for the event barn, so it meets that. Used by individuals or groups for rental fee or other remuneration to accommodate private functions. It's been stated that they will not be open to the general public, and these types of facilities were listed as potential gatherings. It will have outdoor areas that are designated on the same lot. It will have kitchen facilities for the prep of food. They will serve alcoholic beverages on premise. And again, not open to the general public. So they have stated that numerous times in their application and their narrative.
And they have a site plan.
They have a
So we
site
should-
plan
so we should reference
which
the site
designates
plan.
those areas.
Right, we should reference the site plan. How, are you taking notes? We're
Yeah,
taking notes?
yeah,
or
I'll take
how's-
notes for this.
Okay.
And a lot of this substantial evidence is gonna simply be, it's shown in the site plan, it's
Plan
listed
of
in the
operation,
narrative, and they've agreed to it.
Right.
So-
Well, most of it is going to be that. I mean,
Yeah. So the conditions applicable,
Conditions applicable
they
under
provided
A,
substantial evidence. Anybody disagree?
no disagreement.
Has anyone provided evidence to the contrary? No?
Nope, not on this one.
And so the condition's met. So they meet that condition. 20 acres, they have shown a potential lot combination. One of our conditions of approval is going to be to ensure that 20 acres is created, and so,
And the site plan is inside that 20
and
acres,
site plan inside 20 acres,
right?
correct.
Or a minimum of 20 acres. They're going to combine at 120.
It may be up,
Or
it may be up to
maybe 80
120.
because there's 40 you want to make sure you can sell to the county someday, back by the Fox River,
At least 20 acres.
right?
So the condition is applicable, they've provided evidence, no evidence to the contrary has been provided, and they've met that condition. So if you want to, we can assume that all those, the yes, yes, no, yes is gonna be applicable. It's gonna apply unless someone speaks up otherwise. How about
Okay,
that?
that's fair.
So that's how we record them. No building, structure, use, or parking with the event shall be located less than 100 feet from adjacent lot lines. Permitting a residential use, no building, structure, use, or parking associated with the event shall be located less than 250 feet from any residence not owned by the applicant. They provided a drawing that shows the distances from adjacent properties and residences. The nearest lot line is to the south. Their parking lot is actually 50 feet from that property. However, there's a conservation, that lot is in conservation purposes, and residential is not allowed on that property.
Oh, I see. It's, the rule is less than 100 feet from any adjacent lot line permitting a residential use. You're saying there isn't a residential
There's
use
no.
permitted on that lot
The
line,
closest residential use is the closest residence is like 1,200 feet.
including the guy who's building the new one? Is he outside the 1,200?
Yes, yes,
Outside.
he's about 1,200, but the rule is 250.
Right,
So they're 4 or 5 times past that, but the parking lot is 50 feet off the south property line. It's required to be 100 if it allows residential use. That
Right.
property does not allow residential use, so that's okay. So everybody in agreement? They've met that condition?
okay. And have you verified that that's really true, the conservancy there? Or
We've been
take-
talking about it back and
That's what he
forth.
submitted there.
He submitted it. I was just
And
asking
he
if
submitted
there's.
it? No, and so I haven't seen evidence till today of that.
Okay,
That's what he passed around.
right. So we can use this as substantial evidence. If somehow this isn't true, doesn't that clear the permit then? I mean, doesn't that
Well, we could
create a
modify the
problem?
parking lot to just be.
Oh, yeah,
north
he
of
could move
100.
it 50 feet
Right,
further in.
it could be moved and it could be
Right.
tuned up. All right, the event barn, the operator will, the event barn will reside on the same lot as the event barn or immediately adjacent. And they have stated that they are going to live there. They currently reside on the property and will continue as the operators.
Right. Well, and to state further, are we gonna, we're gonna name Hellerson House LLC as the operator?
Them doing business as Halverson.
Okay, so
LLC.
it's DBA Halverson House, okay. Okay,
The
then we
prop-
talked about the bedroom issue, so we got that clear. D,
Property must abut directly upon an arterial collector street, as defined in the Code of Ordinances, and event access to the parcel shall be from the arterial or collector. Property access on a collector street shall be no further than 1 mile from an arterial street. Per our definition of an arterial street, a street that basically connects minor streets with arterials is the collector definition. I think this meets that requirement, especially as you go east of 164 and it continues on. It is a long road. As was mentioned, the petitioner also provided evidence showing traffic counts on the road, even though relatively few homes are on this portion of County Line Road. It's used by many people besides the people that live directly on it, so it's certainly collecting traffic. I also discussed this with Waukesha County in terms of what we're proposing. I was meeting with on some other issue, and I brought this up with Waukesha County staff and the planning manager there in terms of what our definition of a collector is, and he agreed that in their terms, this is also a collector road as well.
The County Line.
County Line Road is a collector road in their eyes as
Alverson
well.
is a collector.
Yes.
And of course, 164 has got to be an arterial.
Right.
Right, and he's 3/4 of a mile, I think that is true, from County Line. Or 3/4 of a mile from 164.
Correct.
So he meets the 1 mile.
He does.
Yeah, I was surprised at those traffic counts, that they were that high
Mm-hmm.
on County Line.
There are a lot of little offshoots between
What?
there and the Fox that
Right, and there's the Golden Circle subdivision.
subdivision to the north,
Right.
south.
South, right. Well, and the Cruise Restaurant is down there too, and that's generating traffic probably through there, but, yeah.
Events must be served by a private on-site waste system, not including portable facilities, and a private on-site well, a municipal sewer system, and a municipal water system, or a combination of both. Restroom facilities associated with the private waste system shall be located within the event barn. Private systems shall be sized appropriately for the building occupancy and approved by Waukesha County Environmental Health. They are in the process of that right now. They do not have full approvals, but we will not issue the conditional use permit unless we have approval from the county for the waste system. Make sense?
Yeah, now, a lot of times we use the word event barn, singular, and I'm just thinking if they're gonna use more than one building for your facilities, just the barn. The rest of it's gonna be I know some of the buildings you said, oh, that's gonna be personal, that's, personal
The
storage
only-
and
I mean, the house will be used, obviously.
for the bed and breakfast.
For the bed and breakfast, and on the day of, that's kind of the women's area to get ready. The granary building is what we call the groom's quarters, where the guys will hang out the day of. So that outbuilding will be used for the wedding barn.
Right, so that's part of the event barn, let's say,
Correct.
okay?
And then there's the main footprint of the barn, which is the two-story main barn, dairy barn, and the hayloft. It's all one structure. They're all connected both on both levels.
Right.
But that's kind of that skewed building in the center.
So there's really, I just don't wanna
Three
run into
structures that are used.
yeah, I don't wanna run into plural versus, singular, event barn.
Right.
That's one structure versus, well, no, it's an event barn,
But in my-
permit, and do we
But in my
have to write it
approval-
up like we have to have a permit for?
I did write it
the
up
main
like
bar-
that.
Okay, the main barn.
Yeah,
So you're
I
answering-
listed
okay.
all the uses and all the buildings that are part of this
Okay.
operation in the approval.
Okay,
And for something like the tent, which requires the footprint, that only uses that main barn, which is the 3,400 square feet roughly. So we didn't combine the 3,400 square feet for that in the house. It's just for that main barn.
now that tent, while we're talking about the tent, that has to be within, however this red line turns out.
be in that.
In-
Same conditional use boundary,
Boundary.
but no more than 3,400
Square
square feet.
feet, and that'll be part of the permit, no more than
That's
34.
that's a condition of the permit, yes.
Okay,
Okay, events limited to no more than one event per day with no more than 3 events per calendar year. We define events as taking place.
Week.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said year. You just put them in bankruptcy.
Right, yeah, I guess you can operate. Week, yes, calendar week.
Yeah, it's not midnight yet.
Yeah, I'm getting tired though. They've agreed to this in their narrative and stated as such. This is obviously a condition of the permit. No more than 300 attendees per event was our standard condition. They have agreed to no more than 230 per the application. Attendees would include all employees, catering services, other support services, property owners, staff, operators, etc. So it's anybody on premise, basically, at any one time would be an attendee, and they've committed to 230, which is less than the 300 that's required.
But it'll be limited to 230 in their permit.
Their permit will be 230.
Okay.
And it'll still be governed by building code. So
Well,
if we
sure,
said that,
if they come in and say, no, you can
Yeah.
only have 175
That's
in
right.
here, well, right.
The hours for events would begin at 8 a.m., will not continue past 11:59 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and should not begin prior to 8 a.m. or continue past 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, including all setup and takedown activities and the arrival and departure of attendees. They have agreed to that as well.
We're good so far? Okay.
Anybody think that they cannot meet these or will not
Yeah,
meet
we're going
these?
over them fast, so we have to backtrack.
We've been through most of that.
Right, we have been, right.
They-
Alcohol.
Alcohol not served past 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and 9 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday. They have committed to that as well. No sale of alcohol is permitted unless an alcohol beverage license for the event barn is obtained from the town of Vernon. They do plan to sell alcohol on the premise, and they are going to be applying for a permit. They will not be allowed to sell alcohol if they do not obtain a permit. Or, I'm sorry, a license. No outdoor sound amplification used and associated with the outdoor events before 9 a.m. or after 8 p.m. No sound amplification within buildings before 9 a.m. or after 11 p.m. Sound amplification devices shall be located at least 100 feet from all property lines and directed to minimize impact to adjacent properties and shall comply with the Chapter 221 noise ordinance of the town of Vernon. And so on the site plan, they do not show the precise locations for where they want to do sound amplifications. However, you can see where their current outdoor locations are located, such as the gravel courtyard adjacent to the main barn and a couple of outdoor areas that are south of the existing house and east of the existing house. So at this point, we have not approved specific locations for speakers and so on, but the permit does state what the rules are. Does anyone feel that they will not be able to meet those requirements?
Yeah, it's the direct, I just jotted down direction of speakers, and, you know, the rule says
Got to be directed
to
inward.
minimize the impact.
Right, and so we're not reviewing that on an event-by-event basis. We're not requiring them to show the speaker locations on here, because that could change depending on where the event is located and whatnot, but it's got to be 100 feet off the property lines, has to be inward. If there's an issue, it might be something that we investigate and go out there and take a look at, so. Are you confident that they can meet that condition? Exterior lighting to be used in association with the event shall not exceed 15 feet in height above the ground, and light sources shall not be visible from the lot lines measured 5 feet above the ground. They show the locations for the lights. There's 3 going to be in the parking lot. They showed a photometric that shows that there will be no light spillover on the adjacent properties. They're full cutoff fixtures. There are a series of lights along the entrance drive. I think it's 5 lights that are proposed. They're residential in nature. They are frosted to shield the light source from them. They're less than 15 feet in height. There's also 1 pole that's internal to the driveway junction that'll have 3 lights on it. Again, those are frosted lights, residential in nature, and that's also less than 15 feet in height. Have they met the requirement of the condition?
How do you measure them streetlights along the driveway?
Well, they're less than 15 feet in height, we know that, and so light sources will not be visible from the lot lines, and that's why they've provided frosted glass.
The lot line's pretty close there.
The lot line's pretty
Across
close
the
there, right?
driveway, right?
Right, but you can't see the bulb.
Can't see that.
The bulb, the light source. You can see the frosted
In
glass.
those, well, yeah, but
And so those aren't necessarily any different than a residential light
they're right.
in a residential
exactly,
neighborhood.
but To fit these terms,
Do they,
that probably
do they
would.
fit those terms? Yeah, do they fit those terms?
Probably not.
Light sources shall not be visible from the lot lines measured 5 feet above the light line.
This is the question I asked at our last meeting about the light source being visible. But these have got like hoods on.
The parking lot ones do. The other ones are not. They're more
Like
of
a globe.
more of a globe lantern, but they're frosted. And they're less than 15 feet in height. They're like an old-time residential street light. Or a light in someone's front yard.
I don't know if it really applies to something like that, but it's, shouldn't maybe.
And so originally they were proposed as the glass was not frosted, and we talked about this condition in terms of what they were and what the actual impact would be, and we suggested, we talked and figured, well, let's make them frosted, because that at least technically means you can't see the light source on those. And so you're technically, I think, meeting that condition, even though these types of lights are, you know, they're the lumens are low, they're residential in nature, and they're very low to the ground.
The other option would be to go with a full cutoff, commercial type fixture, more similar to like the parking lot lights.
Right.
If it came to that, we would probably eliminate lights along the driveway, but I think that would add, I thought there might be questions of safety in that, where bringing that light source and making it that residential type of fixture was kind of blending those two things and making it work.
Or you could make the light poles small, or shorter, I suppose.
Well, no,
So it eliminates just the pavement, so you can see to drive on it, but it's not up in the air. That you
But
could
not
do
with
too.
that globe thing, like an
It would have to be
it's not gonna-
shrouded.
It would have to be low and
and-
shrouded, right?
Yeah. You'd have to put them on the south side of the driveway and blacken out one side, but it's a little ridiculous.
Right.
No.
Well, there's 5. And and that driveway is, I can't see how many feet it is. How many-
Roughly 800, 700 and change to the corner.
Right, from the curve?
From the street. And
From the
it's
street.
about 150 feet apart. So in the subdivision that, you know, was proposed earlier, this is the post light that they have out in the front of the driveway. This is, you know, trying to create that type of look since this is, you know.
And everybody's got one.
Yeah.
Post lights.
And some people get irritated because everybody has one and they leave them on, but yeah.
Yeah.
But they're certainly not commercial type lights that
Right.
you'd
Right.
be afraid of. So I guess my opinion is it technically meets the requirement. You may feel otherwise.
Because of the frosting.
Because of the frosting, you
Okay.
can't
As
actually see
opposed
the
to
source,
somebody reading it saying, well, I can see the light,
but not the light source. You cannot see the bulb.
but I can see the light. You know, light source, light, it's coming from something.
It
You can
is.
see where it's coming from, if you
Well-
can see the light. If the light's bright enough, you're not gonna see the bulb either. So,
True. What do you want to do on that one?
technically.
Have they met the requirement?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
No open fires associated with the operation except where approved by the town of Vernon planner in writing within specifically designated locations. They have shown a proposed location. They may not use it. And so they're asking for approval as part of the conditional use permit now, so they don't have to come back later if they want approval of that.
So it's shown on some site plan
It's,
that you see?
it's on the site plan
Yeah,
in that
okay.
courtyard area, in the corner of the
Okay.
courtyard area. So we'd essentially be approving it now.
If it's in the courtyard, if they wanna move it, they'd have to come back,
They
right?
cannot do it anywhere else without approval.
Okay.
Minimum number of parking spaces shall be equal to 1 parking space per 3 attendees, as defined above. At no time shall the number of attendees exceed 3 times the number of stalls. So,
It's part of
So-
our ordinances right now.
it's part of the ordinance right now, and so they're gonna have 84 total stalls with the bed and breakfast, 80 basically for the event venue. They may lose.
Plus for staff parking.
Yeah, you may lose one for ADA depending, and so we'll review that, but the point is that, right now, the math works, right? So if you do 230 divided by 3, you get 77, so they have enough now. We'll make sure they have enough when we review the parking lot and the parking plan. So right now, they meet that 1 per 3, and the number of attendees that are permitted.
Plus the bumpers. You
Plus
know,
the bumpers we added as
a
a,
gravel lot, I can tell you how people park in a gravel lot. I park sideways, there's gonna be no door dings on my truck. Now, if there's a bumper, you know, then you're gonna be in the bump, then you're gonna be in your spot. So,
so that gets at the next condition, and we'll refine this one now. All parking areas shall be clearly defined and designated with appropriate surface materials determined by the Town Plan Commission based on surrounding aesthetic character and uses, topography and drainage, and potential for dust, and then also include parking blocks / bumpers for each stall.
yeah, we could put that in, right?
Yeah. And right now, I guess we should also clarify whether or not gravel is okay and whether or not pervious pavers are okay if they decide to go that direction.
And the pervious pavers,
Those are like the hex grid things where there's grass that comes up between them. And so we'd still have the blocks marking the spaces, but you can drive on those and you get some credit, at least some stormwater credit for those. Would either of those options be okay?
well, the gravel raises potential for dust, I suppose.
But they're in the middle of, they're fairly isolated.
Right. Still on their property.
All right, so they met that condition. No parking associated with the event barn on any public road. They have provided the adequate spaces as required by the conditional use conditions and requirements, and they have committed to no parking on the public road.
Now, question, do we have to go and post that, signs, no parking signs in the?
Well, that's already a requirement in the town, correct?
Right. Well, is it? I think the requirement in the town says you can park on town roads.
I thought we discussed this last time, and I guess I don't know off the top of my head. I thought somebody had said there's no parking on town roads anyhow.
Everybody does.
I'm just telling you what the law is.
Okay.
There's no parking allowed on town roads?
In a certain time frame.
No,
Not
yeah,
winter.
there's,
Are you
there's
saying
no
winter?
parking if there's so-called winter emergency, and there's no parking overnight between this hour and that hour.
During the day is not an issue.
Right.
I would say this, I would say we can, he's committed to this, they've
He's
committed
committed
this.
to it, I get
If there's a
it.
problem, the town at any time can go out there and post signs,
And post no parking.
and post no
sign.
parking signs. I mean, that's got nothing to do with the permit itself, it's in the right of way.
That was just a question.
Yeah, no,
Not a-
but,
Not a,
but,
not,
what-
not trying to put a,
no, but it's something we can always
It's
address.
By the way, we don't have signs anywhere else in the.
No.
in the town.
But if it's an issue, we can always address it.
oh yeah, there's no parking signs in the town.
Yeah.
There's one in my subdivision.
Well, that's your subdivision.
Right. So I'm saying it's
That
in the
was
town.
meant just for you, I think. It's a long way to the public road here
That's what I was gonna say, I think people would park along.
from the event.
Right. What you're gonna have is if you run out of parking spots, which you shouldn't, people are gonna park on the edge of your driveways and everywhere else. But that's on, that's, you're there and you're gonna police that.
Okay, any area occupied by outdoor tent shall not exceed the square footage of the event barn. I think we should also limit that to 3,400 square feet.
Right, as stated, as he
They
stated.
are not proposing any outdoor tents at this time, but they have the opportunity to do so in their outdoor areas, as long as it does not exceed that,
Right, and it's gotta be within the
boundary.
Within the
So they've met that. The Plan Commission may require landscaping screening for parking in outdoor areas used in conjunction with events to provide buffering for adjacent residential uses. They are not showing any additional screening or buffering. Does the Plan Commission wish to require any additional screen or buffering?
I thought about that today. Right now, it's pretty open in that back area, okay, and if if residences are built, okay, can the town at a later date go back? Or should we put something in there that says, at a later date, we may have to modify?
Which direction are you talking about?
North?
So that's their property. Well, all the way to the, I mean, they own to the Fox River and beyond.
Right. Going north, there's their house in between the Fox River and the,
Right, but that's theirs.
yeah, that's there. Well, what kind of screening would you possibly require going to the north? The only screening to the parking lot,
That's,
right?
but that's their property.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You got that conservation area there.
Right.
Yeah.
On
And,
the south-
and in actuality, it's fairly well buffered. I mean, every side is pretty well buffered already. To the west, you know, it loosens up a little bit at the property line, but that's all wetland and natural area that will never be developed anyways. So, I mean, this is the time to discuss this, if you really think there's legitimate purpose for additional landscaping. But
No, I have
this
nothing
site's,
on
this
that
site's
property.
loaded with trees.
I've
at
not
the-
been on the property other than see these aerial pictures.
Sure.
So I don't know, to be fair, where that potential thing, landscaping could come.
Gotcha.
And that's the only reason I bring it up.
Any other thoughts on the potential landscaping?
I think with the number of trees, including next to the parking lot, I do believe there's, right, there's already existing mature trees to the south of your parking lot. That's the closest
Yeah.
any of your operations come to an adjacent property
Yeah,
owner,
there's
is
a
on the
drainage
south.
swale, a drainage ditch that runs like right next to our driveway all the way down to the Fox, and that's, both banks have mature trees. And
Right. So my only issue would be, you know, do we say anything about maintaining the existing trees? Not to say if it dies, you can't cut it down, but maintaining that, you know, landscaping, you know, maintaining the tree line so that it stays screened or something to that effect. I'm not
Yeah.
sure, I'm not grasping for words here, but,
No, I know what you're saying.
right.
Does DNR have requirements on that area?
to the west, yes, there's wetland in that 40-acre parcel that kind
Oh,
of fingers
no.
out towards the chicken.
In between the
The
parking lot?
drainage ditch, I don't believe
No.
that they would along the property line there specifically.
No. The only issue is if there's dead trees they need to clear out and so
Right.
on, and,
We just don't
and
want
we
to.
don't have an inventory of what's out there. We have no,
We
it's a
have-
tough condition to enforce because how would we know if there's a few trees that came down or not? There just
Well,
would be no way to tell.
We would know if they clear cut it, I might say.
We know if they clear cut, yes.
Well, but we wouldn't.
But that would be adverse to what the whole character and, you know, feel of the property as well. I'm sure clear cutting is not something that they intend to do.
So if we mark this not applicable?
Yep.
Could we come back in 2 years and require it if we seem necessary?
When the permit's revisited in 2 years, we certainly could have that condition or additional landscaping.
So then what should the answer to that, please?
No, it's not applicable. So item A is, the first column is no.
Is no.
Right.
Okay. The exterior of buildings to be used for event activities may be repaired or refurbished, but shall not be substantially modified as to significantly alter the character as determined by the Town Plan Commission. They have mentioned that some of the barns the siding has been repaired, they've been painted, they've proposed to do some minor repairs, as noted in their application, but, the Plan Commission should determine if that's significant alteration or not, or if they meet the intent of this requirement. What do you think?
Did they state that they were going to, didn't you state you're gonna, well, obviously you gotta repair siding, but isn't it gonna be the same or the similar to what's there?
Yes.
In that barn?
The barn itself has vertical siding, that walk-in hayloft has car siding, so like onion groove, horizontal siding. And we're gonna match and mimic that where it has to be replaced, repaired.
So, yeah, no expansion is proposed, except for the deck and the access that are coming off the one
And the
building.
granary has similar car siding, onion groove side. The detached garage, they re-sided it with the steel siding previous owner did, to match. So there's a mixture of siding, but all in that same theme and realm and color.
And so it's really just repairs, maintenance,
Yeah,
improving the
deferred
siding.
maintenance types of items.
And so all those things are listed in their application in terms of what they want to do. Replace and add window glazing and doors to accommodate new floor plan use, replace the roof, repair, replace siding as needed to match existing, tuck point and repair foundation, pour concrete floor in the basement, add the deck off the main barn. And so a couple of similar things for the granary, replace and add window glazing and doors as needed, tuck point and repair. So it's mostly ongoing maintenance and improvement to match existing.
Right, that's what I was looking for, and I thought it was in there, but yeah, it's there.
So they have stated that.
Right.
All right, so everybody agrees they've met that condition. The floor area of an existing building to be used for event activities may be expanded for the event activities by no more than 10%, provided all building and zoning requirements are satisfied. Does not include alterations made to accommodate for items such as access or circulation, which will be considered on a case-by-case basis. None of the footprints are being expanded in any regard. The only thing added is the deck and then the stairs off of the deck.
With going into the winter months, a barn is a barn is a barn. And it's not necessarily airtight or whatever.
Correct, so we're gonna condition, since we're pouring a new floor, we're gonna put hydronic heat in the basement level. That's also where our main plumbing is gonna be. And then we're going to make the walk-in hay-loft portion, that's gonna be insulated, and we're gonna be able to keep that portion and the basement at least tempered enough to keep that plumbing safe and operable and usable. But that main barn for our use now, still have, it's got the vertical, it doesn't have battens, it's just boards. We're not gonna make that weather tight.
Okay, moving on. The event barn, including the site plan and access, shall be reviewed by the Town of Vernon Fire Department Chief or designee. Event barn and property shall comply with any and all recommendations provided by the fire chief or designee. Such inspection is for the town's purposes and should not be relied upon by the property owner as any assurance of safety nor compliance with all applicable laws. And so the fire chief has provided comments. It said he had no immediate problem with the barn and the layout. However, he wanted to ensure that the turning radius in the parking lot and access would work. As a condition of the staff report, he will be reviewing the final detailed plans for that parking lot, and so he'll have to sign off on that before the conditional use permit is issued. He also mentioned installation of a Knox box on site as well. And so have the conditions met, or will the condition be met?
You know about the Knox box?
Yeah,
That's
I saw
okay?
that correspondence in it earlier today or late yesterday.
Right. Yeah, it's funny the way you wrote it. I don't see anything that concerns. However, the only issues are, and he lists off a bunch of issues, and it's like, to me, those are all concerns.
And so we will,
He says in the first sentence, there's no concerns.
concerns, but here's my
And then,
concerns.
and then he goes, however, here's all my issues. Well, all those are concerns. Turning radius, the Knox box, you know.
but those are things that we're gonna work out, and if we
Right.
can't work out, then we have a problem, and then the conditional use permit won't be issued.
Right.
Yeah, so for instance, that detailed parking lot layout will show those turning radiuses and the clearances, and that'll be standard site plan technique detail.
Right.
Okay, last one for the event barn. Event barn conditional use permit shall be reviewed every 2 years by the town plan commission to determine compliance with the conditions and requirements of the permit. And so is that applicable? I think we all agree that is yes. They have agreed to that provision, so have they provided substantial evidence that they can meet that? All right, so for the bed and breakfast itself, page 7,
Could we just go back for just 1 second? We ran by the number of events, and in their narrative, they said, I think, what,
they have a
47
range
to
of
70?
events.
Do we put that in the, limit them to 70 then? Or it's limited
It's
per
that-
the,
Yeah.
right, that's what I meant.
That was for informational purposes as to what they expect to do, but I did not change the conditions to say they're limited to however many that was, 70 or 80 or what that is. Is that something you want to do or consider?
Well, that's why I'm raising it. Do we want to put that, I mean, we put in other limits as they've stated, well, we're not going to go to 300, we're going to go to 230. number of people, for
Right,
example.
that's right. We did do that.
So the question is here. Yeah, I'm trying to find that where it's in the narrative here. I think they said 47 to 70, so the question would be, do we want to limit it to 70, 75, or 100?
Oh, 46 to 70.
Okay, it's
The
close.
the estimated, so that's their
Estimated.
estimate,
It's
number
an
of events per
estimate.
year, about 46 to
Guess I
70.
wouldn't hold them to that if it's just an estimate.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to hold them to necessarily to even 70, the top end of the estimate.
Yeah.
Question is, do we want to hold them to something higher, but within your business model, 100?
So 3 events per week is obviously 156.
156. So
So
there's
that's
your
the
upside
max.
limit, if you
We've
want
got
to.
it limited there regularly.
Right,
so.
we do. Although the wedding, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is just one event, so it's really.
And honestly,
it
there's just not going to be that many events during the week. There just won't be.
As a business matter.
Right. And so mostly the weekends, it's,
You may get some businesses.
You hope to.
Yeah.
Yeah, other
Conventions
venues that are
get-
similar, book, that, the types of venues that book out, all the way to 2021 right now, they have anywhere from 30 to 40 at most wedding events. Some places are only open seasonally, so the ones that are open seasonally, right around 30 events is what they get. And their model is, you want a Friday wedding, a Saturday wedding, we get a Sunday wedding, great. Our business model would hopefully have that single wedding on a wedding weekend, but we would be, wanting to have the opportunity for a Friday and a Saturday event.
What do other operations like this have during the week? What percentage of the total is that?
Not many do too much,
Yeah.
because that's not where they're making their money.
Right.
One that does out in Heartland, I went through and I think they do more of, the firefighters are having their fundraiser event. They do smaller things like a scrapbooking event, those types of things. So they don't really advertise everything that they have, but, at most 4 to 5 in
Called
the highest
Christmas
peak of
parties.
season.
Right.
So
Right,
that
corporate,
answers your question.
corporate Christmas parties would be another event that you'd
Yeah.
probably try to attract, or retreats.
Mhm.
So are we good?
We're good.
We're good with our ordinance 156, given the counting could be, most people would say that's more. If you're counting 3 events as one, but we're good? So no limit? Okay, thought I'd raise it to make sure. I think. Okay, should we go to the bed and breakfast?
Yep.
all right. Modification of the structure grounds may be made only if such changes are compatible with the character of the area or neighborhood and the intent of the applicable district in which it's located. So they're not making any exterior changes to the house for the bed and breakfast. They're not even gonna have a sign as part of the bed and breakfast. As they've mentioned, there is gonna be a small parking area, however. Have they met the intent of the requirement? All right, off-street parking shall be provided at a rate of 1 space per each room rented. Front yard shall not be for off-street parking for temporary guests unless the parking area is screened from view with natural plant material and found to be compatible with the neighborhood. In terms of screening, it's pretty much screened from everything. And they have provided 5 spaces?
Correct, yeah.
5 spaces, yeah, so that would, there's 5 rooms for rent and 5 spaces, so they meet that requirement. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Number of rooms shall be limited to 5 sleep-in rooms or less, excluding those used by the occupants of the facility, no more than 2 beds per room. And so they have stated 5 rooms. The conditions of my approval and the conditional use permit will also include the requirement that no more than 2 beds per room.
Okay. So that's how we meet that one, because you're gonna require 2 beds. They
That's
didn't
right.
state that.
Right.
You probably should have, but.
One on-premise sign may be allowed, provided that such sign is not more than 16 square feet in size. The total property by itself allows 32 square feet of signage in the ag district. And so they, I believe they're intending to use that at the entrance. They have stated that they don't need a separate sign for the bed and breakfast. They could potentially come back and ask for it, but it's all got to be within 32 square feet, and any bed and breakfast signage has to be less than 16 square feet.
it's
So
just-
they will meet that requirement based on future approvals,
They're only proposing one sign, though.
as it stands. Nothing for bed and breakfast right now.
Are you planning on coming back for something in bed and breakfast? or-
No, not for bed, we're coming back for the monument sign in general.
The Halverson
We don't have
House
any
sign.
Halverson House, the site, the wedding venue,
Right.
everything, this whole application, both aspects, will have one monument sign at the entrance.
So this
not
would be
to exceed
not
32
not
feet.
applicable.
Not applicable. That makes sense.
Right, I assume you don't need a sign by your house saying bed and breakfast here. But the monument sign is, to me, it's important because we don't want to have people driving around lost looking for your property, nor do the neighbors.
Yep.
Right?
Going down different driveways
Yeah,
and so on.
yeah, right, right.
You use your cell phones. Record this thing. I know.
When you have it.
Oh. Good detail.
Usually it's on the kitchen table.
All right, moving on. All necessary state and county permit certifications or requirements shall be obtained as a condition of approval of a bed and breakfast service, and that is a condition. We will not issue the conditional use permit until we receive those permits. Room rentals to families of individuals shall not exceed 14 consecutive days. That'll be a condition of the permit. The facility must be accessory to and contained within the single-family dwelling occupied by the owner, not a manager, of said premises. They currently live there and state that they will continue to do so.
Okay, here it says occupy, we talked about the LLC issue.
This is the bed and breakfast, though.
Yeah, this is a bed and breakfast occupied by the owner, right, as opposed to occupied by the.
So we never
operator.
discussed, we never tweaked the bed and breakfast conditions, they were just in the ordinance. So we
Right.
never, this is the first time you're seeing these.
Right,
So occupied by the owner, they are an owner.
of the
They're
LLC.
not they're not the only owner,
Right,
but they are an owner
through an LLC.
through an LLC.
Right. How's that, and then how's it gonna work on the permit, then you're gonna give them a permit?
Again, the permit will be Michael and Joy, Alex, DBA, Halverson House, and
Alex Homestead.
Alex Homestead.
It'd have to be Alex
LLC.
Homestead, right? Or both, DBA both, DBA Alex Homestead, or both, I suppose.
It probably should
Halverson
just be
House.
both.
Right, and Alex Homestead LLC is after your 1031 money comes in.
Alex Homestead is already the
It
owner.
is already the owner, but,
Then a second entity will come in.
and buy a piece of your
and
property,
Correct, correct.
right? A percentage of whatever the
Yeah,
property
a
is.
subordinate share, so to speak.
Well, it'll be
So-
a tenant, in order for your 1031 to work, it'll have to be a tenant in common interest. So,
Correct.
All right, satisfied on that one?
yeah, as long as we can look through the LLC, I am, and I assume we can, because,
Well, no matter what, they always have to maintain some form of ownership, so that's what we're concerned about.
okay, and indirect ownership counts. I guess that's what that's what I'm getting to. Indirect meaning through the LLC. They don't have direct ownership, it's indirect through an LLC,
Right.
so.
All right. Only meal to be provided to travelers' guests shall be breakfast, and it shall be only served to guests taking lodging in the facility. This will be a condition in the permit, and they have agreed to this.
And why is that a condition?
Because that's the definition of a bed and breakfast, is that only breakfast is served. Anything more, and it becomes something else.
Is you don't perceive having to serve a lunch to anybody staying over?
That's why we have that full NSF kitchen in the barn portion.
I saw the other stuff, that's usually means, in my mind, not for sale.
Not for sale, yeah.
So that's a commercial kitchen, that'll meet the commercial requirements for a kitchen. A lot of times these.
It's a sanitation facility thing, it's a,
A lot of times these facilities will have a caterer's kitchen, which means they prepare it off-site, they just use it as a staging ground and serve. We're gonna go beyond that to have a kitchen in that area, so that we can host those other times, you know, the rehearsal dinners we have on-site.
So that'll count as an event, because you're over in the event barn.
That's that wedding weekend event where.
They're gonna be there
the
anyways
same-
for the
The same,
event,
Right.
the same party in the sense of the same renters will host all, or they will be a part of all 3 days worth of that one event.
if you didn't have an event going on and someone was at the bed and breakfast by off chance, you wouldn't then serve them lunch in the event barn if there was no
Correct.
event going on.
Correct. And that's because the state law had to get around the fact that they didn't want to make people convert their residential kitchens into a commercial kitchen, because then you start getting into, you know, cleanable surfaces, you have to make sure you have 6-inch baseboards and, you know, all of the technicalities, and that's their kind of workaround to make that happen.
The last condition for bed and breakfast is the applicant shall provide written proof to the town building inspector that the County Environmental Health Division has examined both the water system and the sewage disposal system, and has made general health and safety inspection. And so all of that is conditioned on approval. So we will not even issue the conditional use permit until we have sign off. That Waukesha County has agreed to it as planned, and then the building inspector will not issue the permits until he's got final inspection. Okay with that?
Okay, good.
Okay, now comes the general conditional use criteria, and this is a little more nebulous. And so our ordinance says that the determination of whether to approve or deny or conditionally approve such conditional uses shall be made by the Town Plan Commission and shall be based on the consideration of whether or not the proposed use will violate the spirit or intent of the ordinance, or, the comprehensive plan or this code, be contrary to the public health, safety, and general welfare, be hazardous, harmful, noxious, offensive, or nuisance by reason of appearance, noise, dust, smoke, odor, or other similar factors. Is this condition requirement applicable?
It's applicable, but I don't know how.
It's hard to measure. It's applicable,
Right,
it's hard to
it's
measure.
I don't know how they provide evidence when.
Well, it's kind of a verbal thing on the spirit.
It was. There's a lot of background information presented in terms of how this would operate, how they'd be good neighbors, how this event barn would be a benefit to the community, how preservation, this is a way to preserve barns and agricultural structures and rural character in the town. I think all those things pretty much add up to it. In terms of hazardous, harmful, noxious, et cetera, I think we handle a lot of that stuff through the conditions that we set up to make sure there's proper buffers and setback distances and noise considerations, the fact that it's on a collector road and not a minor road. So we addressed most of these things through the specific conditions that we set up. This is very general in nature. We got much more specific in our conditions. So I think by meeting our conditions as we set them up, meets this by proxy. Does anyone disagree with that?
No.
I think that's right.
All right. Except as may be specifically otherwise provided for this code, any such use shall conform to any building, location, height, and area regulations of the district in which it's located. The Town Plan Commission may also require compliance with such other conditions as may be deemed necessary by the specific situation. What they're proposing meets all zoning ordinance requirements. The land division will meet land division ordinance requirements, and so they meet all of those things. They're not proposing any additional buildings or structures, et cetera. So I think they meet that condition. And then finally, if everyone agrees, on page 10 were just a few other additional conditions that were in my staff report that weren't a part of the event barn and bed and breakfast conditions. And these are The petitioner provides a precise conditional use boundary and legal description substantially consistent with the boundary identified in the plans presented to the Town of Vernon Plan Commission on July 10th, 2019. They provided that dashed red boundary, and that's not good enough for final approval, and so I'm saying that they need to come back with something a little more concrete. Is that applicable?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they have agreed to do that as well.
They have agreed.
They have agreed, so I think that's substantial evidence that they will meet that requirement.
Well, if they don't, they don't get.
They don't get a permit.
Yeah.
The petitioner shall obtain the necessary approvals and satisfy all comments, conditions, and concerns of Waukesha County Department of Environmental Health for private on-site waste system and well and restaurant license, Town of Vernon and Waukesha County Department of Land Resources for erosion control and stormwater management, Town of Vernon planner and engineer for the detailed site plan and grading. I'd also like to include the fire chief for fire department
Or
for
his
the site
designee,
plan.
right? Fire chief or his designee,
Of designee, yep.
right, Karen?
For the site plan. The Town of Vernon proposed signage per section 300-13. The Town of Vernon, Waukesha County, and City of Muskego, and all reviewing, objecting, and approving bodies for a certified survey map to combine the parcels lots to create a lot area of at least 20 acres. And so those are all precedent conditions. We wouldn't issue the conditional use permit unless those were met. So does everyone agree those are applicable?
Yeah, they are all applicable.
Okay.
Do we need any more? Let me just see. Oh, you got the restaurant license. Are there any more that we should add? Anything from the building inspector or anything in there? No. Yes.
No, not necessarily. And obviously, the building inspector needs to approve this. There are other basic standard conditions in my report that include fire inspection, building inspection, and those things. So those are already in there.
Okay.
And so on the very last page of the document we're just looking at is the motion to approve or the motion to deny.
I so move to approve.
Yeah, I've got to close
I'm
the
sorry,
public
I
hearing
forgot the
before we
I
get
forgot the
there.
public hearing was even still open.
Well, hurry up.
Any further questions before we close this public hearing?
When are you gonna close this?
I have a rule about midnight, which I'll tell you after we close the meeting, before midnight.
Better get in your official chair.
I suppose I could. Okay, we will close the public hearing and move to number 11. Number 11 on the agenda, discussion and possible action for the Alexes for the properties located as stated in the agenda for their event barn as an unspecified conditional use and a bed and breakfast as a specified conditional use. With all the conditions.
All the conditions that are, we've just gone through on 11 pages.
There is a proposed motion, page 11, so let's, yes, please.
I move to grant the conditional use for the event barn and bed and breakfast as presented by the town planner and as agreed by the applicant. Town of Vernon staff is directed to draft the conditional use order, place it in final form, consistent with the town of Vernon's discussion.
And then also that second one.
And the conditions there.
The condition stated.
Oh, I see. The conditions stated within the conditional use order shall be modified in the manner described in the town of Vernon's discussion.
Right. Do we need to make this subject to attorney's review, or is that one of your conditions in your report?
It is a standard condition for.
Okay. Okay. So the attorney is going to get a shot at this too as well. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded. Discussion. We've been talking about it for over 3 hours. No, no.
2 hours.
2 hours and 20 minutes. approximately.
That's who's coming. That's who's coming.
That's all right.
Okay, no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, voice vote, unanimous.
Carl, may I excuse for just a minute? Is there anything? Carl,
Sure.
with the excuse for just a minute?
Sure.
I didn't know if you had something real.
Does that seem like the minutes?
We won't be here when you get back.
Oh, is that quick?
Number two. Oh, okay,
I have been listening.
all right.
It's going to be a friendly amendment.
We need an amendment?
All right, we will not move on then.
Right, because the way it was written, it was by mistake, it was granting the conditional use, and it's recommending,
Oh, yeah, that's right, we're recommending it to the town board.
because we've changed that in the ordinance now.
Right, right.
Any other clarifications for adding the DEAs in that as well?
I do have those notes in those,
staff notes?
yeah.
So Fred would just make a friendly amendment, and then if Jim doesn't object, then it would sustain.
Right.
Right,
But Fred's got to come back.
yes. So I'm writing it down.
It's holding us up.
Friendly amendment to not the grant, to recommend for approval the conditional use, right? So on.
Right.
To the town.
Oh, right, recommend, to the town board for approval.
Correct.
Everything else
I
is
thought the
fine.
lights would be on.
Well,
You screwed up.
you screwed up. Screwed up.
You gotta do it over.
What do they do?
Okay.
You just have to make a friendly amendment, Fred, to your
Sure.
motion.
So
that
it was my mistake,
It's a recommendation to the town board.
And a recommendation to the town board.
not granting the conditional use, recommending approval of the conditional use.
Recommend you approve it to the town board, yes. Sorry, I left.
And the motion was seconded by,
I'll second that again.
well, Jim, yeah, Mr. Commissioner Solani seconded it, so do you agree with the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Then the motion stands.
Then the motions, then the motion will stand. Do we need to re-vote?
No,
No.
no, there's no objection.
No objections? Okay, okay, now. Item 12, approval of meeting minutes. On your table, you've got, I think you dropped off the revised ones with just that little change.
Yeah, that one, I think it's on page,
Yeah.
Where did
the
it go?
numbers on the pages were correct, and then that page.
Right, the numbers on the pages on the minutes were corrected, and then on the second page, number 6,
Yes.
in the second paragraph, the word, I think, if or is, was changed to that are.
And it was approved by the town board, gentlemen,
Right, we did, it. The town board did approve these minutes,
but you also have.
but but it was a joint meeting, so the plan commission also needs to approve them. Everybody see what the correction is? Okay.
Something near the end.
Make a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Got it,
Got it?
got it.
Number 13, adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did I say aye?
We're adjourned, 11:45.
Carl, as being a supervisor and town chair,